let go. Should've looked both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. Both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, I'm moving on. 관심이 뒤도 Guess like I've never guessed before 날 좋아하는 것 같아 친구들이 다들 바보래 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see 자꾸 쳐다보면 말이라도 걸어봐 속마음을 표현해 You're gonna be alright 소리라도 잡을까 꿈에 안겨볼까 Whatever your love language I know we're gonna be I know we're gonna be
¿Cómo estás?
Bien,
Lo coño, ¿no?
terminando.
Si quieres que te traiga cosas, pídemelas.
No te preocupes.
¿Vale?
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light And you feel like you got nowhere to No, I want you till the sun comes in the morning light Yeah, I'll keep you safe on
La gente está un
that
poco crazy, ¿no? Aquí. Yo veo mucho volado, ¿eh? Te lo digo en serio.
Hay cada uno que flipa.
Pero es que no ya no veo, tío. Ayer que me fui a tomar una birra yo sola tranquila en el bar de al lado.
Sí.
Un bar paco de mala muerte de toda la vida. Pero perfecto, ¿sabes? Y pasaba cada personaje.
Dime, Fran.
Pero heavy, ¿eh?
speed of light
Voy.
When your heart is racing Yeah, I'll keep you safe Yeah, I'll keep you safe I'll never let you go When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light And you feel like you got nowhere else to
¿Me escuchas, Fran? Sí, te escucho. Terminando. La Play local. Sí, pero hay muchos puestos. Tendré que poner uno o dos. Mucho. Vale. Fran, ¿me puedes dar el código, por favor? Dime.
¿Quieres escaleta tú?
Más falta. Gracias.
Running your way, but you push me away. Your life gone, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain and hold inside. where you are, you won't know. They left you bare, but I'm begging you, stare in my eyes for you. Yeah, I give my life. And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain and go inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Get my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out.
Fran, ya están todos.
I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I don't wanna lose you this time. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can I feel your grip tonight? Can I feel your grip tonight? Look like a million, touch so priceless. But they tend to cap you the finest. The summer love don't fade like a tattoo. Forever's not enough time to be with you. Sugar sweet, you a spice, you a movie. You a bay, you a belle, you a beauty. The summer love don't fade like a tattoo. Forever's not enough time to be with you. You got a smile, make a heart go tip tip. You butterfly, don't charge so with it. Guess your cards till you show me. You a royal flush, got me folding. Before ya, I was sitting on the sidelines. Now every moment with you is my favorite highlight. And when you by my side, I'm always winning. Had me up by touchdown from the beginning. Oh, look like a million, touch so priceless. But they tend to cap you the finest. The summer love don't fade like a tattoo. Forever's not enough time to be with you. Sugar sweet, you a spice, you a movie. You a bay, you a belle, you a beauty. The summer love don't fade like a tattoo. Forever's not enough time to be with you. You can change your room just like that. Girl, you got no contest. What you want, you get express, no stress. Thank the Lord, you know you so blessed. You got me so obsessed. There ain't a moment I ain't thinking about you. The moments when you're hitting, no, I won't sleep. Forever love is together, whenever lonely. When you're by my side, yeah, I'm winning. Head in the clouds, so high, got me singing. Look like a million, touch so priceless. But they tend to cap you the finest. The summer love don't fade like a tattoo. Forever's not enough time to be with you. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. I was shining on the city lights. All this doubt around me, then but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I laid awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck is where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had a try, I bet it right. Yeah, I just took a chance and yeah, let me write. Look, I just took a chance and yeah, I rolled the dice. Yeah, women I'll be bad because the fuck was nice. But yeah, I must admit that this ain't overnight. Yeah, I just hit the double with the jackpot. I'm in the snow, this in New England, but I'm dying high. Now I'm addict for the music when I can't stop. Ain't gon' let me anywhere to ask me. Ask a favor what a shout out to gas me. Really, they ain't take a risk, but want the outcome. Then asking how come. I was shining on the city lights. All this doubt around me, then but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I laid awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck is where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had a time.
I'm all in this. I call the shots, I never call it quits. Trust my intuition, bet it's right and bitch, it often is. Seen too many others come and go, they had the wrong intent. Do it out of love and never for it, then I watch it get bigger than expected. No second guess it, I let it set in. It's God's plan, we out here only accepting blessings. I'm stuck with it, this mindset is terminal. In and out different terminals, leveling up is personal. And I already made it, y'all can miss me. I smack my girl's ass, tell her pinch me. It's hard to believe I made something from nothing. No hindsight discussions, I've been writing, I love it.
All this doubt around me, then but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I laid awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck is where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had a try, I bet it right.
If you want to take it slow, oh, hop up on my jet and roll to Tokyo. what you get. Beat that damn and see me flex. Don't hit me with those free texts. Fuck boys want but get no sex. We gonna take it, 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 gonna call my name, yes, come and say my name. Call my name, I'm never gonna stop if you just call my name. I'm never gonna drop it, gonna take it, take it, take it to the top, 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 top. Gonna make it hot, gonna make it till it drops. Never gonna pick it up, gonna take it to the top. I'm gonna make it, never gonna fake it. Gonna make it, never gonna fake it. We gonna take it, gonna take it, gonna take it, gonna take it, gonna I'm gonna take it to the top. I'm gonna make it to the top. We're gonna make it to the top. We're gonna bring our hands up. 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 I'm gonna make it hot. Gonna make it till it drops. Never gonna pick it up. Gonna take it to the top. I'm gonna make it. Never gonna fake it. Gonna make it. Never gonna fake it.
Todo esto termina en un solo lugar. Nos vemos en la CUP.
I am the boss. Really, I am the I am everything.
Hello and welcome to LALIGA FC Pro Cup. It is day 2, the Cup finals here in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria, and what a day it is going to be. I'm Nicole Holiday. Alongside me, we have the brilliant Richard Buckley. Rich, how are you doing?
Yeah, very well, very, very well. A little bit of a later start, I want to say, than usual. So got to experience a bit of Gran Canaria, Las Palmas this morning, and feeling ready and raring to see a new champion crowned.
Yeah, I heard you had some good tapas last night as well, when in Spain.
Yeah, and the dessert, superb.
Good, nice. What a start to the weekend yesterday was. So much excitement, some surprise results as well, which we will get into. But first, Rich, we're going to look at the format to see how this is all going to work. Here we go. So this was for this weekend, LALIGA FC Pro Cup. So 24 of the best teams, the best players from the regular season booked their spot into the Cup here in Las Palmas this weekend. But now, Rich, we only have 8 left.
Yeah, it's pretty simple from here on out. Just a straight knockout tournament. You win, you go through to the next round. You lose, and you are out. 50,000 euros prize pool split across the competitors. Each game, you'll increase in that prize money, and you'll get a better seed when we come back in a few weeks' time for the finals.
I do like single elimination. It's quite, I mean, I know the players don't.
Drama.
Drama, right? You love to see it. We're looking now at the highlights from yesterday, day one. This is a little recap. I mean, who impressed you, Rich, in particular yesterday?
It's a difficult question to answer for the simple fact that we saw a few players really surprising. Hidalgo being one. I didn't have him getting in here into the top 8, but then you also had performances from players that were just expected. PHZ, comfortable victory in his game. We saw Nicholas with a pretty comfortable win, Tuga with a comfortable win, Di Fernandez, and these players only played one game. So for me, if I were to put a name on that, I'd probably go Hidalgo and LALIGA FC Pro CUP. They played 2 really tough games, and they have progressed into the top 8 now.
Yeah, I think you're right. Hidalgo was quite the surprise package, wasn't he? And he did so well. He beat Chalcita and then Polychris as well. And we've all raved about Polychris and seen what he can do. So Hidalgo should be feeling really confident going into today. And like you said, Peixoto as well had a really good day. I think we saw more of the LJR Peixoto that we know and have seen before, right, yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing the highlights from Flippercito here on the screen. He got a big win in his opening game, but then ran into one of the tournament favourites, in my opinion, in Di Fernandez. He finished second in the group phase, and he's stormed his way to a quarter final. That's how it lines up now in the top 8.
Yes, here is the bracket, the quarter-finals, which will be happening here today in Gran Canaria, and they look so good. I mean, we've got Tuga versus Hidalgo, Peixoto versus Nicholas, Di Fernandez versus Nathan, and PHZ versus Marin, Richard Buckley. I mean, blockbusters there. Which one are you most looking forward to seeing, or which one's going to be most competitive?
I think you have to look at LJR Nicholas. I think
so good. I'm so excited for that.
For me, that is a game that on another day, if the tournament lined up differently, that could be a grand final.
Yeah, I think that's true. Shall we have a look, though, at the featured match? The first game to kick off the quarterfinals here today. Tuga versus the man we were just talking about, Hidalgo. Look, we were saying that Hidalgo had a really impressive day yesterday, and potentially, Rich, has momentum behind him now.
Yeah, I think he does. I think that's certainly one way you can look at it. On the other side of the stage, you're coming up against Tuga. 18 points in the group phase. He was the best player. He was unbeaten. He's not lost a game in La Liga this season.
Wow.
When you actually look at the stats from it. And it just seems like, I don't know how to say it, he's got an extra pep in his step, shall we say, Tuga. He's strutting around instead of walking with his head down. He just looks confident. He looks full of life. He looks like he is going to think, and he believes, I'm winning this. I'm winning the cup, and I'm winning the finals. I think on the other side of the stage, Hidalgo, he's rejuvenated. I had him going out. I think he loses his first game.
Yeah.
And now look at him. He's in the top 8. And why not?
Now who looks silly, Richard?
Yeah, it's usually me. That usually is the answer.
You're right, though, Tuga. We spoke to him on the desk yesterday, and he's great to chat to, isn't he? Loads of personality, speaks really well. And we were kind of saying to him, you know, we think that you're potentially in the form of your life. And obviously, he's done so well in all the years that he's been competing. He's won a lot, achieved a lot, but there's just something about Tuga right now, isn't there?
Do you know what we saw yesterday? Nacho Abella in tears on the stage, retiring. We've seen Zidane potentially play some of his last games he's ever played. If you'd have told me on the last couple of years' performances that Tuga was thinking about hanging it up soon and calling it a day, I would have said, you know what, yeah, I can see that. It felt like he hit a brick wall, especially in the LALIGA FC Pro. 2 top 8 finishes in a row, both in Espanyol and then in Valencia last year. Now, it seems as though he's going again. He's found his form from 2019, 2022, 2023, and it looks like he is at the very best again. And I will say, this could be his prime. You don't know. You never know. I think Tuga actually makes the final. I'm going early. I think Tuga makes the final.
I mean, I don't think that's the boldest prediction that
What, the
you've
number one
ever
player
given.
from the groups?
But, I mean, I don't know what it is, Rich, that has changed in Tuga, whether he's been working on the mentality side of the game, but something has really changed, and whatever he's doing, it's working so well. And he seems so confident, and when we were speaking to him, I can't remember who it was, it might have been you or Brandon possibly, that had said to Tuga, you know, are you hoping to go unbeaten here, or is it something that you're not even really thinking about? And of course that's something that will absolutely be in the back of his mind, but you wouldn't be wanting to come up against him at all at any point in this cup, at any point this season.
He's won this tournament before. We saw him Portaventura World 2023. Yes, it was a slightly different format in a 2v2 format, but he's had his hands on this trophy before with Atletico Madrid. And I think if you're looking now, if you ask among the players, he could be the one to beat in this tournament, and I think he will be.
Absolutely. Okay, well, that's been our thoughts on this matchup, but we can hear from Gravison over on the touchscreen. Hello, Grav.
Hello, Nicole. Hello, guys.
Hey.
I'm looking good, I think. Looking for
You
Championship
are.
Sunday. But the first things first, because we have a beautiful day of FC. We're going to crown our champion here in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. But the first thing of all things, we got to look at the requirements of this tournament. So if we have a look at the screen, you can see that there is a 12 million budget limit. You can only use players from LALIGA Sports and LALIGA High Promotion. There's a maximum of 3 players from the same club. There's a maximum of 3 icons that have played in the league, and a maximum of 2 LALIGA heroes. So, in this first quarterfinal, we're gonna see Tuga matching up against Hidalgo, the Portuguese player against the Spanish player, against the Spaniard. And we're gonna have a look at both drafts. First draft from Tuga. There's a few things that come to mind that are quite interesting, because we've seen Araujo in pretty much every single team so far, and Tuga is not using Araujo, which is an interesting choice. On the other side of things, both Ruggeri, I'm the same as Brandon yesterday with the touchscreen. Ruggeri and Freeman, both with the lengthy accelerate. So we're seeing pretty much a strong defense. And then, of course, a midfield, which I would think will be Pedri and Bellingham, and probably De Jong will be as a sub, and maybe Moleiro, Pires or Unai Lopez starting. So if we look at the next team from Hidalgo, it's I would say a much more similar team to what we've seen from many other players. No Araujo as well, with Rafa Marquez and Hausen. We have to remind people at home, Hausen, that it's 1.5 million coins on the market at the moment. Alex Remiro, which is an interesting one. I didn't think he was going to be in, but the footwork plus, it's a decent playstyle. And then Álvaro Carreras and Valverde. We have to remind people at home, there's a maximum of 3 players from the same club, Real Madrid. We have Álvaro Carreras, Valverde, and no one else, actually. Hausen, sorry. And it's a fairly similar team. We've seen a lot of goals coming in from Gareth Bale, the main man. And it feels like Hidalgo has a game plan. He wants to pull centre-backs out of position and then being able to just look for the ping pass into the first touch of Cruyff and score many goals. So this is all from me. That's Hidalgo's and Tuga's draft. And we're going to see from the guys themselves. Ryan, and Brandon upstairs. Is it cold? Is it chilly? How is it up there, guys?
Cream out today, will we, Ryan?
Yeah, it's all right, you know. The temperature's
He's wearing a T-shirt.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'm from London.
I'll check in with him again at the end of today when it's dark, it's a bit windy. Of course, we are here in Las Palmas Stadium. We are pitchside on level 5, of course, here for the La Liga FC Pro Cup. And we are not hanging about here at all. We are straight into the action. Remember that this is our Championship Sunday. Someone will be lifting the trophy in about 6 hours' time. But the question is, Ryan, who will it be? 8 clubs, 8 players, only one can call themselves La Liga FC Pro Cup champion.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this one. Obviously, the standard we've seen throughout the regular season and yesterday has been incredibly high. I think Tuga set the tempo as well in terms of being unbeaten in this tournament. Alongside Di Fernandez as well, who had a great regular season, and yesterday getting to Championship Sunday. I gave my prediction at the end of yesterday. I said I predict a new winner in terms of a player that hasn't won the competition, whether it was a couple years ago we saw with Nicolas, for example. I think it will be one of the Brazilian boys to win it this year.
Well, as it stands, as Cruyff looks to spin and turn for Hidalgo, as it stands, Real Sociedad, of course, are the defending FC Pro Cup champions. That was Emre Yilmaz who won that last year. Obviously, Nicolas left Sevilla, and now he's gone to Real Sociedad. Of course, he could go and win the cup again. Malaga's Tuga, who we're watching right now, won it with Andoni, with Atletico Madrid, when it was 2v2 EAFC. Aside of that, there's a lot of storylines opening up here of what could, of course, happen. Valladolid had great runs in past years with Neat. He was eliminated yesterday with Atletico Madrid. But this is our first quarter-final game. Malaga against Villarreal. And I've got to say, I've been so impressed how Hidalgo has found himself in the top 8 here, because he openly said back in Barcelona at the group stages, I haven't been playing the game. And it felt like him just qualifying. He finished 24th out of the 24 spots to get to the cup on goal difference, Ryan.
Yep.
It was like a lifeline for him, and he's been in some kind of boot camp to get himself ready for this, and it's working.
You could argue it's a reality check in a way for somebody that has reached the heights a few years ago. He's won tournaments before. Performing to that low level of standard for his quality, for what he's capable of, probably woke him up a little bit. And you can see from the performances he delivered yesterday, that first game against Chusita as well, he's been performing very, very strong. But has he met his match, or potentially a player that is even at a higher level right now?
Gordon in the chat, good afternoon to you, must say. He said, look, I'd have my T-shirt on if it was 19 degrees.
Yeah, what exactly? Come on.
Gordon, the difference is it's a bit cloudy and windy up here in the gantry.
Nah, the thing is, North London, I'll be delighted to see no clouds.
Who else is in the chat as well? Do say hello to us. We will be interacting with you as always. But as you were saying, Ryan, you think it's warm enough still?
It's 100%. Yesterday was a bit chilly, I'll be honest. Today's okay. It's not too bad. 15 degrees, for me, equates to about 32 degrees. That's what it translates to. So I'm okay for now.
Still 0-0 in this game. I mean, how impressed have you been by Tuga, Ryan? He is unbeaten this season in the LALIGA FC Pro. He went 6-0 in the group stages. Of course, he won his game yesterday. He is the only player alongside Di Fernandez that have not lost a game.
Yeah, I said it yesterday, and I'm going to have to echo that same statement. In terms of Tuga, we know how good he is defensively, and in terms of dictating the tempo, possession-wise, game management, we know what he's capable of. Going forward, I've never seen Tuga this frightening, to be honest with you.
Here he comes now, Tuga. Lamine Yamal into Cruyff. As Richard Buckley comes to the chat and says, wait until the sun sets, Ryan will be complaining.
Yeah, he's probably right, to be honest.
That's a brilliant ball through. This is Hidalgo now, looking to make the impossible possible today. Bale, Firmine runs in to Frankie de Jong there.
It's so congested because of the team press. Once you get into those areas, when people are toggling team press on and off, for those at home that, well, I guess you would be familiar if you've seen this tournament. Hold on a second.
Bellingham, Cruyff, can't find the overlapping run there of Lamine Yamal.
But yeah, it's so tricky to get the space, because if you second guess and that passing lane you think is open, you take an extra touch, that lane is closed. You have to try and find a different way to breach the defensive line.
Goalless so far here in our first quarter-final. Of course, keep in mind, following this one, we have Leandro Peixoto against Nicolas, as Real Valladolid and Real Sociedad take to the stage here in Las Palmas. Khedive of Di Fernandez takes on the Brazilian of Andorra, Nathan S. up. And we will close our quarter-final round out with PH in and Marin. Sporting versus Granada. Someone, of course, who will be in action a little bit later on for our final quarter-final is Real Sporting's player in PH, who will be joining us actually as a special guest on commentary for this round. Paolo, how are you?
I'm good, feeling good.
We were just saying there, you're playing the last round of the quarter-final today. You had to wait a long time yesterday to play your game. I mean, I think the two words you said to me when we were on the coach back to the hotel yesterday was, it's a bit cold here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great cold here.
You're not used to it, are you, being from Rio?
Yeah, it's too different than Rio. I'm not used for that.
Speak to me about your game yesterday, because you conceded early on, of course, to Daniel Aguilar, but then you came back flying and you won the game quite comfortably.
Yeah, it was a really tough game. Daniel Aguilar, he won his first game, so I need to play against him. I already knew he was like more adapted than me in gameplay, but yeah, I waited for a long time and it was nice because I won my game and now I have the quarterfinals.
How impressed were you yesterday, Ryan, with PAG? And also, how much of a chance do you think he has to go and win the whole thing today?
So I gave my prediction. I said one of you or Nathan SR will win. I think that will be the semi-final. Whoever comes out of that will win. I'm not just saying that because you're here, by the way. But how was your preparation last night? Obviously, you knew who you're going to be playing today. What was last night like? Was it practicing, or not practicing, but looking over gameplay?
Yeah, I mean, I like to just relax, to have a good time, talk with my family, and I just do this job for my brother, for my coach, to analyze my opponent. And he did a lot of analysis about Marin, the player who I will play today. Yeah, I'm feeling ready, feeling confident. Let's see.
Well, Tuga also looking confident and ready to open up his account in this quarter-final. If he can try and unpick the door of Hidalgo, who's done his best to stand strong, only as far. There's that last-ditch tackle there with Valverde. I mean, both players here so far, Ryan, defensively, they've been making the right call last minute.
Yeah, I think Tuga offensively a little bit has second-guessed himself sometimes in those areas. That's a clutch interception to prevent a potential goal-scoring chance there for Hidalgo. But yeah, defensively, been impressed by both players.
Here's Cruyff now. Tuga, remember, 7-0 so far in his La Liga FC Pro season this year. Can he find the first blood in this one again? It's a last-minute tackle. I mean, PAG, how have you found the draft requirement? 12 million coins, 2 million more than you got in the league phase. Is it enough to build a good team, or do you think you need a few more coins?
Yeah, I think the case is the most difficult thing. It is like just 3 players per club. So this is the most hard because we have a lot of good players from Real Madrid, Barcelona, and we need to choose just 3. But like the coins, the 12 millions it's very enough.
Who do you think is the most important player in the team? Is it Xavi? He's the most popular pick or not?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I didn't play with Xavi in the regular season, but I regret so much because he's really good, the best two-play style for the midfielder, and I think he's one of the best.
Safe to say that, Ryan. I mean, Xavi's in 21 of the 24 squads yesterday in the draft, and I mean, why is he so good?
So that ping pass, as Peterson said, is obviously incisive. He's got all the important passing play styles. Just dictates the game. If there was someone that you would love to bring into the team that you feel like you're missing, who would it be? One player.
I think Yamal.
Oh, okay. You don't have Yamal?
No, I don't have Yamal. I think a lot of players here play with Yamal with no chemistry in the striker.
Yeah.
But I don't like to do that. I think I am the only one with Lewandowski. So, yeah.
What about potentially missing maybe Courtois? Do you think the goalkeeper is a big problem?
Yeah. Because I think no one here in the tournaments likes the goalkeeper.
Yeah.
A question on that as well. Lewandowski scored a hat-trick with him in 33 minutes yesterday. You had Mbappe in that team, but it didn't look like you had Mbappe because Lewandowski, you said, was the only player to, 1, use him, but 2, to make him look so good. What's the secret?
Yeah, I think for me, in my play style, I think I need to have 2 really good wingers, really fast, because I do a lot of inside before the wing. So I have Mbappe, it's almost 5 million coins, and Bale, it's lengthy. And yeah, and in the strike, I just like one player to give the pass for the wing and shoot good.
Yeah, the most impressive thing there, Ryan, he spent 5 million coins on Mbappe, but yesterday he barely scored a goal.
Yeah, but as long as he's contributing to getting the victory, that's the most important thing. For those at home, you wouldn't have seen the stats, right? 1 shot throughout that first half, if it fell in favour of Hidalgo. There's not been much at all. They're just sort of cancelling each other out when they get into those final third areas.
It feels like watching Tuga from about 5 years ago.
Does.
Because he normally
really
does bring a game like that where he doesn't offer you too much.
Yeah.
But surprisingly, 1 shot in the whole half. Of course, we have got PAG with us, a former FC Pro Open champion. Any questions you got from him about tactics, players, player instructions, play styles, get them in the chat. Paolo, of course, will be with us for the remaining of this game. He, of course, is in action against Granada. Have you thought about the semi-final? Because you could be playing against your fellow Brazilian good friend, Nathan SR.
Yeah, it would be fun for us, but like me and Nathan, we played more than 3rd time this week. So yeah, it would be hard for both, but Nathan have a great opponent, De Fernandes, and I have Mary. So let's hope we can both win us game.
Not to write anyone out, in my opinion, Ryan, I think we're going to be seeing Tuga Nicholas semi-final. I think Nicholas beats Peixoto.
Okay.
I think Nathan will beat De Fernandes, and that's a big ask because De Fernandes has looked brilliant.
Yeah.
And I do think we're going to get Nathan SR, PAG in, and Nicholas against Tuga. Would you disagree? I think Di Fernandez is maybe the only one that could maybe swap places with Nathan.
LJR?
Is he going to be at it though? Nicholas didn't concede a goal yesterday.
I get it. It's a different level though for me. Like different tier of player. He's already knocked out Oberon, and people rate Oberon obviously very, very highly. It's possible. I would say Nicholas is the slight favourite in that game, but I wouldn't be shocked if LJR won.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we talked yesterday, like Peixoto almost didn't qualify for the regular cup, and we say when you play against one guy like Peixoto, you need to beat him as soon as possible, because when he feels confident, it's really hard to beat him.
I think we might be on for a world record, by the way, of the longest time in the Liga FC Pro season where we haven't seen a goal. 51 minutes we just ticked over here in our quarter-final. Where will this first goal come from, and who will score it? Will it be Hidalgo now?
It's just so... There's just so many bodies around the ball there. Do you think that's because of the team press? Why it's a lot harder? Because I feel like if you take your time too much, the space just closes up.
Yeah, I think it's more about that. Like Tuga and Hidalgo, it's two players who like to go out the line and try to keep to the middle, but with the pressure, it's really hard to find a pass.
Tuga still knocking on the door. Is there a way through? Is there an answer to an opening goal in this quarter-final game? I mean, I have to say as well, word on Hidalgo. I've been so impressed even in this game, Ryan. He's going toe-to-toe with Tuga.
Yeah, he's been very, very strong in terms of not allowing Tuga to have barely any chances. I don't think Tuga's had a shot. He's had a couple chances where he could have shot in the box, didn't go for it. This could be it, though.
Pedri finds Cruyff. Is he going to find a way through? Is he going to come off Marquez?
What do you think of that choice, Marquez at centre-back? Do you feel like it's somebody that was overlooked a little bit? Because the main options people selected, obviously, Araujo, Ronald Koeman as well.
Yeah, I think Tuga, he's tried to do this double triangle all the time. He just waits for the perfect time. Yeah, I think against everyone who I played, it's 7 goals, 6 goals. When I play against Tuga, it's 2-1, 3-2. It's too boring to play against him.
Cruyff got him. For Hidalgo! It is Villarreal that have opened up the account in this one. Potentially against the run of play. Has Tuga met his match in the quarter-final stages of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup, Ryan?
Wow. It looked like the space was opening up, and that exactly happened there for Hidalgo in the box with Cruyff, just trying to find the angle to shoot. I'd love to see the replay again, because was it a La Croqueta?
Yeah, I think so.
He just about managed to sneak it through, and he breaks the deadlock.
Thank you.
PA's in, or Piaga's in. We will see you soon, of course. Thank you for joining us on commentary. He'll be in action a little bit later on. Of course, in the final quarter-final here, he'll be taking on Granada's Marin. Great to hear from PA's as well. I mean, look, the Brazilians had a bit of a shock yesterday with the weather. I mean, it is normally a little bit warmer here in the Gran Canaria. We're just ending the winter period.
You let me down, Brandon. Brandon's been here, for those that don't know, since Tuesday. He could have given us a heads up.
Well, the difference is, Ryan, I was actually in the south of the island, and I'll be honest, I think it's about 24 degrees there right now. All sun, clear skies. Yeah. In Las Palmas, it's a bit of a different situation. Well, what a situation we find ourselves in here. Hidalgo, I think, what was that, the second shot of the game, we're saying?
I think it was the third in total. I don't think Tuga's had a shot, but Hidalgo's had half chances. That one there, of course, was the one to break the deadlock. And I feel like, well, I'm hoping anyway, that could be the catalyst to maybe swing the game a little bit more in favour of Tuga in terms of more shots, less risk averse, because he's not really done anything, to be honest with you.
I mean, chat, we can see your comments coming through. Do you think Tuga will pull this back? If you think Tuga will get a goal back, type 1 in the chat. I think he's going to lose the game. Type 2 in the chat. We'll be interested to see what they say. Again, Tuga's been so good up to this point, and I would never, I'll be honest, I've said Hidalgo would win this.
It's a huge credit to Hidalgo, and a testament to how much work he's put in as well. Because as you said, finishing just on the brink of elimination in the regular season, a lot of people could have just thought, you know what, he's miles off it. But he's decided to put the work in, put the hours in. And he's now challenging amongst the best. He's got about 30 minutes or so to try and I wouldn't even say defend, because I don't think you can defend a 1-0 lead on FC26. If he does it, fair play.
Defend a 1-0 lead with Marquez at the back as well.
I don't even think I'd have faith to do that in foot champs in the elite division, to defend a 1-0 lead, let alone with this much on the line.
Well, he could be on for a double here potentially.
He's got him.
Gareth Bale, what to save, Alex Romero.
You know what's that? That's that tiny step from the goalkeeper movement from Tuga that saved him.
And it goes again, back to Bale.
Oh,
he's on target.
You've got to score that.
That should have been 2-0.
How has he missed that chance? If you've seen the look on his coach's face as well, that has to go in, Brandon. That's one of their moments where you look back and think, if the game swings in favour of Tuga, that was the moment. That could have been that extra step closer to the semi-finals.
Or maybe it's the FC gods looking down on Tuga. Bellingham into Pedri! Tuga ties up the game. 1-1, all square, game on.
I said it. I didn't expect it to come that quick. Is it something you'd look back on and think, oh, that opportunity, it could have been 2-0. And for those in the chat, you know you can't even do that. I said, but you can't do that on champs. You know when you miss that chance to go a couple goals ahead and then straight down the other end. But this has happened when the stakes are even higher. One mistake, precision shooting as well. So you can't even fault anything other than yourself. You ain't bit wrong.
I mean, look, he knows it as well, Hidalgo. What a chance he had, Ryan, to go 2 goals up, to really start to dictate the game and force Tuga to come out of the traps and to try and find a way back in it. Tuga back into his custom tactics now. Player instructions being changed back to his original game plan, no doubt. I mean, so far though, Ryan, whatever game plan Hidalgo's had, it's been up there, it's been working to a T.
This was the first goal. I wanted to see if it was yeah, it was there. I thought there was maybe a second one afterwards, but it wasn't. It was literally just a touch out. And this was straight down the other end from that Bale miss there. Gets the ball to Pedri, tucks it away.
Well, it wouldn't be the only time that we've been to extra time here in Las Palmas. Back into the game we go again now with 22 in-game minutes left. "20 minutes to separate you from a semi-final." A huge chance to build some momentum.
I think he wanted Bale to carry on running and latch onto that instead.
Has that goal back given Tuga potentially that confidence that he needed now to build upon that and find a match winner?
I'm going to say, yeah. I'm answering your question. I feel as if that will put a seed of doubt in Hidalgo's mind. Again, as a player, you've been in those positions, or I've been in those positions where when you miss that chance, it's really hard to forget. And I think the toughest part is trying your best to not pretend it didn't happen, accept it happened, move on from it, and just back yourself to create another chance. But it's easier said than done in these high intense moments.
Can he find the through, but which he can?
He's looked, yeah, I was going to say, he looked offside.
Just offside from Hidalgo. Of course, remember the winner will play Nicolas or Leandro Peixoto in the semi-final stages here. Cruyff finds Pedri. Is this the chance for Tuga into Pedri? Well, it looks as if the unbeaten story will continue here in Gran Canaria.
He got him with the same player as he did to equalise. Pedri stepping up when it matters most. That's why you spend a hefty portion of the budget you have available on the likes of Team of the Year Pedri. In those moments, you can trust him in the area. And Tuga still potentially unbeaten as well.
Tuga is on his way to going 8-0. Has not lost a single game so far this season for Malaga. And you feel like you speak about moments in the game, Ryan. You look back on it, those big 2 chances for Hidalgo. The header back down to Gareth Bale. The shot before that was off target. The save from Alex Romero. Another day here, it could be a 2-2 scoreline, or it could be Hidalgo leading by 2-0.
Yep, he's had a couple opportunities. It's the Bale one for me. That's one where you can't miss that. I'll be honest, you just can't.
Well, a last chance to go for Villarreal's Hidalgo. If you've been watching this e-sport for long enough, there's one thing that Tuga knows how to do. It's how to see out a game.
Yeah.
You speak of Tuga, you speak of tournament football.
You don't want to be playing Tuga when he's in the lead. For Hidalgo, the best thing possible for him is to try and score straight from kickoff. You don't want to give it too much longer for Tuga to set up shop and put bodies behind the ball, dictate the tempo, because that's he's home. He's at home when he has that opportunity to do it.
Javi. Back to De Jong now. Chance for Hidalgo to try and bring a goal back.
He's got him, you know.
Can he find that through ball?
Oh, he could have.
Cruyff. There's the player lock. It's teased to try and feed through the forward again from Tuga. He doesn't need to score again, though. He'll know that more than anyone. We'll just be looking to hold on to the ball.
These are the areas where you can keep the ball. I spoke about it yesterday where I say that he's giving it away, but I forgot who it was, where they were keeping the ball in their defensive area and they ended up conceding. In these moments when you're around the opponent's final third, you're just gone past the halfway line, you can keep the ball because there's not going to be too many bodies pressing you around there, and then you can turn back, you can go down the line.
Again, another chance wasted. 5 minutes away from a semi-final for Malaga. If you're Tuga here, Ryan, you trying to even score again?
I think you have to try and pose a threat. Like I said, in these areas, you can keep the ball a little bit more and force your opponent to spam off side traps. Obviously, team press is a key aspect, but team press runs out. There's only so much you have.
There's the through ball. There's Jude Bellingham.
Hold on a second.
Is he going to get one more chance here?
He doesn't even need to rush. He can take his time and build a proper attack. He's in. Please.
Hidalgo. Brilliant ball into Gareth Bale. Finesse. 2-2. We're off to extra time.
I was wondering, is he ever going to play that pass to Gareth Bale? He was onside.
From one moment, Bellingham nearly scored to third. The keeper saves it. You said he had more time. Hidalgo had no interest in that, Ryan. It was straight down the other end, and he's straight back into the tie.
There was so much space that eventually opened up there. I didn't expect it to be that open. But wow.
Well, it looks like we're on the corner of heading into extra time. That was the through ball, Ryan. It was Rashford into Gareth Bale. You knew the chance was going to open up. Unless we can see some last-minute magic.
It's got what? Maybe +2? Ooh, Hidalgo tried to pause it. Interesting.
Added time. How much are we going to get?
Yeah, +2.
2 minutes of added time left.
Doesn't want to attack before 1 minute already has been played. He wants to wait just so if he loses possession, there's not enough time to respond. Now he can start to go forward.
Surely not, Tuga. Surely not. Nico Williams.
Can't go too far back.
Needs to keep the ball forward. The referee is waiting to blow. We've played the additional time of 2 minutes. Nico Williams still edging closer and closer towards the box. It's a Pedro save.
I don't understand the defending from Hidalgo there, to be honest with you, because he's defended so well for the vast majority of this game. You know that he can't go back with Nico Williams, but then you're cutting the passing lane as if he's going to recycle possession. He has no time to do it. His only ambition is to try and get that ball into the area with Nico Williams and see what can happen from there.
Well, he's not happy with something, Hidalgo. He's just looking across and speaking to the admin there in the booth. He's going to get a corner. Can Tuga make the most of it from a corner like this, Ryan? Is there the player, is there the personnel in there for a knockdown flick on?
I think that's the option he has to go for. I've seen situations that's happened in other tournaments where with corners, they play it short, they try and walk towards the back and the whistle blows. Even though you wouldn't expect it, it blows it. I feel like you have to go direct in terms of trying to get it to the back stick, knock down. And he's going to try and trust Pedri to deliver that ball in as well.
Can he do it? We've played the additional time at 2 minutes. Tuga's last chance.
Whistle, is it going to blow? It's not.
To try and loft that ball into the box, or are we going to extra time? Pedri, he spins the defender.
Dancing.
It's Pedri still. We've played so much more time. We're off to extra time in our first quarter-final here. Hidalgo just about survives the last corner. And Ryan, for a second there, I thought Tuga was going to snatch it to death.
It felt destined. When he was twisting and turning with Pedri, he managed to take the space with the R1 dribbling. He done really well to potentially fashion a chance there. But again, Hidalgo defended really well.
Of course, well, remember, you can enjoy your viewership rewards here at the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. If you do watch for, of course, 15 or 60 minutes, you can pick up an 83 times 3 players pack or an 84 times 4 players pack. Make sure you link your EA account. Tune in, of course, across this weekend. All the rewards you will get are untradeable, and the more you watch, the more you will earn. Of course, the 86 times 3 players pack will come alive across the other FC Pro partnered leagues. There are lots happening. There's lots coming up in the calendar, including the LALIGA FC Pro finals in April, the Premier League, the Serie A, the list goes on, the Bundesliga, the French League, the list goes on. There's so many leagues still coming, and we are still guiding through the action here in our quarter-final. Tuga was 1-0 down. He came back. He was 2-up. We thought the game was done. And then Hidalgo scored an 89th minute equaliser. Ryan Pessoa, how do you see these next 30 minutes going?
Similar to how we saw the previous 90, to be honest with you. I think both players will be more tentative than they were beforehand, because in extra time, you tend to do so anyway. There may be a few gaps that could open up, because I felt like both players had opportunities in regulation time where they could have played passes forward and they didn't. They sort of turned back and then waited and played those horizontal passes.
Who wins this?
I'm still going to say Tuga, but it genuinely could go either way. That's not even a cop-out answer, but I wouldn't be surprised if Hidalgo won. I wouldn't be surprised if Tuga won. He's in.
What a ball that is. Williams is through. Tuga will take the lead for a third time.
One slip. That's all it takes. You lose concentration. You forget that there's a runner. That is all it takes on FC 26. It may not even look like that pass is even on, Brandon. For some people who aren't familiar with the way the meta is played, but that pass is always on. I said it the moment it was played or about to be played. And then it just comes down to, can he trust himself with precision shooting inside the box? And throughout this tournament with Tuga, it's been a formality, to be honest with you.
Back to Hidalgo. How can he find another goal back? If it wasn't Nico Williams, it was Inaki Williams down the other end. 3-2 Malaga lead. But there is a long old time left of extra time here. 25 in game, and it's still to be played. Rashford.
Careful for the finesse. He's dangerous.
Is he looking? Still Rashford. Maybe a bit too long on the ball there.
It's a gift, you know. Oh, he's giving it straight back.
Bellingham does enough. We'll just take the pressure off. 10 minutes played of extra time. 20 just left on the clock. Tuga looking for a fourth. Can he find his brother Inaki Williams? Nicholas at the back post. Goes off the line. Alex Ramiro was nowhere to be seen.
You know what? I don't even want to be critical because I don't mind him shooting that. But he did have a little bit more time to take a touch because the defender was so away from him. He can play him again.
He might get another chance here though, Ryan. Pedri.
Surely.
Into Cruyff. Is that the gap between one of the strongest players we've seen here in this season's competition? Maybe he is just too good for Hidalgo in this one.
I was wondering where his other centre-back was. I was a bit confused with that, but so much space. Now we're falling into Tuga territories. This is his bread and butter. He's up by 2 goals. If he defends this, he'll be in a very, very handsome position.
Get into half-time, a 2-goal lead. And at that point, it just becomes all about how he's going to manage these last 15 minutes. Surely half-time, Ryan, if you're Hidalgo, what have you got to lose? You just got to go for it.
Yeah, Tuga's got a minute added on here. I wonder if he's going to push forward. I think it's sensible to go for a last attack, you know. He's triggering runs. Pay attention to Cruyff there in the middle and Nico Williams, who's onside.
Inaki Williams,
Lovely.
Cruyff, extra pass, Nico Williams! Tuga leads 5-2. And we're not even at half-time.
Forgot about Inaki, man. I thought it was Nico Williams down that side. He manages to play that ball across. This is perfect. Into Cruyff. Takes a touch as well and then tucks it away. Tuga will find himself a spot. I think that's semi-finals.
I think your reaction said it all on that goal, Ryan. You were impressed, weren't you, with
Beautiful.
He worked the chance.
I think for me, if Tuga went out from this game, he would look back and upon reflection be very disappointed that I felt like he went into his shell a little bit. He sort of forgot what he was doing from yesterday and in the regular season, throughout the season as well. But he can be expansive, he can create chances, and when he does, because of how good defensively he is, he's an absolute menace when he's in full flow.
Well, this is the game plan for Hidalgo on the right-hand side. Julie comes on at right midfield. He has got more options on the bench there, but he's only going for the French hero. The gap just looks a bit too big. Of course, keep in mind how they qualify for this. Tuga was top of the table. He won every single game in Barcelona at the group stages. Hidalgo was 24th. He was the last player to squeeze through into the cup. He got here by goal difference. If he conceded just one more goal in the group phase, he wouldn't have even been here. So the fact he's made it to the top 8 in itself is absolutely incredible. I always say it there, Ryan, when you play against a player that's right on the top form, it's how long can you contain them for?
Yeah.
There's only so long you can contain them for.
And also, when you have those moments to sort of put a nail in the coffin and you don't take it, that Bale chance, I'm sorry, we're going to have... I hope that they're able to look back at that afterwards on the desk, because that is a vital, vital moment in this game. Because if Hidalgo goes 2-0 up, with the way he was defending, I think he lost confidence from that moment. I think there was 10 bodies there behind the ball.
Probably the most frustrating 15 minutes you will play. I mean, the chat, a load of love for Tuga coming through. I mean, chat, I'm sure you can agree, this might be the best Tuga we have seen in quite some time, to be honest. He just seems different out there this season. Of course, he qualified for the FC Pro Open. He was amongst the best 24 players in the world. He just felt like that extra bit of experience, of course, those weeks in London where he was competing against some of the top players has really helped him. I'll be honest, if Hidalgo gets a touch of this, I'll be surprised.
Yeah. So what we said earlier about game management with Tuga, he's just booted it out as soon as I said that, though, but it doesn't even matter. 7 minutes to get 3 goals to get into a penalty shot. It's not going to happen. Unfortunately for Hidalgo and Villarreal, they had a fantastic tournament. We've mentioned a few times on the cusp of being eliminated and only made it here based on goal difference. But then yesterday was sensational to win 2 games. And I think for the upcoming finals in a few weeks or so time, I think will help him a lot. He's going to get a chance to get a consolation goal that was saved. Again, a tiny bit of keeper movement.
He'll be looking forward now to a semi-final. Question is, who will he play? We'll be commentating on that next game for you live here. Nicholas against Leandro Peixoto. Game, set, match. Tuga's on his way to the semi-finals.
Yeah, if it wasn't done already, Tuga just wanted to add a little bit more on top of the cake there to make it look like it wasn't even close.
How this game has changed, by the way. We had 2 shots in about 60 minutes. Now we've had 8 goals in extra time. Well, added time of just 1 minute. Is Tuga on for a 7th?
No mercy.
Not quite. Full-time result in your first quarter-final. Hidalgo eliminated alongside Villarreal. But Tuga, the unbeaten story continues. It is now 8 unbeaten in Spain this year, from league phase to cup. He's on his way to a semi-final and a guaranteed top 4. At this moment, Ryan, why can't he go the full way? Why can't he at least be in the grand final?
It's definitely possible. Of course, if we're playing the likes of Nicholas or LGR in that next round, whoever wins it, of course. But yeah, I felt like for periods of the game, it's a bit laboured. I don't think he was that great offensively, especially. But then once he conceded, and I feel like he smelt blood. Once Hidalgo missed that chance, Tuga felt like this was his to win, and he scored straight off of that and then didn't look back.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, a massive result for him. We went from having 1 shot in, what, 50 minutes or so of the game, and then the game exploded. As you said, it was just how long could Hidalgo keep Tuga under wraps? And as soon as we went into extra time, it just got a little bit uncomfortable. As we said, commiserations, Hidalgo, Villarreal are out here in Gran Canaria, but Tuga is through and the unbeaten streak continues. That's it from commentary in our first quarter-final. It's back to Nicole and the guys to break down what we just saw there.
Thank you, guys. What a first quarter-final we just saw. I don't know, by the way, how Ryan Pessoa is standing up there in a T-shirt. Bold.
He's got a coat right next to him. If we went to the camera now, I bet he's in the coat. I bet he's back in the coat already.
Just freezing, shivering with a cup of tea. Guys, what did you make of that game that we just saw? Because at one point, it really looked like Hidalgo might take the win, and we were a little bit surprised. Obviously, it then turned around and Tuga got the win, as most people would have been expecting. But Hidalgo, good start, Rich.
No, a great start. And we were watching this game, obviously, Grav, quite intently. Defensively from Hidalgo, he wasn't offering enough pressure-wise to put Tuga in any sort of uncomfortable situation. The big moment, I don't think we've got it in the replays, was 65th minute. He missed two massive chances to go 2-0 up. 1-0 to 2-0, it's a completely different story, Grav. And as soon as Tuga felt as though we were in the game, he killed the game.
That's the thing, we always mention how FC26 is a game of playstyles, and you gotta know that you're playing against Alex Ramiro with the footwork plus.
Yeah.
Even though, because it was an attack with Gareth Bale to make it 2-0, and it could have been a finesse. It's not the plus playstyle, but it's a silver one. And I think if it was just a finesse, that would be 2-0. I don't know about game done, but it's just those mistakes. He went for a low driven, it was saved, and then Tuga, massive result at the end.
It felt like that was the real turning point, and we said it here, and then we heard Brandon and Ryan say it, and then literally Tuga scored straight after that, where Hidalgo will now be kicking himself, won't he, that he didn't capitalise on that and go 2-0 up.
Do you know what I think it was?
Go on, Rich.
It just looked like he ran out of steam, Hidalgo. He was playing relatively well in the game, and as soon as Tuga scored, I only saw Tuga winning. Even when Hidalgo got back to 2-2 and went into extra time, it felt to me watching as Tuga is only going... The only winner of this game is Tuga. Hidalgo might have won on penalties. You remember the last round he won?
Yeah.
On penalties against Policaris. So, yeah, I think it just ran out of steam. Tuga deserved to win. And look, the Tuga to the final story continues.
Yeah, we can have a look here at the bracket. So Tuga gets another win here and goes through to the semi-finals. But his opponent, well, we'll find out next who that will be. Either LJR Peixoto or Nicholas.
Oh, wow.
What a game. What a semi-final that will be, Gravison. Whoever he goes up against.
I'm thinking Tuga is still unbeaten.
Yeah,
He
8
is.
wins.
8 wins in a row now, and I'm looking forward to Nicholas, because Nicholas played really good in the regular season. He was not the best, but he played really good. Yesterday, it was outstanding, and every single Spanish player was speaking to me, just saying, Nico will definitely win this tournament, because
Really?
on practice, on warm-ups, he's just a level above of everyone. So I'm curious to see how he's going to match up against LJR Peixoto in, I would say, the biggest match for him coming up to this date in the league. He's played really good against lower opponents. Now it's a tougher one with just a step above. So let's see if Nico is able to win.
Well, we're going to see him in action next. And like we said, he is facing LJR Peixoto. Oh, I think this is going to be so good. And Rich, I know we said in the regular season, we were all a little bit disappointed with LJR Peixoto. And we can say that because of how good he is, right? So it's kind of, we're praising him. We're like, we know what you can do. You just weren't really showing it, at least on the first day. Yesterday, he had a good day, didn't he? And he will have that momentum. And you'd think he'll be backing himself that he could get a win against Nicholas.
Do you know what I think it is? For LJR, I actually think it's less about confidence, momentum, all those sort of things that we can describe players as. He is the best example of playing up to your opponent or playing down. If he's playing against someone that he doesn't think is that good, he doesn't play that well.
Right.
Look at the game against Oberon. That's his toughest test so far, and he beat him by 4 goals. He played really, really well. These two have played 4 times during their sort of esports career, especially in tournaments. LJR's got 2 wins against him.
Okay.
1 draw, and then Nicholas has won once. However, the last time they played, Pro Open 25, Nicholas beat him 6-1.
I wonder if that will be living in his mind, Gravison.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure, that's always on your mind. Not only those matches, but the matches that you play in warm-ups and back at home as well. You're thinking about how maybe if you played against Nicholas and you lost 10-2, 10-3, that's always stuck on your mind. I'm curious to see how LGR Peixoto is going to turn up today, because it feels like throughout the whole season, you can get the bad Peixoto or the good Peixoto in a whole different day. So let's see how he plays. On the other side of things, Nicholas, I just don't see a way in which LGR Peixoto stops him. Maybe with Griezmann we saw.
Did we not say that last year though? We said who's going to stop Nicholas at the Cup?
And then it was Sanchez.
And he lost 6-5. He was obviously very frustrated with that loss, but he's not unbeatable. No player's unbeatable. No player's invincible.
Well, maybe Tuka.
Maybe. I also think LJR, from his perspective, I don't think Nicholas would look at it like this, but I think LJR certainly would. If he wins this game, this is, in a lot of our eyes, this is the final. If he wins this game, there's nothing stopping him. This is arguably the toughest player he's going to play before he lifts the trophy, if he was to win the Cup.
Well, didn't you say earlier to me, off camera, Rich, that you think LJR Peixoto might win the Cup?
I did, but then I also said to get to the final, so something's not adding up here.
The maths ain't mathing. The only thing I wanted to pick up on, though, Grav, with what you said is, you're right that we kind of don't always know what to expect from LJR Peixoto at the moment, but could that lack of consistency be his downfall?
Yeah, most definitely. I'm curious to see how he turns up today. I'm curious to see how he uses Griezmann. He scored 5 goals against Open with Griezmann. That's the main man. Let's see how he turns up.
Okay.
I think Shota wins.
Do you?
I think Nicholas wins.
Oh, I can't wait to see this. Right, it is time to head back to our casters. Brandon Ryan, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, guys. He's not got the jacket on yet, all right? he has got one literally just under the desk. You can't quite see it. The guys who've just been speaking on the desk, they're in conversation who they think is going to come out on top.
Yep.
Nicholas has not conceded a goal since he's been on the ground here in Gran Canaria. And look, every time you bat against Nicholas, he normally comes forward. But can Leandro Peixoto... Oh, maybe we should stop camera. Will he stop him?
I don't know. The thing about LJR, it's a weird one because I like my analogies. You remember, it's like a pack of Rebels. Remember those back in the days? You don't know what you're going to get.
The cinema race, so yeah.
They still sell those. I didn't even know that was still fun.
Like you get hit with an orange,
exactly.
And next thing you know, you might get a small caramel.
But am I getting a caramel and I'm delighted with that? Or am I getting a coffee one and I'm spitting it out and putting it in the bin?
Or are you getting or just a full chocolate one?
You could get lucky. I don't know what LGR we're going to get. That's his draft on the screen there. We saw it yesterday. It poised well. It done well for him, of course. You can see the options he has on the bench. Also, wait, sorry. I was going to say, where's Griezmann? Sorry, that's Hidalgo's draft. Ignore me. They put the wrong one up there. But either way, Gravison mentioned about Griezmann being a key factor for LGR. We saw yesterday against Oberon. That performance from Griezmann with the finesse shots, it was very, very potent for him. And basically got him to this stage, because if it wasn't for that performance in the latter stages of that game against Oberon, he could be out. But then on the other side, Nicholas, you mentioned he hasn't scored, or hasn't conceded a goal. He's been pretty much flawless up until the stage. The only person to beat him throughout the regular season was D. Fernandez, who's on the other side of the bracket. For me, this is his hardest game.
Well, look, they've played 4 times before, these two. Nicholas has won 2 of those games. Peixoto has won 1. They drew 1. Then last time they played was back in the FC Pro Open group stages, back in 2015. Not this year, the year before. They're in the same group. And Nicholas won that game 6-1. Cannot forget as well that Real Sociedad were the champions of this cup last year. Of course, they've changed players since. The Emre Yilmaz out, Nicholas in. It's not a bad trade-off.
Yeah.
Well, we have got the drafts on screen. You mentioned a pack of rebels. Who's the coffee pick in the draft?
In this one, I actually like the whole team. I know De Jong doesn't have intercept. I think that's the downside. He's missing a couple important play styles, but I think the draft is very, very strong in my opinion.
Yeah, Ronald Koeman as well. How good is he? Being alongside Araujo, who has been the most popular defender here in the FC Pro La Liga stages. Nicholas not happy with something by the looks of it. He's just been to the admin and making sure his team is locked in, and He's ready to play. YouTube chat, Twitch chat, we can see you. Who do you think wins this, Nicholas or LJR? Give us your prediction.
How about you give us yours?
Nicholas wins 4-3.
Don't take that for granted, chat. You don't get that from Brandon very often. That's a 1 in a million prediction. I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say Nicholas. I think Nicholas wins. This is the correct LJR draft. Apologies from before. The Griezmann there, you saw left midfield. And the rest of the team picks itself. He's got, well, starting anyway with the draft with Jude Bellingham and Julie on the bench. You can see Regueira and Valverde, 2 strong options that come off of the bench as well to impact the game.
We're still waiting to get this one underway.
Reminds me of last year with Nicholas.
Someone in the chat went, why did it take you so long to say Nico?
Because I don't know. It's a tough one because I don't know. Like I said, I need to see what LJ I'm getting.
Well, we are underway for this one. Villarreal out. But can Valladolid take down the defending cup champions Real Sociedad? It's Nicholas versus LGR Peixoto in our second quarter-final. Winner plays Tuga in the semi-final stages of this year's competition. Speaking of Nicholas, this might be his first chance of the game for Griezmann.
Yeah, I know what LJ I'm getting. That looked shaky. He's lucky to not concede there, but hopefully that's just a wake-up call and he doesn't get familiar with the way that defending pattern was. He was so passive, but then he's down the other end where Nicholas is very strong defensively and manages to win the ball back.
Cruyff finds Bellingham now. It's Nicholas's first chance. And it's Nicholas's first goal of the game.
He didn't learn his lesson, actually. Second attack from Nicholas. LGR's defending. Am I missing something here? So passive. I don't even think he activated team press as well, which obviously, unfortunately anyway, is a key aspect of the meta now. And when you don't do that, you see the amount of opportunities Nicholas could have had to, he could have done anything he wanted.
Attention please, Mr. Lee Goddard, please report to the main reception. We have your one experts, Mr. Lee Goddard.
He's got him.
Bale. Oh, Alston not got him.
We could have found an equaliser straight away. Corner. Good defending there, but can start an attack of his own. Look at the play look to Cruyff.
Already big chances down both ends of this game.
Complete flip to the game we saw just before this.
Bale. Leandro Peixoto. There's the cutback. There's the equaliser. Peixoto back in the game already against Nicholas. You feel like this one's going to go right down to the wire.
Just a simple goal. Runs towards the byline, plays it back. And Jude Bellingham puts it into the back of the net.
And just like that, we are all square between these two. Regardless of who's going to win the game, Ryan, what do you reckon the score's going to be?
Say 4-3. Is that what you said? I think you said 4-3 as well.
4-3, yeah. I said Nicholas is going to win as well. You copying me there as well?
I think it will be close.
Griezmann tipped around the post for another corner. I mean, chat, you tell us predictions on this one. I reckon 7 goals, 4-3. Nicholas to win. I mean, at this point, you'd even say maybe extra time. Bellingham. Griezmann. He runs into the brick wall of Araujo, of course, the SBC item that's been so popular.
Nicholas uses R1, not just for dribbling, but to call players short so well.
Griezmann. Still Griezmann now. Is he not finished that? Valverde just got a block in the way.
Yeah, combination of awful defending and great defending in the end to retrieve the ball there, because I feel like if he shot, it would have gone in. But initially, again, I don't understand why there's so much space. It's got him.
Bellingham. Yamal will turn. Araujo will again will just stand in the way. With the anticipate plus that makes all the difference. Nicholas.
Good step.
And for another hump forward. Xavi. Finds Griezmann, Pedri. Into Bale now. Is there a cutback available again? Leandro Bichota, will he win a corner? No, goes for a goal kick. I mean, he's getting into the right areas already, Ryan, isn't he? He's making it difficult for Nicholas.
Yeah, offensively, I think he's been pretty good, to be honest. He's causing a threat to Nicholas. He's making him have to defend. But I think defensively, I'm just...
Oh, what a ball that is. Nicholas could be through. Bellingham, can he chip the keeper? Finesses him. And just as we were speaking about the plaudits of how good LJR has been, Nicholas on one simple counter-attack will unlock and pick the door.
Yeah, I didn't get to finish my sentence. I was about to say, defensively, I feel like he's been all over the place. And that one there, I'm not going to be as harsh on, because it's a difficult, because you see the pass from a few steps before it's even made because of the triggering of runs, which, again, it's FC 26. You know what to expect when those players are triggered. You know those first-time through balls are very effective to creating one-on-one opportunities or goal-scoring chances. That's not even what I was going to be critical of him on defending those ones. I'm being critical of him in and around the box. It's like Nicholas is allowed to take space for no reason.
Nicholas again now. Keep that run. An eye on that run of Jude Bellingham. It's just offside. Let's pull back for a free kick anyway. Well, Ronald Koeman steps over this one. We know that he's got a ridiculously powerful free kick. Is Nicholas going to try and score this?
You know?
With Ronald Koeman off the bar.
I was going to say, Ronald Koeman, I'm pretty certain, has dead ball silver as well. And Nicholas, we know from for years now, all those set pieces, you can't, it doesn't even matter how far out it is. He always seems to find a way to create a chance from it.
Is it on Ronald Koeman's normal item? He's good at free kicks as well.
I think it's his play style, dead ball plus. I'm going to check that. I can't. Let me check.
And a question for the chat. In his career, at what stage of his career was he known for free kicks? Was it just an add-on that's been brought into FC for him? Here's Bellingham now looking for a third finesse. Can't get past Jan Oblak.
Yeah, he's got dead ball on his base item as a playstyle plus. On this one, of course, it's the silver one because his 2 playstyle pluses are intercept and bruiser.
What part of his career, chat, was he known for free kicks? That's the question I want to ask you guys. Well, as LJR looks to build up. We have got a special guest joining us, and even more so because he's going to be playing the winner of these two players. Tuga, welcome onto our English broadcast. More so, congratulations, you are in the semi-finals. A quick word on that game, because we had 2 shots in 60 minutes. Next thing you know, we're in extra time when there was 8 goals.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a tough game, to be honest. Probably the toughest from the last 5-6 matches here in La Liga. Hidalgo played really well. He pressed me a lot at the beginning of the game. I had like the first shot at minute 60 or something like that.
Yeah.
But I managed to do a comeback. I was confident from the moment that I drew the game, and honestly, it went really well.
How was Hidalgo stopping you, maybe from playing, or was it just you weren't playing great yourself? Like, explain how that happened, because it felt like, for me and Ryan on commentary, there was only so long he could contain you for, and then you got the better of him and you were on top of him.
Honestly, he pressed really well, like my build-up and everything. But honestly, I think it was a bit more of how I build up, and my timings of my triggers weren't really well at the beginning of the game. Then my coach told me that, like I was triggering too much the center midfielder, and instead of doing with the winger, and I changed that, and it was really better from the last minutes of the game.
I feel like a key moment in that game was when Hidalgo was winning 1-0. He had that opportunity from the corner to make it 2-0. I think from that moment, I felt like it sort of knocked him a little bit confidence-wise, and I feel like you started to grow into the game because you scored straight from that attack.
Yeah, he could have scored like the second goal twice. One it was that corner. The other one, I think it was one from Bale.
Yeah.
And he didn't. And from that moment, I understood that probably the game was on my side, and I take advantage of that, of course. Yeah.
Well, you are unbeaten still as well, too. Get 8 unbeaten in La Liga FC Pro this year. It's not a bad stat to have. You and Di Fernandes are the only 2 players that have been unbeaten. It's safe to say the Portuguese flag is waving proudly in Spain here.
Yeah, absolutely. We are really proud of our performance, and let's continue with this journey.
A lot of love for you in the chat as well, too. Got a lot of Portuguese fans coming in, enjoying your gameplay. A word for your support?
Yeah, I got a lot of message from these past few days, and in the regular season, people supporting me, doing some positive thoughts about my gameplay, and I'm really happy. Yeah.
Someone in the chat coming in, Tuga, saying Rafa Cardoso has said you've been incredible today. He's enjoying what he's seeing. Of course, 2 wins away from lifting the trophy. You've done it before in a 2v2 environment for Atletico Madrid. You sensing there could be the same feeling today, or?
I'm confident, to be honest. I think I'm playing a good FC 26 gameplay. Obviously, I'll face a really good opponent in the FC 26 here in the semi-finals. Nico or Leandro will be a tough matchup, but let's see how it goes. Yeah.
I know. I feel like I know the answer already. A preference, I guess. And I feel like you're going to say it doesn't matter who, because they're both very good players. But in terms of the way you're playing, is there somebody that maybe you've played in practice that you haven't got the better of more out of the 2 of them?
To be honest, I play against both of them here and in regular season in practice matches, and sometimes I won, sometimes they won, so I think it was a 50-50 matchup. Obviously, if I don't do my best, and if I don't score the goals and the chances I get, I'll probably lose, but I'm confident for that match, although it's going to be a difficult one, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, any questions you got for Tuga, get them in the chat now about anything with FC, or maybe even the Liga FC Pro Cup. We're at half-time in this game. Ryan, I mean, Nicholas, LG has had chances, but Nicholas is in front by 2-1.
Yeah, I have the same sentiment as I did from the first 10 minutes of it. I feel like LGR going forward will always cause a threat. I feel like defensively, though, I feel like he's given Nicholas maybe a bit too much respect in some areas where he's backing off a lot, and he's allowing Nicholas just to take space with R1 dribbling with whoever it may be on the ball, just going up the pitch for several yards without even a tackle being put in.
What's your prediction for this game?
I will say I think LGR will come back. It's my prediction.
Well, he's certainly going to get chances, isn't he? He came alive yesterday.
Although LJR didn't get like a perfect regular season, I think he only did like some 10 points or something like that. Nico, I think, only lost against Di Fernandes. Then always won his matches, so...
But by his own standards, Tuga, I mean, it wasn't the best group phase from LGR. He would have wanted to be in the top 8.
Yeah. I thought, to be honest, that he would go in the top 8 for sure, but probably it cost him to adapt to this format, the draft system, the restriction, I don't know, but we need to count with LGR for the finals, of course.
Well, here comes Nicholas to kick us off in this second half, maybe with an opening goal. Bellingham still can't get round the 6-foot-plus frame of Jan Oblak.
That was such a fortunate double tap to go through.
Wins a corner, that one. Then recycled. I mean, a question for you, Tuga. What's the biggest difference you're finding from playing in the FC Pro Open to LALIGA FC Pro?
I think here in La Liga, I think the gameplay is a bit slower from what we saw and what we play in the FC Pro Open, the online qualifiers. And I think it's not like a direct gameplay, and we see always Nicholas not doing that so much here. Although LGR continues to be always direct, as he always was, but Nicholas, I think is more like me on that gameplay, trying to have a slow build-up to see any gap between the defenders, and of course in that moments to do some damage. Yeah.
Well, the tough part here, Ryan, as well for Tuga, he's going to be running into players from the FC Pro Open, and then also sort of these unknown Spanish names to a degree that are also just as difficult to play against.
Do you find that, obviously being Portuguese in the Spanish league, I know you've been here quite a few years now, holding a second or good last-ditch tackle. Do you find it a little bit more difficult, like maybe players play up to the occasion a little bit more because you're not obviously from Spain?
I think in these type of leagues, especially La Liga, I think all things are really balanced. We saw Mark being eliminated yesterday, we saw Shosita as well, we saw NEAT, some theoretically favorites to maybe get to the final or to win that title are out, and I think it's because this is all balanced in this gameplay. I think it's a bit different from the FC Pro Open one, and we need to give our best, because if we don't score in the first 2-3 chances we get, we might lose. Yeah.
Well, Tuga, we're going to let you go and prepare for your semi-final in a few hours' time. Good luck. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Keep doing it. That was Tuga there. Of course, Portuguese Pro, one of two that are in the knockout stages still. He is unbeaten this season, 8 games played across the regular season, and he has not lost a single game. We'll be playing the winner of these two in the semi-final. But I mean, look, Ryan, typical to professional as always, and just one game at a time.
Yeah, he's a lovely guy as well.
Speaking of Nicholas, by the way, he could be on for a third here. If that can get through to Bellingham, which he will, I tell you what.
No, I'll be honest,
He's fortunate how it's going through, but he's also getting saved by Jan Oblak.
That is so lucky. If that went through and scored, that is a difficult one to solve if you're LJR, because it shouldn't even get there. We saw yesterday with LGR, these are the games where he always hangs in. He always stays in the conversation of potentially winning it. And we saw yesterday against Oberon where it was, 4-3, 4-4 around the 70-odd minute, and he managed to pull away, scoring 4 goals with Griezmann. Are we going to see a repeat? He's in.
An extra pass. Can he get round the defender? Griezmann can't get round Valverde. And then a moment for Nicholas just to take a breather.
Look at the top side of the pitch, just the way he triggers all of those runs. It's a big opportunity, you know. Oh, still he gets the ball with Cruyff, tries a double tap pass, intercepted. Last 20 minutes. Can LJR pull something out the bag to try and keep his tournament alive?
20 minutes away from doing so. Xavi finds Bellingham. LJR, can he unpick the puzzle of Nicholas?
To that offside trap, the team press. Yeah, he's just getting swarmed. Gets it back straight away, though.
I have to remember as well, it was only last year that Nicholas fell at this stage in the tournament.
Is that a foul? He gets a free kick for that.
He lost to Hugo Sanchez last year. It's his goals to 5 in this very moment. It looks like this season he might be going one step closer. These are the words of Juanma, who will be guiding Nicholas through these last 15 in-game minutes or so. But what can he do? Potentially of a win here actually this season for Nicholas. He could be joining the likes of Anders Verga as the second player to break $1 million in prize earnings. I thought Nicholas was going to be the first player to get there first.
Yeah.
He won't be far behind him though, I'll tell you that.
He can shoot, you know. This is scoring range.
Can he score from this far out? Ronald Koeman, as we know, dead ball specialist. With 6 players in the wall.
I think that's a goal, you know.
Is there a way round? Should he have put a player on the line? Ronald Koeman steps up, takes a deflection off the wall.
You have to put that extra player in the wall to prevent it going on target. Or forcing the keeper to make a save, I mean.
A few people in the chat, Ryan, asking what formation both these two are playing.
I think it looks like...
Is it a 4-5-1 or a 4-4-1-1?
I'll see after the throw when it all sets up. That's a 4-5-1 for Nicholas.
It might be the same on the other side for LGR. Cruyff into Bellingham! And that might be the goal to send Nicholas through to the semi-finals. You look back on the game at key moments where LJR should have done more of his chances. And to follow that question up as well, Richie's Gustavo in the chat. So what is the best formation to use right now, Ryan, in your opinion?
I feel like it obviously depends a little bit because if you want to play the 4-5-1 and 4-4-1, you can. I feel like 4-5-1 for me is more suited to competitive gameplay. I feel like if you're going to play that in Champs, I'd be bored, to be honest with you. I'd be bored playing that in Champs. I feel like you got a little bit more patient, trigger the runs. And if that's the way you play, that's completely fine. As I said, 4-4-1-1 is very, very popular. I use the 4-4-2 personally. But yeah, as I say, I think 4-5-1 in competitive gameplay is what the vast majority would be using.
He is deep into the tactics now on both sides. Some of the chat today about a 4-2-3-1-2.
Oh, with the left mids and right mids. Again, I feel like Richard loves that formation. Again, I feel like it depends on what you're playing. If you're playing Champs, that's a formation. If you really struggle defensively, you can use that. But again, I would just feel it'd be a bit boring for me. But it just depends on what you're trying to achieve from the game.
In saying that, I think Rich has added an extra player onto the pitch there. 4-2-3-1-2. I think that's 12 players, isn't it?
That's the second variation of it.
Yeah, he must have been the second variation. 10 minutes left for LJR to keep his tournament alive. If not, we'll be seeing him back in the league finals on the 11th of April.
Similar to Hidalgo, you could argue they've come in and got what they needed to do, which was to get their spot into the finals in April. But for both players, they would have had ambition to go further. I just feel like they've met their match, or met somebody that is just operating at a higher level.
Take more time off the clock of his Nicholas now. Doesn't really need to score again.
Does so well. It's unlucky there as well. Those precision passes over the top, he's able to just aim it exactly where he wants it. But then the touch was, I think, unnecessarily heavy.
Yamal and Bellingham just about linking up. Four in-game minutes left. And I think we can start looking towards one guaranteed semi-final. Nicholas against Tuga, which will plan to be a great one, no doubt.
Very, very smart from Nicholas there. He knows he doesn't want to give possession away. Just take as many seconds and minutes off of the clock.
Just perfect game management from the Iceman. Might not get one more goal just to seal the deal. Thought he might have even played an extra pass there into Bellingham.
Yeah, as a player, these last 10 minutes or so, it's painful. Painful, because you're not really getting possession, and when you do get it, you start to panic and think you have to go forward because time's ticking. You might not see the ball again, so you rush, you give possession straight back, and by the time you realise it's the 90th minute +1, even if he does score, it doesn't mean anything, and that's that, Brandon.
That is it, game, set, match. Nicholas will play Tuga in the semi-finals here in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. And I mean, look, there was moments in the game, LGR had chances. I'll tell you what, though, Jan Oblak saved LGR a few times. I don't know how the ball was getting through, Ryan. He said it would have been very fortunate, but I think 2 or 3 opportunities there. Another day, those go in.
Yeah, I think both players had more opportunities to score. I think Nicholas deserved to win. I wasn't impressed with LJR's defending for periods of the game, especially at the start, but he done well after that moment. But then you could argue it's too late against somebody like Nicholas.
Yeah, absolutely. Nicholas through again to the semi-final stages. He will, of course, be playing against Tuga. That's the top side of the bracket done. There's still 2 more huge games to come, including another Portuguese player, 2 Brazilians, and the only other Spanish player left in the competition. That's it from the gantry up here on Tier 5 in the stadium. Back to you guys down to break down what you saw there. What do you make of it? One semi-final locked in.
Yeah, really exciting. I cannot wait for that semi-final. I also like that Ryan Pessoa was doing a little, I think it was just to warm up the hands. But it's all right because they'll be running down here now to join me at the desk so they can get warm for a bit. But guys, that was a really good game, actually. Not a goal fest, but I didn't think that it would be with these two because they were fairly evenly matched, Rich.
Yeah, they were. I think LJR played really well. I've just noticed, if you've got who I am, Richard Buckless.
Ever the professional.
Say that off very quickly. No, LJR, I thought, played really well in this game. And I thought he had quite a few chances, especially in the second half, to get back into the game. But Nicholas just has a way of winning when he doesn't play that well, Grav. And I think we showed it again here.
That's what I think sets him apart from other people. I would say similar to Tuga in a way.
Yeah.
He can play bad and still be alive to his match. And I would say LJR Peixoto deserved, I think, a couple of goals when he was 2-1 down. I thought he was playing better in the first half. He was playing better in the first 60 minutes, I would say. But it wasn't enough. And to be fair, even though Nico qualified for the semifinals, I'm not impressed by that performance, and I thought Eliar Peixoto played a good match.
Can I ask you, Graf, what weren't you impressed by then in that performance from Nicholas?
I feel like what we'd seen from Nicolas through the regular season and yesterday, he just plays at a really high pace throughout the whole match, and he gets 15, 20 good chances per game. This game was completely different. Even though he scored goals, I don't think we saw the Nicolas that everyone's been talking about, players and coaches. That Nicolas that dominates the game, that has 15 chances. So let's see if he turns up for Tuga, but still, he got the win.
Exactly, and we can have a look at the bracket here. And like you just said, Grafson, he got the win. So does it really matter the way he approached it, Rich?
No, it doesn't. But I think if you're Malaga and Tuga watching that game, yes, you're playing against Nicholas in the semi-final, but you look at the performance, you analyse the actual game itself, there's nothing to be scared of there. And Tuga's not one of those players that would be scared going into a game against anybody. He relishes the opportunity. But especially, I actually think we're far from the semi-final, but given the two quarter-final performances, I think Tuga's favourite in that game.
Oh, Rich, you're still talking about the Iceman, Nicholas. We know what he can do, even like we've just seen there, right? You just said yourself, Gravison, he wasn't playing to the best of his ability. He still won against a really good opponent as well. So you surely can't write him off already.
I'm not writing him off, I'm just saying Tuga's favourite, which I think he is.
Put the words in your mouth.
I know.
We'll talk about this, Rich, but we're going to head to a quick break now. We'll see you on the other side.
Too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones, and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it. We left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Assassination, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. We can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for a play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exes. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? Keep my feet on the ground. If I told you I was ready right this minute, I just wanna go and lay you down. you right this minute? Do you think that it would turn you on?
I'm not a joyride, a hit and run. I thought I loved you and you thought I was fun. I'm moving on down the road. Watch me as I go, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way. Best of luck. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I got a new love. He runs for miles. 67 fastback. Oh, it's just my style. We're headed down the road. Just enjoy the show. Watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on.
Welcome back. We are live from Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. And as you can see, we are joined on the desk by Brandon Smith, Ryan Pessoa, but more importantly, Nicholas. Nicholas, thank you so much for joining us. We just watched your game against LJR Peixoto. How did you find that, firstly?
I mean, for the first game of the day, it's really tough.
Yeah.
But we are already in top 8, top 4, so there is always a tough player there. But it was really good for me because there was some motivation for me, not against Leandro. If not, it's a tough match. So I really like to play those kind of matches, and I think I did really well.
You're not scared of any opponent, are you?
No, never.
I love that.
Last year, you got knocked out in the quarterfinals, of course, Hugo Sanchez. This year, you've just beaten LJR. You play Tuga next. Excited for that game? I mean, he's unbeaten at the moment. Can you break the unbeaten streak?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, as I say, there is always a tough match right now because top 8, top 4. But let's see. I mean, Tuga is a little bit boring to play because possession stuff, and also it's really tough in defense. But let's see. What can I do?
Obviously, looking at the other
Peixoto, at least to win it, I think is more confident. So I think the confidence was already high, and right now is on top.
I like that. I'm like, you need to be quick because we're going to a break. We're not going to go to a break. I'm just messing with you. But you're always feeling like you're confident. And I suppose as a player, right, you kind of have to enter every tournament, every game with that mental side. But that's something that you actively work on as well, right?
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes, for example, for me right now, what is working really good is to play with headsets, like with the AirPods, for example, to just noise canceling. So I'm feeling more comfortable. I don't listen to anything, so I feel really comfortable. So, and I think that helps you to be more focused and that stuff. So I think that's it.
Question. Ryan's wearing a t-shirt outside today. Does he need to wear a jumper? Is it cold?
For me, he doesn't need it.
No?
No.
Everyone yesterday was complaining.
I really like cold.
The Iceman says it. The Iceman says it, Brandon. We listen, you see?
It makes sense.
And Ryan, I don't know if you asked Nicholas earlier on, but did you ask who is going to win the cup this weekend?
He's going to say himself.
I hope myself. I hope myself.
Fair play. All right, it's time to kick off the next game. So let's head up to Richard and Grafferson.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. Great to hear from Nico and the guys.
I don't agree with Nicholas. It's way too cold in here.
Yeah, it's chilly. It's chilly up here. Myself, Richard Booker, alongside Gravison, up on the gantry for your next 2 quarter-final matchups. You're joining us live from the beautiful Estadio de Gran Canaria here in Las Palmas. The players are down on the stage, and that means one thing: action is going to continue. Apologies for any audio issues you might have heard there during the Nicholas interview, but you are back now, and we are live, coming to you direct. Di Fernandez and Nathan SR, the next matchup on the main stage. Gravison, what's your thoughts on this one?
I just think Di Fernandez is the favorite to win this lower part of the bracket, so I'm looking forward to seeing him play. We did talk a lot about Tuga being unbeaten. The other Portuguese player is still unbeaten as well. He got 5 wins and 1 draw, so I'm curious to see how he's going to perform today. But it's a tough match to start things with, because Nathan played 2 good matches yesterday, especially on attack. So curious to see how tactically he's going to attack to this match. I'm curious to see how they're both going to play. And Di Fernandez, Richard, just warming up his hands.
Yeah, he certainly is. We can see you at home as well in the chat. Let us know who you think is going to win this game, Nathan SR or Di Fernandez. He finished second in the group phase, the Di Fernandez, the Portuguese start. He had a very, very emphatic victory yesterday, as we can see what he's using on the pitch. A couple of interesting picks in there. Robert Perez, Frank Rijkaard. Off the bench, you're looking at Antoine Griezmann to make an impact, alongside Arda Güler. Anything interesting you like, not like in the team?
I'm a big fan of Team of the Year Pedri as a cam position. I'm not sure if Arda Güler is going to start instead of Lamine Yamal, but it's a good team, and I really like how Di Fernandez changes from 4-5-1 to the 4-4-1-1. He's really good just holding possession with the cam on that instance in which you don't know if you gotta press, you don't know if you gotta go to be aggressive with the center back, you don't know if you gotta just hold your center midfielder and try to defend with the AI. He's really dangerous in those situations, so I'm curious to see how Pedri is going to perform as a cam.
I think we're expecting goals in this one. When you look at both of these individual players in their round of 16 games, it was big wins for the pair of them. Nathan SR's team, we'll go through it very quickly because kickoff is right around the corner. Eder Militao and Araujo at the back, Griezmann alongside Johan Cruyff in the attacking areas and out wide. Look for Gareth Bale and Lamine Yamal to add a threat from wide. Here we go, underway. Kenneth from left to right in that all-yellow strip, and representing FC Andorra. Blue top, yellow shorts, red socks will be Nathan SR. First attack of the game, going to fall Di Fernandez's way, and look for plenty of that with Pedro, the technical dribbling, and then trying to find his attacking players to make the impact for him.
First thing that we're going to have a look at, it looks like it's a 4-4-1-1 on Cadiz's side with Pedri as a cam, Pires on the left wing, so that's what we saw back on the draft system. And then on the other side, FC Andorra with Bellingham and Kroos in the midfield. You can see the player lock coming in from, oh, that's great defense by number 4, Rijkaard.
Stood up to it because that was really nice interlinking play. You look at Lamine Yamal and the other attacking players. I think he might just be offside.
Yes.
Graham sort of taught me well.
Yes, he did. It's a 4-4-1-1 against 4-4-1-1, so we expect loads of attack and quick play, and those player locks have been amazing. Oh, post!
Early chance at both ends. We saw Lamine Yamal up top yesterday.
Yes.
And he's leading the line again here. I'm not infatuated by it, but it does certainly, if you are comfortable with positioning yourself and making the runs off your own back, it can be a very, very viable way of attacking. Here is Xavi, pinged into Yamal, and he finds the finesse shot, but a good save. Jan Oblak at full stretch.
I agree with you, Rich. I'm not a big fan of Lamine Yamal as a 9, but because of playstyles, it makes sense. But I'm not a fan, same as you.
Xavi dancing inside the box. Forlan falls to him, but just can't quite get a shot on target here, Di Fernandez. Early chance at both ends. Lamine Yamal with the incisive pass plus. Gareth Bale in on goal. The goalkeeper movement just made it an easy finish at the near post. And first blood to Nathan SR.
Really poor defense from Di Fernandez, because there was only Bale as a danger for him. As you can see, that player switch into the left wing, into the Alvaro Carreras was really late, which is something that you don't expect from a really good defender as Di Fernandez. And Nathan, good timing, and the keeper was out of position, and we all thought he was maybe gonna go for a finesse, maybe gonna go for a chip shot, but he was cool, calm, collected. It was a 1-0 with the right foot.
Just took that extra yard to see where the goalkeeper was going and simply slotted into a relatively empty net. Di Fernandez not faced much adversity yet.
No.
During the cup. Now he's back against the wall. There's Xavi linking up with Pedri. Finds Yamal, turns his man and fires into the top corner. We have got a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Big fan of this goal. He created a run with the midfielder, went for the player lock, but it was disguised, because as you can see, the ball didn't get to Xavi, it got to Lamine Yamal. There's a difference between the Lamine Yamal that we are seeing from Nathan. That's the Totti nominee version, which has that technical and incisive. On the other side, this Lamine Yamal is the prime time UCL one, which has a better shooting stats and also the finesse plus as a playstyle. So you will definitely see the Lamine Yamal from Nathan as more of a link-up play, and then the Lamine Yamal from Di Fernandez just trying to score goals. 1-1.
Griezmann out wide, a little bit of technical dribbling there, trying to force an entry into the box. That's where it starts to get a little bit nervy if you are defending. As soon as Nathan enters 18 yards and under, you have to be a little bit more careful in pulling players out of position. Lamine Yamal off the pass from Cruyff. Goals galore in Las Palmas.
Incredible goal by Lamine Yamal now on this side of things. The Team of the Year nominee version of him, and I gotta tell you, it was a good pass, as you can see, from Xavi to Bellingham, a pass into Cruyff, and then a simple tap-in from Lamine Yamal. It wasn't good, well defended by Di Fernandez. The first time, the mistake on the first goal was the player switching into the fullback. This time, I feel like the offside trap came a little bit too late. 2-1.
It's already been one reply from Di Fernandez, a necessary reply after he found himself 1-0 down. The big turning point in this game will be, can a player get control? Can they get a second and a third, or will it be constant basketball action almost? You attack, I attack. That's what it seems like we're playing at the moment. Diego Fallon out the back of the player lock, pass into the wide area.
Team press coming in now.
Yep. Just look to see the pass there. Talk to me about the team press, because obviously it's something that almost every player uses.
Ooh.
But is there a right and a wrong time to activate?
There are 3 parts in which you activate the team press. One on corners, I'm going to talk about that in just a second, because Forlan scores the second goal. It's the combination of the first touch playstyle with the finesse, and Diego Forlan from Uruguay scoring the second goal of the match so far for Cadiz. Coming back to your point, talking about team press. You should activate team press on corners when it's taken short. You should activate team press on the kickoff as well, because when you have the switch of play from the right or left back to left or right wing, if you activate the team press, it's going to be on a 1v1 situation and you'll probably win the header. And then when you're defending on the wing, on the byline, if you activate the team press, every single one of your plays is going to go in a 1v1 situation, defending against every single one of your attackers or your opponent's attackers. So it is really OP, and I'm sure, as Ryan mentioned yesterday, he's not a big fan. I'm not a big fan either.
Might not be a big fan, but it has to be used at this level. Every time Nathan comes forward, there is runners flying forward. Andorra shirts left, right and centre. Wherever you look, there seems to be attacking options for both players. That's a fortunate pass that managed to find its way into Forlan's feet there. He's turned the wrong way. Robo Perez. Look at the width that he's given as well, Perez, on that left-hand side, forcing Freeman out there. Someone in the chat says, shout out to all my Dales in the chat.
We have another prediction on the chat. As you mentioned before, Richard, you asked for predictions, and Lo Animal said it was going to be 5-3. But for who? You don't say who.
Well, there is 3. And that's Nathan SR with the 3rd goal of the game. I can give you a guarantee. I'll probably get quite low odds on it. That's not going to be the last goal we're going to see.
It was a good first time through ball to Johan Cruyff. And the Dutchman, as you can see, that pass from Lamine Yamal, which has been the player of the match so far from Nathan. That's 2 assists and 1 goal.
Which version do you prefer of Lamine Yamal? Because he's got a few different varieties of item. I think a lot of people got a flavour of Lamine Yamal with the Wilson SBC that came out when we got the Player of the Month, I think the 2nd Player of the Month,
yes.
Lamine Yamal with Tiki Taka Plus. Which is your sort of go-to? Obviously different play styles.
Yes.
Very similar stats, really, but it's the play styles that's a big difference.
I got every single one of them because I packed as untradeable both of them. I'm a bigger fan of the UCL one. I think he's little bit quicker. He has better shooting stats, and then the playstyles as well. The Finesse Plus, I feel like it's a great playstyle for a right wing. So, as I'm not a fan of putting Lamine Yamal as a striker out of position, I don't really like the Team of the Year nominee, but yeah, pretty much just that. I just don't like him.
Well, here is Lamine Yamal. Lovely passing inside. Forlan with the finish. What a pass. What a goal. What a game.
Wow. And I wasn't a big fan of Diego Forlan, the SBC, for this tournament. I wouldn't have picked him as my starting 9, but it feels like just the combination of the first touch. As you can see the replay, it's a R1, L1, double square, and it's just that first touch controlling it in a 180-degree angle. He twists, turns, and of course the finesse is going to come in and it's going to be a goal with the low driven, but it's just that first touch playstyle is so important for your strikers right now in the game. You said it, Richard. It was a question of, is someone going to be able to control this match? It doesn't look like it.
No, it looks like this is going to be constant back and forth action, really the way we like it. The winner of this game will play PH Zin or Marin in the semi-finals of the La Liga FC Pro Cup. With Nicolas Ortuga in the final, could Di Fernandez take the lead? Good save from Jan Oblak down at his right-hand post. Short corner played. In these areas, you talk about that first touch play style. He's happy to ping it into Diego Forlan, or over on that left-hand side, Robert Perez with the great control that he's got. Once he had forehand, he's happy to turn almost instantly and look for that instant shot.
It's really a 50-50 situation. If you guess it right, you'll get the ball, as Eder Militao did. But if you're wrong, it's going to be a goal.
Griezmann, finesse. Good save from your black.
Really hard to defend those situations. Eder Militao now. Nathan is, of course, he needs it, but he's been a little bit more aggressive with the centre-backs because he knows if he gives a few meters to Di Fernandez, he'll score goals. So he's been a bit more aggressive now with the centre-backs and with the centre midfielders as well.
Just offside there. I thought someone in the chat said there's going to be 20 goals in this game.
Don't know about that. Maybe if we go to extra time?
It certainly could be. Gareth Bale down the right-hand side. We've not seen much of the Welshman in this match so far.
No.
A lot of play down the middle of the pitch, bringing in Yamal and also Antoine Griezmann off the left. Freeman in an advanced position for Nathan SR. Finds Johan Cruyff, who again we've not seen too much of. It was Jude Bellingham. Just fake that play lock down the line, opens up a little bit of space for the Madridster. Drives into the box. Bale will take it over. Last chance of the half, falling to Nathan SR and FC Andorra. Toni Kroos with the low driven and a great save. Once again, Jan Oblak called into action. Last play of the half will be a corner floated into the box. There's Griezmann at the near post. I always say I don't like the short corner. It feels so strong and the success rate feels so high when you go to the back post and head it down. And at half-time, it will be Nathan SR leading against Di Fernandez.
Richie, you mentioned how Antoine Griezmann was touching the ball a few times, trying to control the tempo, but we didn't see any goals from Antoine Griezmann. And of course, we couldn't end this half without a goal from the Frenchman. Beautiful corner. I agree with you 100%. You should always take those corners inside of the box. I just don't see how you should take it short. And Griezmann scored the 4-3. Again, the previous quarterfinal from Edgar Peixoto and Nicolas. I wasn't a big fan. I don't think they played well on this side of things. Quarterfinal number 3 between Cádiz and Andorra.
This feels like the highest level we've seen today.
Yes.
I think Tuga in the opening game against Hidalgo, it was very defensive. There wasn't a load of clear-cut chances. Tuga expressed himself and really played well in extra time. Took the game away, won 6-2. You look here, I mean, the stats, you can see them on the screen there, just to our left-hand side. A lot of shots, a lot of opportunities. Both players wanting to play forward when they get the opportunities to. A real good game so far, Graf. Talk me through what we've seen stats-wise. Anything jumping off the page?
Yeah, for me, it's Andorra with 4 goals, 2.5 expected goals, but 95 passes. Just 95 passes. So on the other side, Di Fernandez, who's currently losing the game by 1 goal, has 145. That's 50 more passes on the Cádiz side of things. So, of course, Nathan knows when he gets the ball, he wants to go forward. On Di Fernandez is more of attacking on the wing, trying to go back to the cam, looking for those player locks. So for every single attack, he takes, I would say, 10, 15, 20 passes. And Nathan, maybe 5?
We just saw there a little bit of VOD review during the game at half-time, obviously with clipping things and then watching it back instantly. Where are you at with that, Graf? Oh, Armando Valle behind him, obviously one of the smartest coaches in the game. Do you think it would help you? I'm talking for you. You've won this tournament, not the cup, but the league before.
I won the cup as well.
Oh, okay, there you go. You've done the double. When you're playing in a game, would it be helpful if you're getting that information during the match? Because can you actually take it on board?
Depends on the player. So, for example, I wasn't good. I couldn't actually try to process what my coach was telling me, as we just see a beautiful game-changer goal by Cruyff to make it 5-3. Great way. As we just see the pass coming in from Di Fernandez. He takes those headphones on, talking with Armando, because he won't be happy with the goal. Just looking at Di Fernandez, he's not happy, and Armando will have a chat.
He's doing the same again. He's clipping it again and he's watching it back.
to be fair, when I used to be at these tournaments with Carlos, with Javi Villar, I couldn't really process what my coaches were telling me if it was a bit too complicated. It had to be broken down really, really down. But maybe if you got a Nicolas, you can explain things to him because of his IQ playing the game. He can process things much quicker than I could, for example. So it really depends on the player.
Absolutely. Well, we said throughout this match, would somebody get that 2-goal advantage? Would somebody get that 2-goal lead? It's Nathan SR to have it. And it's taken him just inside the second 45. De Fernandez, you could see, visibly frustrated.
Yes.
With this performance so far and how the game has unfolded. Well, we have another top 8 player from the groups phase that we saw in Barcelona eliminated.
It'd be a surprise to see De Fernandez out of the top 4. Because every single time he plays here in Spain, he gets to the top 4 and then loses. But it will be a shock to see De Fernandez losing in top 8, especially with the way he played in the regular season.
Well, the opposition that he's playing, a formidable opponent in Nathan SR.
Great attack, great pass to Lamine Yamal. Again, intercepted by the centre-back. Look at Diego Forlán. No.
Not happy with that?
Not happy with the way the AI moved by Diego Forlán. I feel like the dribbling from De Fernandez was good, but just the AI didn't make the right run.
Chance to go 6. Great save at the near post. Are you surprised he's got the low driven there with the play style that he's got?
Yeah, I thought the low driven to the far post was going to come in. Now maybe a chance for a counter-attack?
Yeah, just looking at the radar at the bottom of the screen, he's actually got a player over here.
Wow.
But that's a great risk challenge. Risk equals reward. Went to ground with Ruggieri and pulled the rug from underneath that attack.
That's the reason why you maybe should be focusing at the tackling, the sliding tackling playstyle, which might be a little bit under the radar, but it helps you out sometimes.
Lamine Yamal winning the ball very high up the pitch, but can't quite capitalise on that one. And you're going to see De Fernandez, 60 minutes on the clock, 2/3 of this game completed, needs something to get himself back into it. He looks distressed, he looks uncomfortable, but Diego Forlán puts him within 1.
Great goal by Diego Forlán, and he really needed this goal. It felt like Nathan was starting to control the match. It was 5-3. He started playing better, and De Fernandez was really frustrated during this 15 minutes of the second half. He needed this goal, and it was a good combination of the first touch, the technical, and then the low driven. Great goal by the Portuguese player.
A lot of Portuguese fans in the chat. I can see the flag certainly being waved at the moment. Chances though, Grav. Chances for Nathan to go 6 up. The low driven that wasn't hit across the goalkeeper. He went to the near post. Could that be potentially opportunities rude?
As you always mention, Richard, it's a game of margins, and this could have been 3-6.
Well, I can see someone out my left-hand side. I think we've got a very special guest joining us on commentary for the remainder of this matchup. It's going to be a legend of the La Liga. The one and only Nacho Bea joins us on commentary for the remainder of this game. Nacho, First thing I've got to ask, how are you after yesterday? We heard from you quite emotional. You've had an evening now to reflect upon it. How are you?
I'm better than yesterday because I think that oh my God, that crazy goal!
What a goal!
Crazy goal by Nathan. But I'm feeling better than yesterday because I can go back in at the time. So I mean, it is what it is, and now I'm in my new job. So I will try to do my best.
What's your new job now, Nacho? What's your new job now?
Here, commentator. Yeah,
Commentator
it's my new
now.
job.
Well, there you go. 6. Nathan SR. Big goal in this matchup. It's been constantly back and forth, 6-4 now. The Brazilian leads. Surprised, Nacho, if Nathan was to win this game?
For me, yes. For me, Di Fernandez was top 3, top 2 in the competition in the way that he plays. But 20 minutes remaining, so it's still a long time to go in this match. So maybe he can make the comeback.
Do you think Nathan will change now formation to a 4-5-1? He's been using the 4-4-1-1 throughout the whole match. Do you see something happening or changing from Nathan? Do you think he'll still attack?
I think in this game you need to continue attacking all the time because if not, you are gonna be punished all the time. You can play only to waste time. So if you want to win, you need to score more goals. If not, you are gonna be punished.
I also just don't think he's got it in his DNA. He's from Brazil. He attacks. That's what he does. He scores goals. And also,
he don't like to defend.
Di Fernandez is going to come forward. There's going to be space there in behind to counter-attack. The next goal has to go Gaditha's way. Di Fernandez must score the next goal in this game to get a chance. The pause coming in, 75 minutes on the clock.
Maybe extreme pressure.
Maybe
95 height.
Also, if you're Nathan SR here, you keep the ball for a little while to make sure that less time to pressure. This is unbelievable FC that we see from Nathan SR here. He's enjoyed himself in Las Palmas. He's twisting, he's turning.
Wow.
And he's found himself into a semi-final. Really unfortunate. That would have been goal of the tournament.
Wow, the left stick dribbling. And now a chance.
Maybe extra pass with Lamin, but that was
so no.
Crazy.
Chance for a counter-attack. Richard.
Ball on, straight through the gap. Looks for the extra pass. Pedri wins it back high up the pitch. Finesse shot into the top corner. Insta-pressed, wins the ball back. Game on with 10 minutes left to play.
That's the thing with Di Fernandez, Nacho. It feels like when he's not playing well, when he's missing chances, when he's just frustrated, he's always alive.
Yeah, because he's an insane competitor. I mean, he knows that when he's not playing good, but he's, as you said, all the time in the match, and now he's only one goal a game in the match. So 20 minutes, 12 minutes, not 20. So there's still a long time in the match. And now it's really difficult for Nathan because you were winning by 2 goals, and now 12 minutes, you don't know, waste time, attack. It's a really difficult situation now for Nathan mentally. Because maybe he thought that he won the match.
He's going to attack.
He's going to attack.
Not wasting time.
I think his mindset is probably, let's score from kickoff.
Yeah.
Let's go forward from the kickoff, get this lead back in front. We can see you in the chat at home as well. If you've got any questions for Nacho Abella, make sure you get them in. Thank you. I think that's Lecce with the big raid as well. We very much appreciate it.
Welcome everyone. Join the stream. Because we got 12 minutes left of this match and we're looking for a semi-finalist. Will it be the Portuguese? Will it be the Brazilian player? Richard, 12 minutes left.
Big moments here in Las Palmas. The cup hangs in the balance. Nathan SR, Di Fernandez. The winner will play PH Zin or Marin in the semi-finals on this side of the bracket before a date with Tugar or Nicholas in our grand final. Just run straight into him there with Fermin, and a chance actually for Di Fernandez. Very, very aggressive defending from Nathan SR. Gets away with it, but a little bit reckless from the FC Andorra player. Cruyff, Griezmann, dances through. Good save from Oblak.
He's not gonna waste time.
No.
Floated into the back post, headed down once again. Can't quite get Griezmann away.
That's a tough situation.
Great pass.
Forlan.
Good tackle.
Crazy tackle by Ruggeri.
He's done that twice, Graf,
Wow.
with Ruggeri.
And I thought Alvaro Carreras was the one to go, but Ruggeri, the SPC, it seems like he's doing what it takes to win this match.
Someone just said, is the final going to happen today? It certainly is. We're going to crown a champion of the La Liga FC Pro Cup today, in a few hours' time. 4 minutes left on the clock.
He can lose the ball here. He needs to be...
This is risky here, though.
Paid him, but he needs to be, I think, more attack.
Very, very risky. He does lose the ball. It felt like it was coming there.
Uh-oh.
It felt inevitable that Di Fernando was going to get a chance. Pedri, is there a pass there to open up a door to send us into extra time? Bellingham! Di Fernandez!
Wow. It just felt like it wasn't the right time to try to time waste, or maybe not even the right time, but the right part of the pitch try to just hold possession. I feel like
the worst part of the pitch that you can waste time.
You gotta go forward.
86 minutes on the clock with 9-minute halves is too long to hold the ball for.
It's a lot of time.
It's too long. I think by the time that your opponent can team press, get up the pitch, we see this a lot. People trying to keep the ball from like the 83rd, 84th minute, as you previously could in 6-minute halves. You can't do that now. You will get pressed. And unless you are very lucky, a lot of the time you concede a goal.
That's what happened. Even though it was a mistake from Nathan, the attack by Di Fernandez was
the player
just,
lock was crazy. Yeah,
was really good. He triggered the runs, and I thought a pass was going to be into the Forlan, but he was patient enough for the player lock into Jude Bellingham. Really good goal, Nacho.
Something that I admire in the Fernandez is Antuga is the patience that they had in the box. I mean, they can see the players running all the time, but they are waiting to make the perfect decision to score the goal, and that's something that is top tier by the Portuguese players.
6-6 with only a couple of minutes left to play. With 12 goals, there could be a +3 here.
Do you think he's going to take the last?
He's going to attack.
2 minutes.
Of course he's going to attack. That's the only way he knows how to play. Cruyff, Bellingham, wide.
Precision shooting.
Wait, because now, mentally, that's really tough for Nathan.
Look at the press, though.
Press, team press.
He's so high up the pitch.
That's very risky. Uh-oh.
Forlan, Pedri, Lamine Yamal, through the gap. Diego Forlan, play lock, Pedri!
Crazy. Crazy.
Di Fernandez!
Aura. I mean, that's aura.
In every single game, you cannot count him out. Nathan Essar was a goal up with 4 minutes on the clock, and he's found himself knocked out.
I'm just speechless. It felt like Nathan was doing everything right up to this point, and then he tried to waste time on his own half, and then he went for the team press on the last kick of the game. I don't know what happened with the Brazilian.
You miss a chance like that with Bellingham, you will pay for it. Full-time result. Di Fernandez goes through. What a game we just saw there. Nacho, what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think that Nathan was painless with the wasting time, because he's crazy playing end-to-end matches. But when when he needs to waste time, I think that is not his best play in the match. So that was a really tough loss for him because now he's gonna be devastated. I mean,
Just looking at the stats, 9 shots, 7 goals by Di Fernandez.
it's clinical. It's clinical.
You win a game like that in that fashion, you must think this tournament's there for you.
Yeah.
You win a game, last kick of the match in the quarterfinals, a game that you'd been trailing all game long, really. You must think this is your tournament now if you're Di Fernandez.
Maybe because he's all the time top 3, top 4,
Yeah.
and now maybe why not today? So he beat Nico in the regular season, so maybe it's Di Fernandez time.
I'm just speechless because it feels like Di Fernandez is always alive, always looking for his chance, and he took it. 2 attacks, 2 goals. He's through.
What a game. And what a guest appearance, Nacho. Thank you very much for joining us. It's an absolute pleasure. Always great to see you.
Commentator Nacho.
Let's head back down to the desk with Brandon and Nicole. What a game.
Have we just witnessed Brandon Smith?
How is he not? How is Nathan SR not in the semi-finals?
I don't know. I don't know. And I've been doing my notes and getting everything ready and preparing for the semi-finals. And then suddenly it's like deleting everything, changing the script because, wow, Di Fernandez. I mean, fair play.
He
Credit where
flipped the
credit's
script,
due. He absolutely did. Brandon, what happened? What went wrong for Nathan? Because at one point, it felt like he was obviously going through and it was a done deal. And we can look at the highlights now to try and work out what on earth did happen here in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. Talk to me, B. Smith.
Well, it's one of those games, isn't it, where you get a scoreline, such a heavy scoreline so early on to the game, as much as, of course, Di Fernandez was able to tie himself back into this tie early on. Nathan SR was running riot. From this moment onwards, it was goal, 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 goal from the Brazilian. And maybe where there was just time, there was that little seed of doubt that just crept into his mind as every single goal went in from Di Fernandez as he kept on firing back. At this point, this is when I thought the tables were starting to turn.
Right.
But Nathan SR concedes 2 goals in the 90th minute to throw himself. I mean, look, from the entertainment viewpoint, for those watching at home on the stream, I don't think they could have not enjoyed that as much as we did. What a ridiculous end. As you said, you got a 3-goal lead.
I mean, Nathan will be walking away from this and surely he'll be saying to himself, what have I done? What just happened? Because he had it. He had a spot in the semi-final, almost there, pretty much booked and done. And then it just absolutely turned around. Do you think he just switched off, Brandon?
I'll be honest, when he scored this goal here to go 6-6, I thought we're going to extra time. We must be going to extra time. And then suddenly, Di Fernandez comes back with this. I think before we went into this game, Nicole, a lot of us sat there and went, Di Fernandez is probably the stronger player on paper. But I think Ryan even agreed and said that we thought the Nathan SR was going to win. The storyline for me was it was going to be Real Sporting and FC Andorra meeting in the semi-final, the 2 Brazilians. But I'll tell you what, we've got 2 players in the tournament still, Nicole, that have not lost a single game all season. Yes, Tuga's won every game, but Di Fernandez didn't lose a game. He did draw games in Barcelona, but up to this point, he is still unbeaten and he's in the semi-finals.
We could see just there as well, Brandon, what it meant to Di Fernandez to get that win. I mean, he was probably surprised himself, but he was up off his feet, cheering, yelling, because a huge win there. And you're saying that you thought that Di Fernandez could get the win. Ryan Pessoa had actually said yesterday that he thought it would be Nathan versus PH Zin in the semi-finals. So someone's going to be eating some humble pie.
I'll be honest, I also said the same.
Did you?
So
You could have kept that quiet.
But I did put it at the top side of the funnel. One thing that I find really interesting, Nicole, is there's 37 clubs and there's 37 players here. The players that are in the semi-finals are all players from outside Spain.
Oh, okay. Shall we move on that note to look at our next game? And this is our final quarter-final matchup. Brandon, PH Zin versus Marin. Now, PH Zin had to wait yesterday all day all day long. We're currently seeing Di Fernandez and Nathan again, just to rub it in, the result.
Do we need to do that quarterfinal again? Because, I mean, it was entertaining.
Replay? It was entertaining indeed, but this one is, of course, all about these two on the screen right now, PH and Marin. So, Brandon, we spoke to PH. Actually, we spoke to him yesterday here at the desk, and yourself and Ryan had PH join you up on the gantry earlier on today, didn't you? What was he saying? I mean, he speaks so well, he's so lovely, and it's always a pleasure catching up with him. And also really nice that he kind of gave his time and chatted to the both of you when he had a big game coming up just a few hours later. So what was he saying? What was his mindset?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's been incredible this tournament. Of course, he had to wait until the late hours here in Gran Canaria yesterday to play when it was a bit more chilly out there on main stage. But he was so good yesterday. I mean, he was, I think, one of the only players to really showcase how Lewandowski could be used. He had a 5 million coin Mbappe in his team, but scored a hat-trick in 33 in-game minutes yesterday. We're seeing the highlights back from that game yesterday, including the Lewandowski wonder show it was against Daniel Aguilar. He went 1-0 down in that game, and he was a little bit concerned, but he wasn't concerned at the end of it because he came out and won 7-2.
Yeah, I mean, he did make it look pretty easy, didn't he? Pretty comfortable win for him in the end, especially after waiting all day. And he was chatting to us about it, wasn't he? And he was saying that, you know, he had been doing a bit of everything with his day because he did have quite a lot of time. And the guys were saying, I know Ryan and Gravison were saying that, you know, that can be really tricky when you have been having to wait and you've been able to sit and watch everyone else have their turn and see what everyone else is doing. And I think you'd have to be quite strong to not let that maybe get to you and start overthinking things, Brandon.
Absolutely. I mean, look, the disadvantage that he might have is that he didn't play an extra round yesterday. You could even argue he came in a little bit cold, but that wasn't the case. On the other side of things, Marin, he's the only Spanish player left in the FC Pro LALIGA Cup that could be waving the flag proudly for Spain. Because as I said, as it stands, it's all players from outside of Spain that have come in this season and have sort of tried to take the mantle off everybody else in the competition. One thing I want to say about PH very quickly, Nicole, he's only conceded, I think, 19 goals. He is the best defender in this competition. So Marin's going to have his hands full if he can beat him.
I think it's good that Marin's probably not able to hear us right now. How do you think Marin is going to get on here? Because we didn't speak too much about him in the regular season, but he did really well, obviously, to be here, book his spot in the Cup. Is he kind of one to be watching?
Well, he was great, I think, in moments last season as well. But, you know, he got himself into the top 8. He was one of the best 8 players out the 37. That alone deserves, of course, to skip around. He's already in the finals as well, which is great. Yesterday, there was moments against Javik where he was a little bit maybe unstuck, but came through and played very well. And I think, I'll be honest, he's got under the radar. There's so many big names here in LALIGA FC Pro that maybe we don't give certain players the credit they deserve. I mean, look, go and prove us wrong. Go and show it. But for me, PH wins this game.
All right, well, I want to hear the thoughts of Ryan Pessoa. I mean, not that Ryan really gets his predictions right anyway. So how are you feeling right now, Ryan? Over there?
I've got one wrong today, right? I'm a bit upset with that, Nathan. But he's probably more upset than me. But, of course, with Marin, he's got the capability to take down PH. I do agree with Brandon. I think PH is the favourite, and I think he will win. We're going to take a look at the draft, so PH up first. We saw yesterday Lewandowski running riot, and the remainder of the team, the starting team, obviously, main portion of his budget has gone on to Mbappe. Over a third of the budget on one item. The rest of the team sort of picks itself. You see familiar players, the likes of Araujo, Ronald Koeman in there, Antoine Griezmann off the bench, next to Soloff as well, Nico Williams. So those three, I would say, can impact the game at any given moment when they're brought on to make a difference. Let's take a look on the other side of things for Marin. Again, both of these players score a lot of goals, and this will be a very similar draft. A key difference, Valverde in at right back instead of Freeman, who of course you can see him occupying that first part of the bench there. He has a couple of options that can change the game as well. Impact-wise, he's got Ludovic Juli, he's got Ruggieri, Fermin Lopez as well, who are decent options that can come on and make an impact. But again, you're going to see familiar patterns in terms of who will be selected, the likes of Jude Bellingham. This time, instead of Mbappe, it's Johan Cruyff up top with rapid and incisive as his play style plus. We're going to take a look, though, at one particular player that not only has done well for these players in this tournament, but yeah, for me has been a bit of a surprise, I would say, Obviously, the item is incredible. Antoine Griezmann is 2 playstyle pluses with finesse and technical. We all know how good they are on FC26. A playstyle I would say he's missing, in my opinion, low driven, partnered up with game changer. I like that combination, but having incisive, ticky, long ball, rapid as well. Antoine Griezmann has been incredible. Another downside, you could argue, 4-star, 4-star, but with precision shooting and that 4-star weak foot, you can still trust him with right foot finesse shots as well. But yeah, this poises to be a very, very interesting game. I'm hoping there'll be a lot of goals, and Richard and Gravison will take us through it. Gents, what are your predictions? Because Nicole's hotting me up. She's telling me I'm getting it wrong. I want to know what Richard Buckley's thinking.
Wow, pressure. Firstly, you know I love me some Antoine Griezmann, Ryan Pessoa.
Yes, you
so I'm very happy with that. Prediction-wise, I just don't see anything other than a PH win. Did you know
I know that was coming. I know that was coming.
I just don't. I can't envision in about 25 minutes' time me looking down this camera and saying, "Wow, what a win for Marin." I just can't see that happening. Am I wrong there?
I did one mistake yesterday, which was trusting Dani Aguilar to do the job against PH. I was doubting PH. I'm not going to do the same mistake twice. I could say I'm a smart man. I don't trip over the same rock twice. So PH yesterday played really good. Really, really good. It was 7 goals and it felt like he controlled the game. And today against Marin, he's the favorite. He played good yesterday. I feel like the only thing that can stop him is the cold and wind.
And it's a little bit warmer today, I've got to say. The temperature's picked up ever so slightly. There are a few grey clouds looking overhead, so hopefully we don't get any rain coming through. It's going to be a great day for one of these two players because semi-finals will not be in their future. They will not be going back down onto the main stage and playing and setting up a tie with Di Fernandez. Will it be Marin? Will it be PH? Only one can go through. And here we go. How, other than scoring more goals, does Marin stop PH?
He won't be able to stop him defensively because Marin is not a great defender, but he is a great attacker. So he has to simply not respect PH when he's attacking and score more goals. I know this sounds fairly basic and easy, but it's a really hard thing to do, especially when PH is pressing, is throwing bodies forward. You just have to trust yourself and go forward. Because if he starts playing like this, just patiently, and not going fast as he is, he'll lose the match.
Well, here is Marin, first attack of the game. Antoine Griezmann, one of those items our very own Ryan Pessoa has highlighted over the weekend to be a one to watch. The knockout royalty version of him. I want to see Kylian Mbappe involved. We saw in the opening game of the entire tournament, Mbappe for Zidane in use. And as soon as Mbappe started getting on the ball, he started ticking and playing much better. When you're putting that much budget in one player, you have to get something out of them.
Exactly the same for PH against Dani Aguilar. No assists, no goals, but every single play started on the left wing.
Williams out wide, driving into a dangerous area. There's Jude Bellingham, but PH just puts enough bodies around him to snuff out any danger. Didn't quite fancy the run there of Mbappe, or on this right-hand side, Gareth Bale, so does elect to reset the attack on this occasion. Now brings Mbappe into play, turns his man, Valverde can't get near him. Just manages to get a toe in there. There's Jude Bellingham, there's some space, there's a finish. PH is here to play here in Las Palmas.
Wow, I mean, just perfect FC. He was trying to look for just this quick turn and the technical dribbling as well, and the finish was good enough with the left foot, and it was all about timing. He knew Marin was going to abuse the team press and the defensive depth as well. He was looking for those manual or automatic offside traps, and when one came, quickly turned technical, and good finish by Jude Bellingham, which is the only Thunderstruck item that we're seeing in this competition, and for a right reason. I feel like he might be the MVP on the midfield when we end up the day.
More than Pedri, more than De Jong, more than Kroos, more than Xavi?
I mean, he's scoring goals and he's defending as well. I feel like he's a must in every single team.
Marin looks to reply. Can't quite force it through on that occasion. There's Xavi pinging the ball into Lewandowski, who releases Gareth Bale. And PSG will be direct here. Finds Mbappe, what a save that is. That could have been and should have been 2-0.
Wow. And look at this corner now.
Straight into the back post. Araujo wins the header, in off the post. PSG 2-0. He's cool, he's calm, he's composed. And he's lining up a semi-final with Di Fernandez.
He's warming up with his hands now. How can your hands be that cold and still play that good mechanically? I just don't get it. He told me yesterday that he was going to look around the whole island for some hand warmers. But it doesn't look like he found them. If somebody here in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria, has some hand warmers at their home, I'm telling you, PH might pay a lot of money for those.
Well, what a start here for PSG. He's had to wait a long time again today to play. But he is racing out of the blocks here. 2-0 up very, very early. And I'll be honest, Marin just hasn't really been able to get into this game yet. It's been PSG's match. Here's a chance for the Spaniard to answer back, in which he puts it wide.
That has to go in. Richard, what did Nico say yesterday?
Sometimes you just have to score. Even if the play is good, even if you're unlucky, you have to score.
That's one of those chances. If you concede now, it's really hard to come back from. Marin needs a goal now. He needs one.
Yeah, absolutely. Frenkie de Jong, can he release Williams on that left-hand side? Does play a lot back into Cruyff, and de Jong is the orchestrator of this attack. Double tap pass around the corner, intercepted, and a little bit risky.
It was risky indeed.
I suppose when you look in though, passes like that don't fall to the attacker. Lewandowski, first time around the corner to Xavi. That pass just a little bit too quickly.
But still, you can see from PH that he wants to put bodies forward. He's triggering runs, and even though he's winning 2-0, he knows it's not enough.
Bellingham into Cruyff, has to be a goal off the crossbar, does get one on the rebound. If that would have missed, Marin's in danger.
And he's still in danger mentally because he knows this was luck, pure luck. He missed the chance with the game changer with Cruyff, as you can see.
There's too much power on it.
Too much power, and he was lucky with the rebound. And you can get lucky once, you might get lucky twice, but not 3 times.
Absolutely. It was a reply from Marin. Wow, 25-ish minutes on the clock here. It felt like a really important time to score a goal, because even if you go into half-time at 2-0 down, you know you've missed chances, you know you've had opportunities, and you've not been able to really land a jab even. We're not even talking about a big blow, but a jab on PSG. He's going into the half-time break, feeling untouchable. Now, just hitting with a little bit of a body shot there to the 24 Pro Open champion. Won multiple tournaments for his proud nation of Brazil. Has PSG in. And he's looking to add another one here. Lewandowski off the post.
I'm enjoying those boxing references. Gran Canaria is probably the province of Spain with the biggest cultural history of boxing. So spot on, Richard. I'm sure you knew that.
I do my research. I do my research.
Coming back to the game, to be fair, I don't know how this is 2-1.
It could be 2-2. Carreras into Jude Bellingham. Just slowed down ever so slightly, but Williams has pace to go around the outside. Oblak. Looked like he headed that away.
Yeah.
Every time Lewandowski gets it, he's very rarely the player that actually scores the goals. He's the assist maker, goalkeeper. What are we doing there then?
What's going on? An easy finish with the right foot for Gareth Bale. He probably...
Did he just move him as he took the shot?
Probably pulled the keeper with a triangle and then moved with the right stick analog. Pulled the keeper, yeah.
It's an ugly goal. It's an ugly goal.
It is. It definitely is. Deserved one, nevertheless.
We can see you at home in the chat. How are you enjoying this game? Is PH your winner, not only of this match, but of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup? In terms of an individual performance, being very, very good so far. For Real Sporting's representative. Granada could be facing elimination here in the quarterfinals. A little bit risky there. Sometimes you see a penalty. As he went to bruiser him out of the way with advanced defending.
Wow.
Bale, Bellingham, game, set, match. PSG in 36 minutes on the clock, leading 4 goals to 1.
I'm telling you, the amount of trigger runs that we saw on that goal. It started with a trigger run on the wing, went for the creative run, another run on the left wing, another run on the central midfielder, and when you thought nothing more was going to happen, another run on Bellingham, ball to Bellingham, scores the goal. And I'm telling you, because I explained this in 10 seconds, he did it in 1 second. Just beautiful FC.
Instinctive.
Wow. One of my favorite goals of the whole tournament. I mean, I want Ryan Pessoa.
You can have a look there.
Look at that. Just look at Bellingham.
Incredible. PSG 4-1 up. 38 minutes on the clock.
Look at the press from Jude Bellingham.
He looks like a man possessed at the moment. And his one goal is to get his hands back on some silverware. It's been too long for PSG without lifting a trophy aloft. Marin with Xavi inside the box. Araujo comes across and just bullies him out of the way.
And he's been aggressive with the advanced defending inside the box, which may pay off sometimes, but the penalty can come in, Rich. He doesn't care. We know PH is aggressive, so risk-reward, it's paying off for him. Good passing to the striker, but the player switching to Ronald Koeman and the manual tackle was really good from the Brazilian.
Approaching half-time. PH leading 4 goals to 1 and putting on a bit of a clinic here for everyone to watch as well in this tournament. Nicolas, Tuga, Di Fernandez will all maybe have just pricked up their ears here and be watching PH because what we're seeing here is excellent. Dinked out wide, last chance of the half, not going to fall for a chance. And with the break, it gives us an opportunity to welcome in a very, very special guest playing for the first time in LALIGA FC Pro, a multiple-time league champion, the one and only Mark 11. Thank you for joining us. Obviously disappointing yesterday, but how are we feeling sort of reflecting back on the season as a whole?
Pretty sad, of course. I feel like it's all in my hands, winning in the 89th, 100th. I think you guys custom my game, so
we saw it. We saw
the Cruyff 90th minute. It was tough. Like I feel like I had the lead like 4 times, and I guess it's all on me. Like I can only blame the weather so much and like everything so much, but it's still down to me, unfortunately.
Still got opportunities throughout this season. Obviously got to go little bit harder route to get there, but it's not over yet. For a lot of players here, they lost yesterday, season's over. For you, you've still got plenty to play for. After this, get back. Is it back down to Australia?
I got a 30-hour flight. I got to go around the world to Singapore and then back home. I actually got my graduation 6 hours after I land. So
congratulations for that.
Thank you. And then straight into a break for 4 months till planes in Saudi Arabia. So I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Well, we're back underway here. I don't know if you've caught much of this game, but it's been
domination.
One-sided match. Masterclass, I'll be honest. Somebody in the chat said, is that a fresh trim, Mark?
A fresh trim. This is like 5 days old, which is not good for me. Like, my fade expires after like 3 days. So it's really sad.
It's looking good, Mark. Come on.
I'll take it. It's not bad for now.
That's what the headset's for. no one can see a thing.
So I wear the hood up.
Did you have the chance to practice against either one of these players, Mark?
You know something crazy? I versed Marin 7 times. I won all 7. I versed him in the league once and I lost. So that's
always the case.
That's what happens. Friendlies all the time.
Could be another chance here. Gareth Bale, lovely roll, sends the defender packing, low driven. This is the best individual performance we've seen today, Grav.
Agree. 2 times we did see PH trying to control the ball to look for the far post, and this time he went for the ball roll. I mean, it's just timing. And how do you defend those situations? Because it's a 50-50 mark. Twice he goes to the other side, and the third time, of course, you expect that to happen. And how do you defend those?
I think for me, Bale, left-footed, you got to let him have his right foot there for me. Like, I feel like it's obviously hard. PH is probably one of the best attackers in the world, and that's why he's there. The clinicality in these guys are crazy. They rarely ever miss an opportunity, and that's another example of it.
But were you surprised with the, I'll say, sort of the level of the La Liga FC Pro coming in? I mean, it was a bit of a late acquisition, wasn't it? You weren't always eyes on this. But how was it sort of as a whole, as the tournament? Not only the players you played against, but also, I mean, getting over to Barcelona, now here, coming to Las Palmas as well.
Yeah, it was literally, I was in Bangkok for a holiday, got a call up saying you're flying to Barcelona, and all of a sudden I'm playing in the league phase, which didn't go that bad, but didn't go that good too. Different day, could have got top 8, but after that we boot camped at Javi's house from Falcons. We signed there on loan, and it was like a 2-3 week preparation. It went very well, but unfortunately it still was not enough. But no, it's actually very fun playing in this league. The draft is good. I still like the format. You get rewarded for finishing top 8, and then that's basically it. It's very fun. The players are all obviously insane, even though I lost someone ranked. You guys said 423. I was like, there's no he's ranked 423, but yeah, here we are.
What would you say was the hardest thing to adapt to? Was it the players? Was it your opponents? Was it
the cold here?
The cold. I can't find a hand warmer in this country, I'll be honest with you.
PH couldn't as well.
In Barcelona we couldn't find one. Here we couldn't find one. And our opponent had I see his chance here. Wow. It's unbelievable.
You carry on.
And back to my hand warmers. My opponent had an electric hand warmer, and I was so jealous of that. I wish I had one, but maybe that was the difference, the hand warmers.
We're asking the chat if someone from Las Palmas Gran Canaria has one at home. I'm sure PH would pay a lot of money for it.
Doesn't need it, clearly. 5-1 up. This is...
I mean...
But you can see he's still warming up his hands. Just blowing.
I want to have a comment here, obviously, on Marin as well, because he's played very well to get to this point. This must be quite... not demotivated, I don't know if that's the word, disappointing. You've played so well during this tournament. You're running to PHC and then you're losing this fashion.
I feel like it's demotivating because he played really good in the regular season, top 8. Then in the previous match against Chavik, he was far better. But when the real challenge came in, which is PH, to be fair, and I don't want to be harsh, he was miles away from him. So I don't know about you, Mark, how do you approach this? But as a competitor, when I used to compete, this is really demoralizing.
It's another mistake of sidetrack there, but I think for me is like these players are like tier 1. Like PH is in, like Soto, Oberon, Nicholas. Those guys are just like tier 1, and for you to like get close to them, you got to play your absolute peak. Even for me, I don't think I'm like a tier 1 player, but I think in my peak I can be tier 1. But if you're not at your peak, there's no chance, and you'll see like that 7-1.
I actually said this on the analysis desk with Nicole. I was talking about there's players. I think Di Fernandez, it was left in the tournament, Di Fernandez, Nicholas. I think Tuga on form is in there, but I think he can also play low. For you to beat one of those players, they have to play poorly, and you also have to be at your best.
Yeah.
And I think, unfortunately, you want them all to play against each other early in the tournament. We saw LJR and Oberon playing in the round of 16. That's a dream if you're looking at the other side of the bracket. You're looking at that and thinking, well, they're going to knock each other out. And now Oberon, because he finished 9 through 16, when we get to the finals, Grav, he's going to be playing against one of those quote-unquote Tier 1 players early in the tournament.
The same happened to him last year.
Yep.
Both in Cup and Final. To be fair, you gotta... Poor Oberon, I mean, he's playing against the toughest competitors in the round of 16 quarterfinals every single time, in and out.
It happened against Emre Yilmaz. He won the Cup, and because Nicholas got knocked out early, they played each other in a semi-final, which might not have happened if they both got to the final at the Cup. So not only prize money on the line, but those rankings for the finals really, really do shape things up.
Lewandowski, you wouldn't think Pietz-Zin, I don't know, like, he's a big boy at low agility, low balance, but someone like Pietz-Zin, you wouldn't expect him to be rocking up with Lewandowski.
Would you have changed anything in the draft if you could go back and look at it after seeing what other players have done?
To be honest, no, I was happy with the team, just the formation change probably during the game. I was more comfortable with 4-4-1-1, but we were playing good in 4-5-1, so it's hard to change when you're winning 2 goals, 3 goals, and then all of a sudden you've lost. But I think the formation one is the big one. You'll see, obviously, you've got to master both formations to be at this level.
It's so strange. He doesn't even really use Lewandowski as a striker. He drops him into gaps, almost false nine-esque.
First touch silver as well, it's a big one. First touch silver is massive.
Just fires it in there. You'll see Bale make that run on the outside. Lewandowski on his bike. Ball doesn't even go back to him, just waits for the runners to support from midfield. And he's just, you can tell, I think, PH here, he's 7-1 up, he's just taking the foot off the gas ever so slightly, getting himself ready for what is to come, because I can tell you that semi-final will be a tougher task.
Fernandez, for me, I think he is one of the best players in the world. He always comes top 4, top 8 every single tournament. He's always like so close to just literally winning the trophy, but this could be the time for him. As you see, Marion through with Cruyff here. Oh, it's not his day. It's not his day.
I want to ask you, Mark, Tuga Nicholas, D. Fernandez, PH-Zin, where do you see these games potentially going?
I think D. Fernandez wins the whole tournament, I'll be honest with you.
Oh, wow.
I think he wins the whole tournament. But I think Nicholas wins, D. Fernandez wins. But again, like, you wouldn't be surprised if any of those 4 even win the tournament. So they're 4 Tier 1 players for me, and any of them can win it.
I've got Tuga in the final.
Really? Okay, no, I wouldn't be surprised with that at all.
But at the minute, PH-Zin's the man to beat, Graf.
I mean, 7-2 against Dan Aguilar, and now this result. I'm really surprised. I thought PH was going to rock the 4-4-1-1, and he's rocking the 4-5-1, but really aggressively and offensively.
That's the big part. You wouldn't believe it, but if you master your press, you'll see all the big guys, Anders, Tex, PH-Zin. I can name you every single top-tier pro. No one's bad at pressing, and that's like the biggest difference, not allowing your opposition in your half, basically. And you can obviously have the ball more. You can't really lose if you're just a good presser.
Talking about pressing, sorry, Rich. Here in Spain, the biggest player pressing throughout the history has been Neat.
Neat, yeah.
Were you surprised by his result yesterday?
I was very surprised. Obviously, people say, like, all the favourites yesterday lost, me, Neat, Chusita, which obviously, that's just the league we're in. It's a tough league, but I did not expect that Neat result at all. I thought he was one of the best mechanical players, best defensive players, best everything players, and he unfortunately just lost to Javik, who I thought wasn't that great in practice, but tournaments are all different to practice somehow, so yeah.
Some in the chat saying who beat Peixoto. That was the Iceman Nicholas 99 FC, 3-1, which I also had Peixoto on my prediction winning that game. Story for another day.
You want Nicholas to lose? You've backed against him twice.
I don't. I was more impressed with Peixoto beating Oberon than I was with Nicholas.
That was a good win, yeah.
Winning, and I just thought Peixoto would beat him, I'll be honest. And I think when you look back at that game,
he had chances.
He did have chances, and he should have got more out of it. He should have at least forced extra time. In this match, 8-2. If you're D. Fernandez, you must be in this position where you played first. Are you even paying attention to this game?
I think that's a big thing, watching how your opponent plays, like even just formation. You can even see in the pause menu when they go what tactics they use, and he's got Armando who knows every single role and tactics, so I'm sure he'll be more than fine from that tactics perspective part, but yeah, he'll be definitely watching this game, I'd say.
Frankie de Jong. Not sure how it's not a free kick, to be honest. It looked like he just completely impeded him. But Bruiser Plus does what Bruiser Plus does.
Crazy play style.
I want to ask you, this is a question that I want to ask someone really good. If you had to pick 2 playstyle pluses for a centre back, you know the promo right now, the 4th birthday, you can create the perfect centre back. Which 2 playstyle pluses would you pick?
So you asked for someone really good. I would go.
That's a good one. I think it's a pretty easy one. I think it's Intercept Plus, Bruiser Plus. I do see Rocket Plus.
So would you use the same play for the 2 centre backs? Would you use this 2 same playstyles?
Exactly.
Or would you change?
Copy and paste.
Copy and paste.
Plus, Bruiser Plus on the entire back 4. That's the 4 most important ones. Just have everyone Intercept Plus, Bruiser Plus.
If we get I'm not meaning to come across like this at all, because I'm going to ask you a question about the finals. You're not at the finals. But if we get another centre-back with those sort of good playstyle pluses, do you think we could see Araujo going into right-back and the centre-back coming across?
I think Araujo is better than Koeman because Koeman's 5'11", no lengthy.
Yep.
So that's already a massive downfall, and Araujo has no flaws, literally 0 missing playstyle, 0 missing stats. So I think you could get rid of Koeman, but Araujo's a lock centre-back every single team. You said he was only in 21 out of 24 teams.
Yeah, some people not using it.
I find that bizarre.
First quarterfinal, Tuga didn't use Araujo.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
No Araujo.
Maybe it's the winning method. Should have got rid of him.
Corny in the chat just asked Mark, did you regret bringing your glasses, I think it was?
My glasses?
Yeah.
I actually brought my glasses, but I don't need them. I only wear them when I'm tired, so that's the only thing. The only thing I regret is I've got an electric hand warmer at home and it's just sitting there. That's the only thing that just kills me every night now.
Well, here we go. It's been one-way traffic from the minute we kicked off here. An emphatic victory. Headsets off for Marion. He knows that unfortunately he has just come up against a player in fine form. PH Zin, the man to beat right now. An emphatic victory against Marion. And when you've got to think, who can stop him? Mike, final sort of thoughts from you. You said you fancied Di Fernandez to beat him. Will it be a tight game? Do you think it's going to be a long extra time penalties maybe?
I think you'll see it in 90. Di Fernandez 5-4 for me.
There you go. Grav, what a performance from PH Zin.
I'm just thinking, I might be a biased commentator because I'm Spanish, but this is the first time in the La Liga history in the Cup that we're not seeing any Spanish participants in the
foreigners. We're coming, guys.
Times are changing here at the La Liga FC Pro. What a performance. PH Zin cruises through to the semi-finals. Let's get some analysis from the guys on the desk.
Thank
Brandon,
you,
Nicole,
guys.
unreal.
Lovely to hear from Mark as well. Really good insight. Okay, Brandon, I mean, that was a pretty comfortable victory there for PH Zin. Are you surprised by that performance from Marin? I don't think you would have been expecting that result.
No, I think we all looked into that as PH being a strong favourite. We didn't expect to see, 8 goals put past Marin, who's looked great in this tournament. Let's not forget the league form that he's had. He was a top 8 player, but I think he just ran into a Brazilian monster, which is PH Zin, who, look, Nathan SR couldn't do the job, but there will be a Brazilian in the semi-finals. And as the guys were saying on commentary, 4 players that aren't Spanish in the semi-finals, 4 players that have come from outside of Spain into Spain to compete in this league because they know how big it is. And they're in the semi-finals, sorry.
I know, that's crazy, isn't it? But to be fair, Brandon, we've said in the regular season and across this weekend that the talent in La Liga FC Pro this season has been so high. So it's been so competitive.
Absolutely. If you can remember last year, the player that represented that club, Real Sporting, it was Resende.
Yeah.
He made it to the grand final, didn't he? He made it to the World Championships. Who have they replaced with this year? Oh, another Brazilian who is just as good and dominant in the FC Pro scene. But this was an interesting game. 30th minute in the game, there was only a goal between the two. PH in them ran right. 60th minute, he had a 5-goal lead And at that point for Marin, it's a case of how on earth am I going to pull this back? When he finds 7, when he finds 8, the gap's just too big, and the quality from PH in is clear to see.
Well, so what happened here, Brandon? Do you think that, you know, it was just a case of PH Sin just being a better FC player, or was it just that Marin didn't step up and show what he could do? I mean, look at him there. He's so frustrated and disappointed with himself. But how have we seen such a big margin here in this game?
I think it is, as you kind of hit the nail on the head with 2 points there. I think 1, he didn't play his best game, but 2, when you put yourself in a position where you're 4 or 5 goals down in the game and you're chasing the game, any game plan you've got goes completely out the window. As you can see, that's the bracket now. From 8 down to our final 4. What an ending we're going to have here in Gran Canaria. Malaga, Real Sociedad, could they be back-to-back cup champions? Obviously, Emre Yilmaz last year. Nicolas could do it this year. Cadiz de Fernandez, Real Sporting. There is a world. We could have a final between 2 Portuguese players that have both not lost the game. Someone's O has got to go.
Oh, those semi-finals are looking so good, Brandon. Which one are you most excited for?
Well, I'm commentating on both of them, but I have to
Lucky
say,
you.
I have to say, my favourite one has to be Tuga, Nicolas. Is Nicolas going to defeat Tuga and be the first person to defeat Tuga in the LALIGA, I guess, ecosystem this season?
Well, what do you think?
Yeah.
Do you?
Nicolas is going to win.
Do you think so?
I think he is.
All right, who stood out for you so far today?
I think as crazy as his game was, I mean, PH looks great, don't get me wrong, but De Fernandez, the fact he was 2 goals down near enough at the end of the game and scored 2 goals to win, incredible.
I can't wait for this next game, our first semi-final. But before then, we're going to take a short break.
Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I lay awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck just where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had a time, I bet it right. Yeah, I just took a chance and yeah, let me write. Look, I just took a chance and yeah, I rolled the dice. Yeah, women, I'll be bad because the fuck was nice. Yeah, I must admit that this ain't overnight. I just hit the double with the jackpot. I'm in the snow, this in New England, but I'm dying high. Now I'm addict for the music when I can't stop. Ain't gon' let me out here what they ask me. Ask a favor, what a shout out to gas me. Really, they ain't take a risk, but want the outcome. Then asking how come. I've been signing on the city lights. All this doubt around me, then but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I lay awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck just where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had a time.
I'm all in this. I call the shots, I never call it quits. Trust my intuition, bet it's right and bitch, it often is. Seen too many others come and go, they had the wrong intent. Do it out of love and never for it, then I watch it get bigger than expected. No second guess it, I let it set in. It's God's plan, we out here only accepting blessings. I'm stuck with it, this mindset is terminal. In and out different terminals, leveling up is personal. Now I already made it, y'all can miss me. I smack my girl's ass, tell her pinch me. It's hard to believe I made something from nothing. No hindsight discussions, I've been writing, I love it.
All this doubt around me, then but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I lay awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck just where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had a time, I bet it right.
If you want to take it slow, oh, hop up on my jet. it. What you see is what you get. Keep that down and see me flex. Don't hit me with those pretexts. Fuck boys want but get no sex.
Welcome back. I am joined here by Richard Buckley, but most importantly, Di Fernandez and Armando, his coach. Thank you so much for joining us. Firstly, congratulations. An incredible win that we saw. The turnaround in that game was amazing. Can you kind of tell us how that felt for you?
Em primeiro lugar, sobre a reviravolta, que foi fantástica. Se podes explicar bocado do que é que passou pela cabeça?
Eu sabia que o Nathan era um adversário muito bom. A verdade é que estive a perder por 2, a faltar, creio que 10 minutos. E tinha sempre manter a mentalidade positiva e foi isso que fiz. E sabia que no último lance tinha que cair para mim, senão também tinha de cair no prolongamento.
So you were saying that barely 10 minutes before the ending of the match, he was losing by 2 goals.
Yeah.
So he was like always believing that it was possible to go and keeping his mind in the right place to go and try to reach at least a draw. But he knew that Nathan was a really hard.
And quickly off the back of that, before Richard jumps in, how did it then feel to get that victory? It must have felt unbelievable.
O que é que sentiste ou como é que é o momento de... Qual é que são as tuas sensações naquele momento de ter a vitória naquele jogo?
Posso dizer que é uma sensação de muito alívio, apesar de também muito porque tinha de ir buscar o resultado e estava a perder por 2, mas óbvio que o último golo, e eu sabia que também era o último lance do jogo, e se fizesse golo ia acabar por passar às meias finais, é um sentimento muito orgulhoso, mas eu estou aqui para ganhar e tenho agora de ganhar a meia final e depois, se Deus quiser, também a final.
He said that he was feeling that it's a really proud moment when you realize you can win in the last minute. I mean, he knew that the last ball, as soon as he got it, he had a chance to go and make the winner. But most important was the win, but with the bigger goal that is the trophy at the end. So it was just one more match.
You've got to the semi-finals quite a few times during the finals and then also in the cup the last couple of years. What's different this year that sort of let you down in the last couple of years?
Que tem chegado às semifinais dos últimos torneios, ou de bastantes torneios. O que é diferente este ano? Ou o que é que tu achas que é diferente este ano?
Creio que assim diferente não há nada. Eu tenho sempre a mesma ambição, desde que entro para um jogo é para ganhar e creio que passa muito por isso. Não olho muito para o adversário, tenho sempre que ganhar cada jogo e vou entrar com essa mentalidade.
He's not thinking a lot about it. It's more like every single moment that he reached the semis, and unfortunately there have been a lot of semis, or fortunately, let's see. He always goes with the same mindset, go for the win, to win the tournament. So it's not different at all from the other moments.
And Armando, a quick question for you before we let you guys go. What is it like coaching and working with this guy, Di Fernandez?
I think it's like 4th year since FIFA 23. Back in the days was still FIFA 23. So I think it's been a long time. It's really easy. Last year we were not so close. I was not with him, but it's really easy to work with Di Fernandes. He's a guy that we need to leave him and just let him go from his own play style, and then just on the most important things about competition, not about gameplay, about competition, bring him to the right side. Trying to put him in the right place with the right mentality to win. So few adjustments that we made on his gameplay, not a lot. I mean, just a couple things. So it's been really easy with Di Fernandes for the last years, and it's been a pleasure.
Oh, brilliant. Good to hear. Thank you so much for joining us. We've got our semi-finals coming up next, and we'll see you later on, Di Fernandes. But first, it is this one, Tuga versus Nicholas. Ooh, what a semi-final that is going to be. Richard Buckley. Wow. I mean, this could be a final, obviously.
Yeah.
Two absolute quality players. I don't want to call it. I'm not going to give a prediction. Have you noticed that I've gone throughout the weekend just not giving predictions?
Yeah, it's a bit strange, that, doesn't it? We all get it in the neck for doing predictions wrong.
But this guy, Tuga, unbeaten this season in La Liga FC Pro. But equally, we know what Nicholas the Iceman can do. So, look, I mean, you'd be forgiven for backing either player, but what do you reckon is going to happen here?
Well, if you look at the history books, they've not matched in a few years. However, Nicholas typically gets the better of him. When I was looking through, I think they played 5 games, and Nicholas has won 3 out of the 5. 1 draw and 1 Tuga win. I do think Tuga wins. However, my only reservation about Tuga winning is that Nicholas didn't play well in the quarterfinals. And a player of Nicholas's quality isn't going to play bad 2 games in a row. And I think that's where, if you are Nicholas, you think, that's my bad game out of the way with. I've had that one now.
Yeah, the only thing I would counter that with, Richard Buckley, is that, and I know we spoke about that game against LJR Peixoto, right, that you're referencing there for Nicholas, and said, Nico, it wasn't great, it wasn't the best. He still got the win against a really good opponent, and I know it wasn't Nicholas playing at his very best, but it doesn't really matter. He had a good day yesterday, beat Zidane so comfortably, didn't he? So, it's not like Nicholas is coming into this off the back of a defeat, a draw, being in a lower bracket.
No, and it's a great game to come through against a player of LGR's quality. It's a real tough one. I mean, the way we're talking about it, you see the scoreline, 6-2, you think Tuga had it his own way, but he didn't. He faced real adversity in that game. He was 1-0 down, it went to 2-1, he had to bring it back to extra time, and then in extra time, Hidalgo just ran out of gas in the end. It's going to be a really good game, I think. I don't think it's going to be as free-flowing as the match we just saw between, obviously, Di Fernandes and Nathan SR. The PH game, that was just a clinic from PH. It was one-way traffic. I said I don't see a world in which Marine wins. I got a prediction right. That came true.
Finally.
Thanks for that. But in this one, I think it's going to be really tight. I also think it's a little bit of a throwback game. Both these 2 players playing for many years. We're going to see low scoring. I'm going to go 3-2 Tuga.
Oh, very precise. Okay, so Richard Buckley thinks that Tuga is going to get the win. Ryan, what do you think over there?
Oh, I'm going to agree with Rich, I think it's going to be really close. I could see it going either way, but I do think, based on what we've seen, Tuga just about squeezes past Nicholas in this round. But before we get there, we're going to dissect some gameplay from other players. In fact, that we're not going to be seeing until the round afterwards. Of course, Di Fernandes had to end up defeating Nathan SR in dramatic fashion to get to that stage. And obviously, he was incredible. It was great to hear from him and his coach as well. I thought that was very touching about just their experience together over the last couple of years. But yeah, let's firstly take a look
at an item in greater detail. Obviously, this Yamal item, we've seen him selected. We've seen not only this version, but his other version that does have more playstyles. You see, Technical and Incisive Plus are incredible playstyles. And if I'm being honest with you, the only thing I would say he's missing is maybe Rapid. He's got Tech, he's got Incisive, Finesse, Low Driven, Game Changer, Tiki-Taka, First Touch, and Quick Step. He's got basically everything you could wish for a player operating on that right side. And some players have used him in strike, albeit he doesn't have that position. It doesn't matter too much because of everything that he offers, from all the passing, the dribbling. These 4 stats in particular are incredible. Even though the shooter, you could argue, is a little bit low at this stage of the game, he's still capable of tucking the ball away and scoring those all-important goals. But I mentioned about the clips. Let's take a look at this first one between Di Fernandez and Nathan Essar. This is a goal that Di Fernandez conceded. I just want to quickly show you something, right? Offside traps are very prevalent. You can see it was put in there from Di Fernandez. The line is being pushed. Irrespective of this run here, you can see there's going to be a danger, because if you've offside trapped and this player here is following the run, it pushes the whole defensive line back, because even if one player is out, it makes your line look like this. All over the place, basically. The last couple plays, it's a complete mess. It gives Nathan Essar confidence to know that he can push forward, he can create an attack, because Yamal's pushed the defensive line back. It's sort of similar to previous years where that was the aim. You can sort of play the play, or watch the play progress and end up playing the pass in. And it is, of course, Yamal who ends up tucking that ball away. That was the second goal for Nathan Essar. The other side of things where Di Fernandez has excelled is his offensive play. We saw it in its entirety in that previous round. And this is another clip. R1 dribbling in full effect. The run here into space with Yamal. He's in acres of space where he can make a decision. Does he run into the box here? Does he want to cut back? And that run is something that punishes Nathan Essar. You'll see he gets towards the byline. That touch as well, if we go back slightly, is incredible, because a lot of people maybe take that touch and they're forced into an angle where obviously they can't take a shot at goal. In this position, he takes a little touch probably this way, you get a shot at goal towards this area of the pitch, or of the goal, sorry. You've got Jude Bellingham if you want to play a lock, you've got the back post, but what he does is find the angle with the finesse shot, low driven, gets the goal. And that's sort of the positive and negative of Di Fernandez's gameplay. Sometimes defensively, the offside traps could catch him out, but then offensively, he's capable of scoring at will. So yeah, we'll see that game very, very soon. Let's head on over to the casters, Brandon and Gravison. This is a huge game, and I can't wait for it. Let's
Great
go.
analysis, Ryan.
Yeah.
Gotta tell you, hats off.
Have you got a hat?
No, but I do have Ryan's code. So
We might be needing that in a little bit, of course. Brandon Smith and Jaime Alvarez guiding you through the semi-final stages of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. I mean, Grav, what's your take on this one? Tuga or Nicholas? Tuga unbeaten up to this point. He was #1 in the rankings, in the seedings in Barcelona, but he's up against Nicholas. He's been here before. They both have won the cup before, but it's Nicholas.
Even though I think Nicholas will take the win, I think he's the best player in the competition. I think coming up to this match and training, even though he didn't play well in the quarterfinals, I feel like he's the favorite to win this cup. Richard said a thing that really threw me off balance. So who's the favorite coming into this match? I just don't know the answer, because you could say Tuga.
Off form, you would say Tuga in this competition this year. And let's be honest, Tuga has looked brilliant this year in the FC Pro ecosystem. You could argue that. However, it's Nicholas.
It is Nicholas.
It's Nicholas. How do you look past him? How do you take him down is the other question. Of course, for those that are watching as well in the conversation, YouTube and Twitch, this is what you can earn this weekend. Live viewership rewards. If you watch 15 to 60 minutes, you'll pick up an 83 plus times 3 players pack and an 84 plus times 4 players pack, depending on how long you watch for. Of course, link your EA account and tune in to the LALIGA FC Pro Cup and League Phase. All the rewards are untradeable. We are loading in now to our first semi-final, and we are underway. Tuga against Nicholas. I mean, Gravison, I'm about to ask you for a prediction. Who is winning this one?
I think Nicholas. I think it's going to be tight. I think it's going to be contested. I don't think it's going to be comfortable for Nico, but I think he'll get the job done. You, Brandon? Sitting on the fence?
Oh, I said Nicholas, and I'll stick with Nicholas for this one. I just think, yes, Tuga's had an unbelievable record and he's been able to achieve so much. But he just finds a way to win. I mean, chat, you tell us, Nicholas or Tuga, who do you think is going into the final of this year's LALIGA FC Pro Cup final here in Gran Canaria? Just feel like this has been a different season, though, from Tuga. Speaking of which, well, that's Nicholas's first shot of the game.
And you can see Frankie de Jong just twisting, turning, looking for that angle for the shot.
If you look back on the game yesterday, that Tuga had to play. It was an impressive result from him in the round of 16. It was a 5-2 win against Alberto, then came through today. And although he was down, and he did struggle against Hidalgo of Villarreal, there's the first shot from him. Saw Black that stands in the way and parries that one around the corner. But it was an interesting quarterfinal, wasn't it, early today, Gravison, for Tuga. He played against Hidalgo, who, look, he didn't really have anything to lose. He was in this tournament via goal difference. He just about scraped through. And for about 60 minutes in that game, he had about 2 shots in the tie. Tuga seemed like he struggled, but it was just a question of how long could Hidalgo stop Tuga playing, and then it just all became a bit too much, especially by the time we got into extra time.
It was indeed, and I thought Hidalgo played a good match up to the 60th minute, but then it felt like when he had to take control of the match, score the second goal, and maybe try to hold possession for a bit, he couldn't do it. And that's the thing with Tuga, you can never count him out. He's always alive in the match, in the competition, and it feels like Di Fernandez is a similar player, both Portuguese players.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of which, here's Nicholas now. Bellingham finds the feet of Xavi, who will look to continue this attack in his trademark 4-4-1-1. And as we have throughout the course of our tournament here in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria, we have another guest joining us in commentary. Javi joins us, of course, coach, alongside Mark 11, and an incredible roster of FC Pro players. How are you doing, my friend?
Well, not the best weekend for me, but happy to join you here on the stream at least to give some tips and everything for the stream. So basically my weekend improves a bit now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hopefully the sun will come out for you as well. It hasn't really been the case, has it?
Doesn't look like it, no.
But we had Mark on commentary a little bit earlier. I mean, a frustrating day yesterday for you, right?
Yeah, of course. Like when you bring a roster like Mark and myself to this tournament, you don't expect to be out that earlier. But, you know, like this league is so competitive. There are a lot of good players, so this can happen. We must learn and be ready for the next things.
Of course, professional coach Javi with us on commentary. Get any questions in the chat, play styles, formation, any recommendations you want, get him involved in the chat. He's with us right now alongside us. But there are 4 players left in the tournament. Who do you think is going to win?
Centrally, we played him on the league phase and we were like really surprised about his performance. Di Fernandez, I think, is the name to follow right now. His attack on the edge is fucking good now. So hopefully he can stay on this and bring the trophy to Cádiz.
Apologies for any unsavoury language there.
Sorry. Not used to this.
Sorry, he's very good at attacking, is what he was saying there, Di Fernandez. I mean, that's an interesting take. I mean, Nick, do you think, who out of these two do you think gets through, Tuga or Nicholas?
It's a really, really hard match, to be fair.
Hang on, it's Nicholas! Well, it's the Iceman that gets the first goal in this semi-final. But as you were saying, who do you think wins?
I must say Nico right now, nah? But it's really a hard match. I think like both players are kind of the same play style. Both are like really players that like to control the match and defend in a really compact phase. So surely this is not over. Tuga will have someone to say now, but I think Nico is the one to be on the final right now.
We got a question on the chat from Hothu Hikai. Best 2 left wing, right wing playstyle pluses. Best 2 left wing, right wing playstyle pluses. Best 2.
I think one that is really underrated, and I feel on this tournament is really a must. There is first touch. I feel like on this gameplay that sometimes is not that quick as the only one. I feel like having a players that can turn and can receive that first touch inside the box can make like the difference between scoring or being tackled by the defenders.
A question as well that's coming. Any other viable formations outside of 4-5-1 and 4-4-1-1? Any other formations that you believe that are good?
I think we are in a year where it's like pretty hard to play outside the meta, but we have seen Nasada playing 4-4-2 the whole year, so I think that would be the must. You need to be like really good with the through balls and playing with those runs on the attack. But I think like if I don't have those ones, 4-4-2 must be like my one to go.
And one thing we know about Nasada is he scores a lot of goals.
He does.
A lot of goals. Of course, he qualified for the World Championships as well. Of course, people in the chat said Tuga versus Di Fernandez in the finals. I mean, he's going to have to pull this one back. He finds himself 1-0 down, Tuga. He has been incredible. Speaking of which, there is Tuga, but somehow, Grav, Jan Oblak stopped him.
Nico's been lucky twice now with those 1v1 striker against the keeper now. I don't think he'll get lucky 3 times.
Tuga plays that corner short. It's Nico Williams on Nico Williams. He just about gets away and allows Real Sociedad to try and come through. Here's Nicholas now with Xavi. Is there an overlap available? Yes, there is. Nico Williams has a shot. It's taken a deflection and it goes for a corner. What can the Iceman do from this area? Decides to play short and then aims his best to rework it. A question for you, Javi. How come we haven't seen maybe the trademark corners this weekend of the into the box, the head down and the flick on? It seems like it hasn't been as effective.
I think like since the start of the game has been really good. I feel here on La Liga, because we don't have that many aerial fortress players, it's not that good. But I feel like short passing corners are a bit better right now. Because like team press doesn't feel to be like that good. Oh, wait. Like team press doesn't feel to be that good like at home. So there must be like a bit more space to play. So short passing looks better. But of course, like player look still being like one a good try to go.
And if you were obviously, of course, coaching Mark or another player, how would you be sort of instructing them from a corner what to do? As you said, if you haven't got the play styles, the aerial fortress that you want, how would you be telling them to take a corner, play it short, then work it around the box? Or
yeah, it depends a bit on which like draft do you have, of course. I think like since we have Araujo on the team, play lock corners has improved a bit, but on the strategy we weren't that good, so we came for a short and trying to find a finesse shot, which worked up pretty decent on the scrims matches. Not that good yesterday on the match, but I feel like being a bit more safe could be like a bit better, as counter-attacks are still really good on this game.
yeah, it feels a little bit weird. When we're in the FC Pro Open, it was the typical player lock head that seeming like it always was. Here's Nicholas still looking for a second before half-time. We're 5 minutes away from the end of the first half in our first semi-final here. You join us live from Las Palmas, Gran Canaria.
Great defense so far by both players in this first half.
Cruyff tries to find the double tap pass into Bellingham.
Especially Tuga. It's really hard to defend against Nico with the way he trigger runs with the midfielders, with the double tap passes, and the player switching from Tuga has been really good, such as this, Javi.
Yeah, I think like it's really hard on this meta right now, but because both players are playing balance depth, which basically gives you like a bit lower defense to protect you more for the first time through walls, but also is creating like a bit more space between between Tuga, midfielders and defense line. But he's like defending really well the 1v1s, protecting from those double taps from Nico that, as you can see, like in the whole tournament, has been really good way of attacking and creating chances to score.
As we pull up for one of the final chances of the half, keep your questions coming into have you. Hopefully give you a tip or two. Formation, play styles, tactics. This is a great position for Nicholas to be in. But if it wasn't for his Jan Oblak, this would have already been 1-1 or potentially 2-1 to Tuga. Added time of just 1 minute. There's the double tap pass, which allows an overlap. Griezmann will then try and punch it through the fence. And I think that will do us a half-time grabber. So Nicholas, only a goal up against Tuga.
He's had a few chances now, Nico, just attacking on the wing, and when he's looking for that pass inside the box, seems like he's always anticipated by the right back, by the centre back, by the centre midfielder. Do you think they should change any depth? Do you think they should change any tactics, or should they play the same, Javi?
I think like defensively both are working really well. Like it's really impressive to be on 45 minutes of this game and just being 1-0. Even like the gameplay is a bit slower than usually at home. But I feel like the problem is like Tuga needs to play a bit faster. It's really hard to compete against Nico on a slow gameplay. As we can see now, like he's switching into a 4-4-1, which basically with that shadow striker is going to give him more opportunity to just go quick on the transitions, and basically having like Lamine and Williams on the wings. Basically what you want now is like to trigger early the wingers, go quick into that CIM, and then like create the space, sending that striker to hopefully use the player lock to connect with those wingers running on the transitions, which probably will be like, it's not easy, but the easiest way to create chances against Nico.
As Javi was just talking about, we have a change on the defensive depth of Tuga. It's on high on every single formation he has now. So let's see how he adapts to it.
Well, we just spoke about the shadow striker there. Someone in the chat went, what is the best role for a cam, Javi? Is it playmaker or shadow striker?
I think right now should be shadow striker, because basically the difference between shadow striker and playmaker, I think, is like the other most used role right now in the meta. I feel like shadow striker, he stays like a bit more central on the pitch. So basically when you are like playing the counterattacks, the playmaker goes much more into wingers, which basically is not that good because it makes you play a bit slower. But if you have shadow striker more central, you can just direct pass to him, send a winger, and go for those through ball with incisive, which is like broken on this game right now.
So you can attack a bit quicker.
Basically, it's what you expect when, as you can see, like Nico is really good in the transitions coming back. So attacking slow against that guy is something that you don't want to do.
Well, I think the words that Nicholas said, Gravison, when we were speaking to at the desk with Nicole, is that Tuga makes you play a certain way. The words that Nicholas said is, I want to play. Tuga maybe doesn't always want to do that at times, and maybe wants to keep possession and frustrate you. So far, would you say that Nicholas has been able to do that as he looks for a second?
I'll say Javi broke it down perfectly. You can see the change with the depth now, and you can see how Nico is being much more quicker if he wants to attack, but if he is quick enough, he will find the space. A good through ball to Bellingham, and it could have been 2-0. What do you think of Bellingham as a shadow striker, as a cam?
To be honest, I think I don't like it. I feel like on that position you need a player who can turn quick, who can give you that R1 sprint difference. So basically I wouldn't take it, but to be honest, Nico has smashed us on the screen, so it must be working well for him. I think something really impressive, and you as a former player will know how the press of Nico, like he's winning 1-0 and he's still taking the risk of going high and press the guy and not let Tuga play in any situation of the game.
It is for me the hardest thing you can do as a professional player. Just press manually up high, as aggressive as you can, and there's only a few people that are able to do that consistently, and that's why they're tier 1 players, as Mark mentioned when he was here on comms.
Yeah, otherwise that you just run out of steam as Nicholas coming forward with Valverde. Like a Ketter or two to try and work his way into the box. Xavi in possession, the only goal scorer so far, Bellingham. Can he send the defender packing? Yes, he can! It is superb! Cold, composed as ever from the Iceman. Nicholas will find a second against Tuga.
He was defending well those 1v1s. I feel like even though he was creative enough with the step overs, he could have probably tackled it beforehand, because I felt like he controlled the ball with the first touch. He had time to go maybe for a tackle, but he was a bit passive. What do you think, Javi?
I really think like it's really impressive how Nico has used Jude Bellingham. I feel like he created really well the space. I think one difference between this attack and the ones on the first half, he's now using, instead of using Bellingham as the guy who you basically want to do the passes, he's using Bellingham just to trigger him connect with Cruyff, and from that having more space. And I think like the difference on the box right now is that like he connect with Bellingham there, having like such a space to go the 1v1, and being like defending 1v1s right now in this game is really hard. You have too many options to play. He had the composure to wait, go for to that step over, and smash the keeper there.
Do you not think it's crazy, Gravison, that he's got Cruyff in this team? We know that Nicholas always loves Cruyff, but Cruyff's barely scored any goals. It just feels like it's the midfield show, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to PH using Lewandowski, for example. He's not scoring goals with Lewandowski. He's just the link-up play, which, if you talk about real football, you would say Lewandowski as a link-up play. That doesn't make any sense. Yep. But here, with the play styles, it all comes down to those just box-to-box midfielders just crushing into the box.
Well, they might not get goals, but they'll get plenty of assists, won't they? Because they are just, as you said, Javi, they're just playing the extra pass, aren't they, around the corner? Bringing in Bellingham, bringing in the likes of Pedri, Xavi. I think those three alone have probably scored more goals than half the strikers this weekend.
Yeah, it's really different from the normal game that we can have in online tournaments or even FC Pro. I feel like here, after the league phase, when we needed to analyze what the things that we did wrong, I feel like we were scoring too many goals with Cruyff when people were scoring more goals with Pedri, Xavi, and Bellingham. It's crazy the difference.
Well, speaking of Cruyff, here he is now, looking to link up the play once again. Nicholas is on the verge, potentially so. He's just a third of the game away from giving Tuga his first defeat of this La Liga FC Pro season. However, has he got other ideas? Pedri can't find Bellingham because Araujo is there and in the way.
It's just the defense from Nico is just outstanding.
He might be on for a third here, Grav. Nico Williams. Where's the extra pass? Look, he's brought Koeman over, and then suddenly there's a bit of a gap potentially. Oh. Did not fall back to an attacker, but for a second there, you thought that might be Nicholas 3-0 up.
Just thinking about just the manual jockey from Nico. It's just so precise. He gets the ball back every single time. And back in the days, in 2020, 2021, in FC, the jockey was more assisted. But when it changed, to be honest, that was when I retired, because I couldn't keep up with the manual jockeying. But just seeing this from Nico, he's really just so precise with the left stick analog.
Here he comes again now, Nico Williams down this right-hand side. Can he pull across this second-man press and the original run of Ronald Koeman, which he nearly did again? Got to get a goal before the 70th minute, you have to say, for Tuga, if there's any chance here. Cruyff trying to get a bite out of Valverde. Xavi will double up with him as an extra ride back. Araujo is pulled out. It's very aggressive defending from Nicholas. And he's doing all he can to send him back packing, and it's worked again, Javi.
Really good for Nico. Like, he took the risk right now to not turn off the team press. So basically, as you see, like, his team stays there pressing, which normally is what do you want to have in your team, but he's using that as his best thing right now in the match. It's crazy.
Nice.
Again, Valverde. Oh, it's come all the way from right back. He's won it. But he could be out of position now. If he's quick, Tuga. Has to be quick, though. There's maybe an ongoing runner there for a second of Jude Bellingham here on this side closest to us again. That shot blocked.
It is so frustrating when you keep attacking and you just don't create any chances.
De Jong. Where's the extra pass? Maybe there it is. Into Nico Williams. Nicholas finds a third and might have just sent himself into the grand final.
Defending masterclass by the Iceman. 70 minutes, playing FC 26, and not only not conceding goals. I don't think we've seen a shot on target by Tuga in the second half.
I don't think so, to be fair. I don't remember any clear chance of Tuga in the last minutes. I feel like the difference between Nico and Tuga and what we are seeing now is basically Nico has been able to keep with the press with his CMs every time, while Tuga is needed to defend with his center backs a lot, which basically is leaving Nico too many space to play there. As you can see, he just turned with De Jong, play the croqueta pass, play another extra pass, and receive with the space just to shoot, while Tuga is receiving the best pressure that I have seen this year, to be fair. So,
if you're on the side of Tuga,
Wow.
Javi, and you're trying to come up with any sort of plan B, C, D. How are you going at this last 20 minutes?
Truly, I really think it's really hard. I'm not gonna lie. But I feel like the problem of Tuga is like he's playing too many central in the transitions, which basically is allowing Nico to put pressure there. He needs to like have a left mid or a right mid and winger, try to open a bit more the defense on Nico, and then once he's on his half, trying to go inside to find the space between midfielders and defender that basically Nico finds it now, as you can see like on the clip that Tuga is showing on the screen.
So you feel like he's not stretching the play enough? He should be playing a bit wider.
And I think it's something like every player, even in Weekend League, is struggling right now, no? I feel like sometimes you see that open space, you want to find your CIN quick, you want to find your striker quick, but then if your opponent put pressure there, it's really hard to defend now with the team press meta. So basically, I could say to Tuga, just go into the wings earlier, and then when Nico try to put pressure on the wings, you can try to switch side and attack with a bit more of space there.
Brilliant insight there from Javi, who's of course been coaching Mark 11 in this year's La Liga FC Pro, as that was maybe one of his best chances so far. I don't even think he's had I think he's had more than 2 shots, Gravison, in this game, Tuga.
This is the 3rd shot of the game for him. And that's the thing, of course, when you get just that big of a chance, you gotta aim well with the precision shooting, but it is hard.
Cruyff, is this the moment? No! Jan Oblak comes flying. And will deny Tuga another chance. Bellingham can't get past Araujo, and that is even better for Nicholas. They're just all lining up well for them, aren't they, Grav?
I just saw Tuga just kind of breaking down his attacks. I'm sure he was talking with Thiago about how he could adapt. I don't know. Maybe he could try what Javi was talking about. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just thinking what I could do. And maybe I'm trying to see that maybe the roles on the midfielders, the box-to-box, seems like they just get caught up in a weird position. So maybe just try to change those into more of a holding position. Maybe to just try to pass the ball to them and then recycle the play. But I just don't see a way to break down this defense, if I'm honest.
He's done well there. He's taken another 10 minutes out of the game pretty much there, Nicholas. He has tried to spread the play a bit wider there, Javi, but he's a bit stuck of options in the box.
And he has to score now. In 3 minutes left, he has to score in this one.
Inaki Williams. This is the start of a comeback for Tuga. No, again, Araujo. Right place, right time for Nicholas. His defending has been perfect. Again, Bellingham in the way. There's always an answer by the looks of it. Every question Tuga's asking of Nicholas's defence. There's always a player in the way, Javi.
It's crazy because I'm reminding our Screams games against Tuga. I'm reminding talking with Mark about Tuga is the best creating a space on the edge with Di Fernandez. And it looks like in this game it has been impossible to create that space. So I'm really impressive about Nico's defense. I think it's time to go home and study that defense. Hopefully next time my players can do it now.
I mean, it's as good as a grand final performance, this from Nicholas Grav. He's not put a foot wrong.
Richard broke it down perfectly prior to this match. You can only see Nicholas play bad once, and that was against LGR Peixoto in a half. He didn't play good at all. He was lucky with a few shots, but as you can see now, this is the Nicholas you get when it comes to the semi-finals.
4 shots there, sorry, Grav, that Tuga has had this whole game. How many of them have been on target? Not many.
Not many. Maybe 2, 1.
Not even that. I feel like Tuga is creating a bit better the space now. He has a few shots, but every time he has a space, Araujo is coming. He's closing the space and pushing him out. So really hard. And I think now we can say it's almost over now.
Almost over. It is indeed. We want to ask people at the chat, have you guys done the showdown SBC of Araujo? Because I did. And he's a beast.
Yeah,
He's the best. Like, I think, like, really, he changed the defense since he came.
19 out of the 24 drafted squads all went for the SBC Araujo.
Tuga's not using Araujo, and he's getting punished.
Well, the craziest part about Nicholas, right, this is his 3rd season in LALIGA FC Pro. Out of the 5 tournaments he's played in, of course, not including the grand final in a few weeks, he's made the grand final 4 out of the 5 tournaments he's played in.
Just impressive.
I just think, I remember being 1 year with Nico in London, and he was, every week, we were discussing the same. He was always saying, if I go to Spain, I will beat everyone. I need to tell him he was right now.
The only time he did make it to a grand final was last season in the Cup, where he lost in the quarterfinals. Aside of that, he's won the league the last 2 years. He won the Cup back in 2024. He might be on to win the Cup again this year. Anything with a performance like this. A clean sheet, a 3-0 win against the only player that has won every single game. He was 8-0 Tuga before this game. 6 in Barcelona he played, he was unbeaten. 2 games he's played here in Gran Canaria. But sometimes the O has got to go, Gravison. And unfortunately it's going against the Iceman.
Still a great tournament so far from Tuga, even though he didn't score. It seems like the game will finish without him scoring, but he has to be proud of himself and the way he played throughout the whole competition. And I feel like he's one of the favorites to win the title at the league finals.
Absolutely. Added time, a 1-minute play. Referee conclude the game. Nicholas is on his way to the LALIGA FC Pro Cup Grand Final. A 3-0 win against Tuga. What a statement he is sent out to Piazin and Di Fernandez, who are about to kick off in our other semi-final in just a little while time. Javi, how would you conclude that performance from Nicholas?
I'm just really scared. Like, who's going to stop this man?
It could be Di Fernandez or it could be Piazin.
It could be Di Fernandez, could be, but if someone press like that, if someone defends like that on this game, I think it's going to be really hard to see any other player different from Nico lifting both trophies, this and the final.
I mean, could PH stop him? Could Di Fernandez stop him? Di Fernandez has beaten him before, I believe.
Both of them could stop him with the way they play, because I feel like they're really quick, just attacking with the cams, just triggering runs with the midfielders, but I'm just speechless, if I'm honest. This was my favorite game of the whole tournament, because I'm one that loves great defense, manual defense, and I feel like both of them defended really well. So curious to see what happens now, because on the other side of things, PH against Di Fernandez, that are probably, what, 15 goals?
Yeah,
14 goals?
Someone has bashed my ear there.
And Javi, we won't get to speak to you again today here in Gran Canaria. Do you think Nicholas will win it all?
100% he win it all.
Well, there we go.
That's I'm going to jinx it now.
No, he said
it's your fault. It's your fault. It's going to be your fault, not mine.
Right, Javi, thanks for joining us. Grav as well. Incredible commentary there. That's one semi-final down. Look, Tuga was great, but he was silenced there in the goal. Nicholas is through to another grand final. His 4th grand final out of 5 tournaments he's played since being in Spain. I mean, his consistency is ridiculous. What have you made of that?
I mean, absolutely incredible. I don't think, Ryan, that we were expecting that to be such a one-sided game, really. Such a comfortable win in the end for Nicholas.
He dragged them about. I'll be honest with you, that performance from Nicholas to not concede against Tuga in this tournament, he's been scoring goals. Of course, we associate Tuga in previous years gone by, the clean sheets, but that was sort of the opposite in the regular season. And for Nicholas to play that way, fair enough. I said I thought Tuga would win. I went with Richard's prediction as well. I agreed, but the more I see Nicholas play, the more I think my prediction of someone new to win, I might be wrong, to be honest.
I love that you've just managed to throw Richard Buckley under the bus
we fall down together. He's looking at me. We're there together.
Well, Richard, I remember speaking to him on this very desk earlier on, and he was very confident that Tuga would get the win, because he said that Nicholas didn't play so well earlier on against LJR Peixoto. And I did remind Richard Buckley that it didn't really matter how he played. He still got the win in the end. He did really well yesterday against Zidane, didn't he? And we can see the bracket here and see how things are shaping up and the previous games across this weekend. But Nicholas, the Iceman, he did what he can do, what we've all seen before, Ryan Pessoa. But he did make it look so comfortable against Tuga, who had been unbeaten up until right now here in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria.
Beat Zidane 6-0.
Yeah.
Beat LJR, who is one of the best attackers, 3-1. So nullified his attack in that game. Beat Tuga there without conceding again. Defensively, like I said, I predicted a new winner in terms of a player that hasn't won this tournament before to happen. I'm going to stick with my prediction, but I'm going to be wrong. I actually think Nicholas is too good.
Where did it go wrong for Tuga? What happened from a player perspective, Ryan, his performance there?
He spoke to us on commentary as well. There were moments in that game against Hidalgo where he said he was triggering runs and it wasn't too good because he kept triggering the midfielders instead of the wingers, and he noticed that and tried to change it. Against Nicholas, yes, you might think, all right, I'm doing something wrong, you want to change it, but then he'll be able to realize that and counter whatever you've changed within an instant. It's very difficult to play against somebody like Nicholas when he's on full flow the way he is and has been throughout this tournament. I don't even think he done anything completely wrong. He just played a play, I'll be honest, that was just better. That's how it is sometimes.
Yeah, well, that was our first semi-final. We have our second semi-final coming up next, and I think this is going to be a really good one, isn't it? I don't think this will be such one-way traffic, Ryan Pessoa, as the game that we just saw, because it is this man, D. Fernandez versus PH Zin. Oh, two brilliant players. We've spoken to both of them over the weekend here in Gran Canaria. How do you see this one going? Surely a bit more even?
I'll be honest, I actually don't know. I love giving a predict. Honestly, I can't call this one. I didn't expect D. Fernandez to win. I thought he was the better player beforehand against Nathan. Like on paper, I thought he was better. He's unbeaten in this tournament. But the way he came back, that showed resilience as well. It showed that he has the mental capacity to persevere from adversity as well. And for PHZin, it's been easy. But you're up against D. Fernandez now. I don't know.
Ryan,
I'll be real. I actually don't know, Nico. I don't know who's going to win.
Well, let's talk a bit more about D. Fernandez and this game against Nathan, because it was just absolutely incredible. And we spoke to him and his coach here at the desk about what happened here and his mentality, and also how good he felt after once this game was done and he got the win. But it looked like, for the most part, that Nathan was going to walk away quite comfortably the winner of this one. And then D. Fernandez, I mean, I don't know what happened here, Ryan. I don't know whether Nathan just switched off or what. Or maybe it was just, maybe we're underestimating how good D. Fernandez is in that sort of situation, right? But whatever it was, Ryan, he managed to pull some magic out of the bag.
If memory serves me correct, I think it was 3 goals he scored within 10 or 12 minutes or something. We're seeing the replays there come in. I just want to double check that, but I know D. Fernandez ended up scoring in quick succession. I think the downfall of Nathan Essar there, for me, was where he kept possession. You don't keep the ball in your own half when you're trying to sort of hold on to a 1-goal lead. They always say when you're keeping possession, whether it's in the midfield or the attacking third, never in your own half. Because when you lose the ball, you've triggered runs that you don't have anyone in support, you're in big trouble. And that's what happened. And then you can see the goals there.
So late on.
So late. But then the player look, you're going to see the same sort of thing here. The way he triggered the runs going forward, and then the player look eventually right here locks it on to Pedri, who tucks it away. And win in that fashion as well, for somebody to do it in that way will give him huge amounts of confidence. And he'll feel like he's on top of the world. He'll feel like he is unbeaten, and it's going to take a lot to stop him.
Well, I was going to ask you this, Ryan, from when you were playing and competing in these tournaments. Did you have a win like that where you managed to turn it around?
Never as good as D. Fernandez. I've had wins where I've been able to turn it around.
In the 90th minute?
But not where the stakes are as high as this. I mean, I think the way D. Fernandez is playing, it's just a question of whether he can do the same against PHZin, because I don't think PHZin gives you the ball in the last 2 minutes for you to equalise, and then not only messes up the last attack or goes for it straight away and gives you time to score again to win it in regular time. You're not going to get that against PHZin, in my opinion.
Exactly that, and I agree. I mean, famous last words from us, but I don't think PH Zin gives you those opportunities to come back in the 90th minute and not even to equalise, to win, to take away the win from the grips, from the claws of your fingers. I just don't think that is happening with someone sitting opposite you as good as this guy, PH Zin. And we spoke to him yesterday, and I know the guys were chatting to him earlier on. Were you talking to PH Zin? Yeah. And look, he's feeling good, he's feeling confident, and rightly so. It seemed like an easy win against Marin today, didn't it?
It was 9-2 in the end, was it?
It was like the most comfortable win we've possibly seen across the weekend, right? So he'll be feeling good.
I think he'll be backing himself like he always does. And he's a winner. So it remains to be seen if Di Fernandez can become a winner himself.
Well, who is going to get the win in this second semi-final? Richard Buckley, what do you reckon?
It's a tough one, isn't it? It's a real tough game. Ryan Pessoa never had a win like that. Never got to a top 4. So that's where we draw the line under that one. A game that did just have its line drawn under is Nicholas. What a performance, what a win. Clinical as ever. And I want to break it down. I want to have a deeper dive into the second and third goal that Nicholas scored. This is the second goal here. You can see 53rd minute on the clock. Team press coming in the bottom right corner from Tuga. So he's activated that. He's going to press him and go one-on-one in every single area of the pitch. When the ball comes out here, you can just see right there, Nicholas is player locked into Williams. It's highlighted in the bottom left corner. That's where he sort of faked it to goal. We're just going to watch this play on ever so slightly here because the ball never goes to Williams. He then switches to that cursor right there, Jude Bellingham. You've got this one-on-one battle right there. Jude Bellingham up against the centre-back. What's happened there with that player lock, he's shifted all this defence across. There's 3 players from Malaga and Tuga, and what Nicholas has done, he's isolated the one-on-one. Right there on the right wing, he's got Jude Bellingham in the space, and with Xavi's passing, he can just fire that ball into his feet. As soon as it comes to him, it's the individual brilliance of Nicholas. Little step over, takes the space, and finds the far corner. But he's waiting for the team press, he's waiting for it to activate, and he trusts that he's got enough ability to play out, recycle, and go back in. This is the third goal. I'm going to show you it very quickly because it is a little bit of a similar. He drives into the space with Frenkie de Jong, and right there, as that pass gets fired back into this space, once again, you're looking, where is the next pass going to go? He's got options. He could go into Bellingham there with a nice little... he could go into Bellingham right there with a pass, or... when this comes here, that's the pass he eventually plays. Pinged pass from Xavi. He's isolating the play styles. He's utilising what he's got into Williams' feet and an easy finish into the far corner. Nicholas is getting to that point in the year where he's starting to perfect the basics. He's learnt the game to a mastery level, and I'm not sure if anyone is going to take that cup away from him. Guys, up on the gantry, how are we feeling?
Cold. One way to describe it, but no, you're absolutely right, Richard Buckley. Who can stop him? And it is very scary that he is starting to peak at this point of the season. He was one game away from making the World Championships back in January. He lost to Umar, didn't he, in the FC Pro Open. He's had to go the long way round, which maybe in hindsight has put more pressure on Nicholas that he has to go and perform well in the FC Pro La Liga and go and get an E-Champions League, go and get a World Championship. But let's park that one there for a second. Nicholas is in the grand final. But who will be joining him, Grav? Because we're taking you through our second semi-final here. Di Fernandez against PH Zin. They both had very different quarterfinals, didn't they?
This is the toughest prediction through the whole day and probably weekend. I feel like it's a 50-50 match. I'm going to edge it to Di Fernandez because everyone backstage, coaches, players are saying that he's top 2, top 3 player coming into this tournament in form. But PH, he won 7-2 against Daniel Aguilar. He won 9-2 in quarterfinals against Marin, so it's tough to call it against him.
They're the only 2 games he's played. They're the only 2 games he's played since been here. Joe Elsey hasn't done as well, Grav. Conceded goals. He's the best defender in the tournament. I think after yesterday's result, he's only conceded 19. After today's game, he's conceded 21. You might be thinking, what drafts, what teams are they using? These are their drafts they're locked in. 12 million coin budget here at the La Liga FC Pro Cup. 3 players per each La Liga team is allowed. 3 icons that played in La Liga can feature. And look, across the board, there has been some incredible picks and players. If we can see the drafts, we might see them before kick-off. There has been one icon that has been a superstar, and that's been Xavi. He's been the most picked player across all of these drafts, just over 1 million coins. But he's proved his worth, as Richard just showed there, the ping pass play style, how important he's been for Nicholas, only assisting and scoring a goal. But looking at the draft, who do you think's been an unsung hero that maybe hasn't got all the plaudits, Grav?
Diego Forlán, 100%. I don't know the amount of goals exactly that we've seen from Diego Forlán, but it has to be 2 or 3 per match for Di Fernandez. Even Pires, which is a really, really not expensive icon. He's 100k. He's been playing good. Lamine Yamal, which not everyone's using on the right wing. Everyone's using him, the other version, up front. So I'm just curious, because it's a different draft than the rest of the competition, but it's working out well for him. On the other side, PH, much more regular draft. You see Mbappe on the left wing, which is a strong option. Araujo, which is... How many teams did Araujo...
19 out of the 24 players that locked in their teams here in Gran Canaria all used that Araujo SBC. I'll tell you what's the most interesting part of this team. The money that's been spent on Mbappe, Grav.
Yep.
Yeah, Lewandowski has scored more goals than Mbappe in all the goals that PSG has scored.
Richard broke it down perfectly. Every single attack starts on Mbappe's wing. That's why he doesn't have any goals, any assists, but he's creating those chances on the left wing.
Well, there's one player left in the competition that has also got an unbeaten record, and it's still running now, and that's Di Fernandez. He didn't lose a single game in Barcelona, but he now faces one of the most deadly players left in the competition. Will we have an all-South American grand final here in Spain? Will it be PSG versus Nicholas, or will Di Fernandez keep being the surprise package? And to be honest, on paper, I'd have to say one of the most convincing players we have seen here in Spain so far this season. He's just looked a lot better, hasn't he?
Yes. I mean, he's just been really consistent. Defensively, offensively, game management, and I think Di Fernandez is the favorite, but I don't know, Brandon.
Well, here we go then. Semi-final. Number 2. Di Fernandez getting us started already. 1 minute 30 is all it took. And the Portuguese pro of Cadiz has found one past PSG. This is exactly what happened yesterday, Gravison, in that game that Daniel Aguilar played against PSG. And he scored early, but it was the reaction afterwards that let him down a little bit.
It is a great player, luck to the underrated player that I mentioned beforehand, this Diego Forlán SBC, but as I was just talking about, I'm curious to see the formations, because PH has been rocking the 4-5-1 throughout the whole tournament, but I don't know if Di Fernandez is gonna keep play. He did play throughout the whole tournament with the 4-4-1-1. I don't know if he's gonna stick with that or maybe change to a mirror 4-5-1. And it looks like it's 4-4-1-1, not a mirror. So let's see how it goes. But yeah, Brandon, exactly as you mentioned, same start to the Dani Aguilar match, but PH was able to just score 2 goals in 10 minutes, so let's see if he is able to do the same.
One thing that we've seen from PSG since he's been on the ground here in Gran Canaria, he creates chance after chance after chance. 16 goals scored in 2 games. Di Fernandez is going to have to be superb defensively if there is any way that he can stop the Brazilian. Mbappe. Still Mbappe, extra pass, it runs into Bellingham. There wasn't the ongoing forward of Lewandowski that he would have liked to have had. Yamal. Into Diego Forlán now, and looks to go on his own. We said he might be the unsung hero in the team, Grav. He's just put Di Fernandez 2 goals to the goods.
PH is not happy at all with that conceded goal because it should have been the 1-1 if it locked to the other player on the attack, but then the counter was really good by Diego Forlán. I thought it was going to be a croqueta to open up the angle with maybe a low driven, maybe a finesse, but he didn't need it. It was directly a low driven, and Diego Forlán scores the second goal of the match for him. 2-0, and Di Fernandez is comfortably leading this match.
What a start. Hang on a second, might even get worse. Must be said as well, I mean, I think he's only considered 2 goals per game, PH, in the LALIGA FC Pro Cup.
And Di Fernandez has done that in 12 minutes.
He's not done yet, though, is he? 3 before the 15th minute might be nice. Yamal. Forlán.
Oof.
Very close to finding the feet of Jude Bellingham.
We're seeing a big support to PH on the chat. Brazilians turning up.
Well, he's got to turn up, hasn't he? Because so far it hasn't been impressive at all by his own standards. Lewandowski, keeper just teased off his line there, maybe to anticipate a shot, or maybe invite a shot from quite far out. Of course, this is your semi-finals of the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. The winner plays Nicholas in the grand final. Lewandowski can turn, but he can also run into Freeman. And then Rijkaard can ride the foul.
Great second man press from Di Fernandez. Freeman was just always trying to get the ball back, and then the player switch was really good as well. Now a chance for a counter-attack.
Forlán, Xavi. Ronald Koeman in the way that time.
And this is a great chance for a counter-attack. Araujo is out of position. Poor control by Fermín López.
Can he counter-attack and make the most of this? Keep an eye on the run of Lamine Yamal. Might be able to get a shot away here for Di Fernandez.
I thought there was a space to try to go with the technical, and then the Trivela. That could have been the 3-0 for Di Fernandez.
Lewandowski into Xavi again. There's a player at the back defensively, Grav. He's matched him up every single time at the moment.
Great defense by Araujo, and now a chance for a counter-attack.
It could get worse. It could be 3-0. Xavi with the chip. Di Fernandez is leading PH in by 3-0 inside half an hour.
Wow. PH is just trying to have a conversation with his brother, because I'm sure he's not happy with the way he's defending those transitions, and now it was the cheeky chip from Xavi Hernandez. He's not happy at all, PH, as you can look at his game cam, and a change of formation he has been using through the regular season, and not only that, the cup, the 4-5-1, and it seems like he's going to change to the 4-4-1-1 and the defensive depth as well. You were mentioning the defense from Di Fernandez. I mean, that is just the tackling with Araujo. You could see the playstyle plus, the anticipate, activated every single time on the top of his head, and he's just playing really good, isn't he?
He's not put a foot wrong. I mean, we're looking at potentially 2 perfect performances here, Gravison. Nicholas was incredible. Defensively, so good. Attacking-wise, he was clinical when he needed to be. And I think we might be seeing the same from Di Fernandez here so far, because PH has just not been at it.
No, not really. And I don't think he's playing bad offensively and with the build-up, but it's just those transitions. He's getting punished.
Fermin into Lewandowski. There's one back for Piagazin. And maybe it was the wake-up call that he needed.
No pause coming in from Di Fernandez. No. not coming finally, but yeah, double tap pass into Lewandowski. I don't know for sure if he's changed formation yet, but the low dribble from Lewandowski.
What is it about the double tap pass in those areas and why you wouldn't do a standard pass or a through ball? What is it that makes the difference?
It's just if you got the right timing and the play style inventive as well, it seems like it's unstoppable really. So it's all about timing, and sometimes you just go you just spam those and try to pray for the best. That was what Paulo Rico did, and it paid well for him.
Lewandowski, he has been the most prolific goal scorer for PSG.
Wow.
Onside, no.
That was close. PSG is still playing with a 4-5-1, but there's been a change in the defensive depth from balanced to high. As you can see, that defensive depth is way higher up the pitch.
Bellingham. Well, find Robert Pires, who we haven't spoken a great deal about this weekend. He was a lot more influential in Barcelona, wasn't he, off the left?
Yes.
I think it's probably because of the icon slots, isn't it? You don't maybe want to waste an icon slot on that position on the pitch.
Probably.
Di Fernandez on the hunt for a fourth and a 3-goal lead again. Forlan will restore the cushion. It's a 3-goal gap. And it becomes once again a mountain to climb for PSG.
He's just too good between the lines with the cam. Every single attack starts with the midfielders triggering runs with both CMs, but then when the ball gets to the cam, in this case Timothy Pedri, between lines he's attacking so well, he's timing so well, he knows when to turn, he knows when to open up the space, and he knows when to go for that ping pass into Diego Forlan with the player lock as well. It's just perfect FCs, isn't it?
I mean, maybe there's a reason, Graf, why they're in the semi-finals at this point. It's all becoming a little bit clearer for us of how good they are and maybe the gap. Pires, Bellingham, Forlan, Xavi. And then look for a finesse with the play style plus of Diego Forlan. He might get another bite out of it now if he can try and find a finesse. Maybe the angle wasn't quite there. I mean, a question for you, Grav, if we can get a minute in play between these attacks is, are you surprised that there isn't a Spanish player this late on into the tournament? I'm sure you're disappointed, but the level that have come into this tournament, you know, the level in general of the whole competition has really gone up again.
I'm sure we'll have a chance to speak about this on the analyst desk, but it's the first time in the whole story of the competition that we've not seen the Spanish in the top 4 in semi-finalists in the Cup. And it just speaks to two things. It speaks to the level of the foreigners coming in to play here in LALIGA FC Pro.
Here's Bale. PH in, stopped by All Black.
And to the change of generation in Spanish FC history. Back in the days, we had Alfonso Ramos, a 2-time world champion. We had the generation of myself, Andoni, JRI as well, and it seemed like Jositas and Nit's generation was just going to come up and try to win a world championship, but it seems like, to be fair, we are stuck.
Xavi! Important goal before half-time. Only down by 2 now, PSG. Cannot forget the calibre of player that he is. He's been to an FC Pro Open before. He's beaten the likes of Anders Vergang. Yes, it might not have been the most enjoyable last season. You can't look past his CV and what he's achieved in big games like this. Important goal before half-time, that, Grav.
Massive. He has to defend now. just if he concedes, it's going to be so tough mentally that he just can't afford it.
Pedrick. Yamal. Potentially a cutback. Fernandez pushed off the ball. Added time of 2 minutes has been played. Punched into Forlan! It's Diego Forlan that's bagged a hat-trick in just 45 minutes. I don't think I've seen anyone in this whole competition just work and manoeuvre the Uruguayan hero like Di Fernandez is. He's making him look like prime R9 out there.
That first touch with the silver playstyle was just perfect. Ryan Pessoa broke it down perfectly after the quarterfinal, in which he said, when you find yourself in those situations inside the box, you must turn 180 to 70 degree. And when you do that, the angle will just open perfectly for a finesse. It was top bins and Di Fernandez.
The amount of times that PH in this first 45 minutes, has been in these custom tactic team management scenarios. He's going 4-5-1, 4-4-1 while he's bouncing back and forth.
What a goal. I mean, we just saw a change of formation by PH. Lewandowski is subbed off. So now it'll be a 4-4-1-1 formation for PH. But even though it's 9 minutes half and we do have 45 minutes left, I don't know. It's just 6 shots on target for Di Fernandez, 5 goals. Back in the quarterfinals, it was 9 shots on target, 7 goals. He's just clinical.
I was just trying to get a price for Diego Forlan there, Grav.
It was an SBC, right? I think so. Don't know. Let me just have a look.
Well, here we go. Yeah, it was an SBC. 275,000 coins he cost. I tell you what, in a 12 million budget, he scored 4, Ignore me. He scored a hat-trick in 35 minutes. Forlan has had 4 goals in the first half. I mean, it says a lot when PH in subbed off Lewandowski, who has been so good for him.
To be fair, I want to ask the people at the chat, because when the Diego Forlan's SBC came out, to be fair, I had a look at it and I thought, that's a pass. There's no way on earth I'm doing that SBC. And I'm second-guessing myself now, Brandon. Seems to be really good.
Extra pass, Bellingham, he's 6-2 up. He's 6-2 up. We haven't even started the second half. Incredible.
Just perfect FC. I mean, that's an assist by Diego Forlan now, but it seems like every single time the ball gets to the box, he knows when to turn, he knows when to open up the angle, and he doesn't miss. He never misses.
Unbelievable scenes.
Unbelievable.
I mean, like, he's not, it's not his first rodeo. It's not his first LALIGA FC Pro Di Fernandez. He's always been amongst the top 4, Grav.
Always.
Could this be the year he goes one step further?
Great save by Oblak.
I know who stands in his way, though.
The Iceman himself.
This is a scary position. When Di Fernandez is feeling this confident and he's free-flowing, you must be scared. 7-2 up. It was just like this yesterday when he played against Flippercito. He was 7 or 8 goals up at one point. He won the game 8-2. And you can only imagine mentally how PH must be feeling right now. Surely he's on the verge of checking out, not just of the game, but of the hotel, because he'll be on a flight back to Brazil. and working out how he can put it right for the finals in a few weeks' time. Not many people can go out and give PH in a game like that and put that kind of scoreline on it. Another pause comes in from Real Sporting. I mean, chat, we're already edging towards our grand final. Nicholas or Di Fernandez, I see looking at some past history between the two players, Grav.
Semi-final of the La Liga FC Pro final in FC 24. They played on the semi-finals. Can somebody at the chat tell me what the result was between Nicholas and Di Fernandez? Semi-final, La Liga FC Pro FC 24. You know that?
Well, I'm guessing that Nicholas won the double that year, so it was a Nicholas win.
Yes.
But I don't know if it was by many goals.
Me neither, so chat, you help us out.
What was the score? 20-24 that was. Was it just in the league they played then, was it, in the semi-finals? Because I know Di Fernandez had a few cup runs, but they might have been on the opposite side of the bracket by the sounds of it. Someone in the chat said Nicholas won 15-0. I don't think he won 15-0.
But we have the main man, the GOAT, Rami Lueso. I'm sure Rami has it right? There's no chance on earth that Rami doesn't have the right information.
No, he'll have the correct score. They might even have the goal scorers. Forlan.
Wow. What a tackle by Álvaro Carreras, but still a long way to go. 30 minutes left, 5 goals needed, and it's just anticipate plus Araujo.
Was the score 4-1?
Between?
That game, that semi-final, was it 4-1 or not?
No.
Someone in the chat guessed 50-0 and 4-1.
No.
Was it 7-2?
It was 7-2. Rami Lueso got it right, for sure.
I didn't think it would be that big of a gap, but it was.
Now, he knows the game is, if he's able to just hold possession for 5 minutes every time he gets the ball, he knows the game is just done and dusted. So Di Fernandez is not in a rush to try to look for end-to-end FC. Oh, what a tackle by Xavi. He knows he just has to get the ball back, try to go forward, and if he doesn't find the space, go backwards, just pass it back. And that's from the 60th minute to the 70th. Nothing happened really. Of course, Di Fernandez is happy with that. He's leading the game by 5 goals, so he doesn't need any more goals.
He wouldn't mind a few more though, would he? Wouldn't surprise me if he scored a few more.
I'm sure Diego Forlan wants, I don't know, maybe he'd score 6, 7, 8.
Pedri, Forlan, Bellingham, Yamal. Left, right, good night. Di Fernandez. Looks pretty unstoppable right now.
Wow. And I feel like we have to give our props to the Portuguese community. Tuga, undefeated, coming up to the semi-final in which he lost, but still undefeated. Di Fernandez, just with this performance, but not only that. Jafonso in England, I mean, the caliber of players that Portugal are still producing is just outstanding.
Well, the question is, Grav, if he was to beat Nicholas, he would still be unbeaten, Di Fernandez. Di Fernandez has not lost the game.
I'm sure Nico is thinking about that regular season match. He wasn't happy at all with the way he played. Not only that, but he thought he deserved to win against Di Fernandez, so he'll have a chance for a revenge.
I'd love to listen into the conversation between PH and his brother.
Same. Wow.
8-2.
I think we're going to see the best defense in Nicolas against the best offense in Di Fernandez in the final.
So from that, do you think we'll see any goals or not?
Will prevail. What's to say in English? The unstoppable force against the unmovable object? Is it like
yes,
that?
correct. Just thinking of what the result of that normally is.
Wow. Great tackle. How many tackles has Araujo done right? How many times have we seen the anticipate, the intercept playstyle plus being activated by Araujo?
Every tackle.
Wow.
Every tackle he's made has been the goal play style, popping above his head. PA's in playing for pride more than anything now in these last 12 minutes. There was 2 Brazilians in the top 8, Nathan SR. And PH in. Di Fernandez defeated Nathan SR in a game that, in another world, Nathan SR would not have been eliminated from. It was 2 goals in the 90th minute that gave him a 7-6 win for Di Fernandez. Maybe he's got a taste of knocking out Brazilians, because he's about to knock out another one.
Another one. That was actually a wrong tackle by Araujo, so everyone, you should be celebrating, because that's not something that you'll see twice.
For me, Griezmann!
Wow.
I've never seen Jan Black fly like that.
Oh. Especially now that he's injured. Oh, great left stick dribbling. And he's having fun now, isn't he?
You can see he's playing without any fear, can you? He has to take this forward, though.
Wow.
Griezmann! It won't be much more, though. They're just a consolation for PAG, and he finds himself 8-3 down still.
Too little, too late for the Brazilian player. Will be frustrated flying back home.
Especially getting this close as well. You're 2 games away, you're 2 wins away from lifting the trophy.
Still warming up his hands. But as you can see, not happy. Definitely not happy. But I'm happy with the PH that we saw not only today and yesterday, but in the regular season as well. I feel like it was a tough season for him in FC 25, especially not playing any leagues, and I do think this version of PH, even though he's losing, is similar to the one we saw back in FC 24, in which he was able to win the FC Pro Open.
Well, he might be finding his rhythm now, but it is simply too little, too late.
Javi Urban is asking on the chat, who's the other finalist? Who is it, Brandon?
I'll give you a clue. He's qualified for the last 8 World Championships. He's made about $980,000 playing the game. He's called the Iceman. And he's also the two-time LaLiga FC Pro champion. So I think from those clues, you might realise it's Nicholas, hopefully. Stick around with us. Stick around, Javi. There is the grand final just around the corner. Added time of 2 minutes to end a perfect semi-final display from Di Fernandez. The gap was always too big. Piegin couldn't cope. He will be eliminated, and Di Fernandez has got a bit of a taste for South Americans. He's knocked out Nathan SR. He's knocked out Piegin. And guess who's standing in his way? Another South American in Nicholas. You could argue the king of Spain at the moment. But can he take him down? We'll have to find out. Di Fernandez goes through to this year's LaLiga FC Pro Cup Grand Final. And there we have it. From 24, there was just 2 left in the tournament. I mean, Grav, what a bracket it's been. There's been upsets, there's been shocks. One thing that has been true is the consistency between those 2 players, Di Fernandez and Nicholas.
I mean, Nicholas has only lost 1 game in the whole competition. It was against Di Fernandez. And Di Fernandez hasn't had any single loss through the whole tournament, both in the regular season and Cup. So it really feels like they're the 2 biggest players in the competition, and they're going to match up in the final.
Yeah, they are. I mean, there'll be a lot of changes since. Of course, the game has certainly changed. The budgets, the drafts and all that. We're going to see, I think, a very different Nicholas to the one we saw in Barcelona. Of course, they'll be playing head-to-head. And once you said what was more interesting is the last time they played was in the La Liga finals back in 2014 when Nicholas won 7 goals to 2. I mean, that was a very different game back there. These 2 have got history.
It was, but Di Fernandez was a whole different competitor than the one who's today, as Armando mentioned before in the interview. So, don't know. I'm just thinking about I don't know. I might sit on the fence on this one. I don't usually sit on the fence, but I might on this one.
I think I'm going to say Nicholas.
It's a tough one. Tough one.
Chat, Nicholas or Di Fernandez? I mean, you tell us who's going to come out on top in our grand final. It is just around the corner. I believe the guys on the desk are near enough ready. We're going to throw it back to them to break down everything we've just seen there. Guys, from 24, there's 2 left.
Yeah.
Who's winning?
Wow, we have our Cup finalists, Nicholas versus Di Fernandez. Guys, what do you make of what we've just seen here in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria? Because I don't know about you, I expected more from Piegin.
Yeah, it's one of those weird ones where the game was done early, so I kind of feel like
it was a bit anticlimactic in the end, wasn't it?
It was strange because the way, obviously, Di Fernandez started straight off the bat was incredible. He caught Piegin, all ends up, and he just kept on scoring and scoring at will, creating chances. He looked dangerous every time he had the ball. It was what we've seen throughout the tournament, but the difference is that there was no real response from Piegin, which I think is the more alarming thing.
Yeah.
What happened, Richard?
Got in front early, kept on the pressure. It just didn't really allow Piegin to get back into it. Every time that Piegin got a foothold in the game, Di Fernandez scored almost instantly. You saw, 28th minute, Piegin scored his first goal. Di Fernandez gets 2 more before half-time. And just doesn't allow him to get any sort of momentum, any sort of confidence. And really, I want to say I'm disappointed with Pieghin's performance.
Yeah, but I think that's totally fair. He'll be so disappointed with his performance. He can do so much better than what we just saw here.
Yeah.
It didn't allow him to play, though, Di Fernandez.
When you're up by that margin early doors, you have to change the way your thought process and the way you have to play, because all practice and preparation is sort of out the window. You're down by 3 goals. What are you meant to do?
Di Fernandez did to Piegin what Piegin did to Marin.
Yeah.
Got up early and just killed the game and constantly forced him to chase. The question is, that I suppose the €10,000 question, can Di Fernandez do that against Nicholas?
Oh, I mean, look, Di Fernandez managed to turn things around in that incredible comeback against Nathan. He's then made that look incredibly comfortable against someone of the standard, of the quality of Piegin. Who knows, Richard, what he might be able to do, because he will now be feeling on top of the world, like he can take on anyone.
Great point, Nicole. going back to that quarterfinal against Nathan Issar because he's chased and he's led.
Exactly.
He can do both. Some players are really bad at leading the game. They'll constantly give away chances. A perfect example of that, Nathan Issar was really bad at leading the game.
He was terrible in that last 5.
He got ahead and then gave the ball away, and then he was pressing when he shouldn't have pressed. Di Fernandez showing that he can chase the game, which he did against Nathan Issar, and then also lead the game, not allowing PHN to ever really partake in it as a contest.
We can have a look at the brackets as well in a moment and see what's happened, see what on earth has gone on here across this weekend. I mean, some incredible games we've seen, some big surprises as well, shocks. I mean, also, by the way, Tuga is out. That I don't know about you guys. I mean, obviously that was a brilliant game between two incredibly talented players, so it could have gone either way, of course. But Neat was defeated early on.
I think I'm 2 for 6 on predictions.
For
the day. Yeah. I said
Doing well then, are we?
I said Tuga beat Hidalgo.
Right.
And I said that PHN will beat Marin. I think I went every other way in every other game. I said Peixoto.
I've got 3.
I then said that Nathan Issar would beat Di Fernandez. I then said that PHN would just beat Di Fernandez. And I said that Tuga would beat Nicholas. So I'm completely out of the loop.
Look, PHN would have been the favourite, surely, in the game.
I couldn't even call that game. So I'm counting that as a loss for me. I basically predicted it wrong because I couldn't split.
Yeah, if you sit on the fence, you instantly lose.
You instant lose. So Nicole, you got 0 this weekend. So, I couldn't call it. Genuinely, I could not call that game. I didn't expect it to be a blowout like that. If you ask me in terms of scoreline, I would have said maybe 4-3, maybe extra time, penalties potentially, not 8-4.
Yeah. How will PHN be feeling right now? Because I'm sure, Ryan Pessoa, you've been on the unfortunate side of a loss like that before.
He's upset. You saw in the player cam as well. It looked like he was chewing a wasp. Like, he was fuming. His brother was fuming as well, and understandably so. They would have expectations not only to get past this round, but to eventually get their hands on the trophy. It will fuel him. He'll have vengeance for the upcoming finals, obviously in April, for him to make a return and showcase his true abilities, because I don't think we saw that in that game. I feel like Di Fernandez completely suppressed him.
Well, we have one more game coming up a little bit later on, the grand final here in the Cup. But for now, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Siento que todo está bien, pero en verdad yo no sé si tú lo sientes también. Entonces quiero saber por qué desde que te vi yo vivo diferente. No me importa a mí lo que dice la gente, porque tú siempre la prendes candela. Te quiero a mi lado toda la vida, mi nena. La mano pegada y los pies en la arena. Pase lo que pase, baby, vale la pena. Ay, baby, yo te quiero. Es mentira todo lo que te dijeron. Sabes que mi amor por ti es verdadero. Yo te soy fiel, nena, yo te soy sincero. Juro que yo hago de todo pa' ti. Como rábame todo de ti. Y yo te doy todo de mí. Hay mujeres de todo pa' mí. Juro que yo hago de todo pa' ti. Como rábame todo de ti. Y yo te doy todo de mí. Hay mujeres de todo pa' mí. Desde que te vi yo vivo diferente. No me importa a mí lo que dice la gente, porque tú siempre la prendes candela. Te quiero a mi lado toda la vida, mi nena. La mano pegada y los pies en la arena. Pase lo que pase, baby, vale la pena. Yo no sé cómo lo hace, baby, déjame ser el que te complace. En mi mente corriendo base, me quedo contigo, pase lo que pase. Baby, espero que me ames, me tiene volando en el cielo como las aves. Ey, en el Pambinanes, todo un sueño el debo, ya lo sabes. Juro que yo hago de todo pa' ti, como rábame todo de ti. Y yo te doy todo de mí, hay mujeres de todo pa' mí. Nena loca, me tiene loco en la cabeza cuando me tocas. Siento que todo está bien, pero en verdad yo no sé si tú lo sientes también. Entonces quiero saber por qué desde que te vi yo vivo diferente. No
let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, my break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back row. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running at the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. And we can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exits. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? Keep my feet on right here. If I told you I was ready right this minute, I just wanna go and lay you down. I just feel like you need to. It's clear. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on?
moving on. Hey, I'm moving on. Hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way. Best of luck. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I got a new love. He runs for miles. 67 fastback. Oh, it's just my style. We're headed down, down, down the road. Just enjoy the show. Watch me as I go. Shut up both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way. Best of luck. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, I'm moving on.
Welcome back to La Liga FC Pro Cup. The final is coming up shortly, and we are joined by one of the finalists, Nicholas, the
Hello
Iceman. Brilliant, nice to see you again. Brilliant to have you here, as always. I mean, we saw such a dominant performance from you to secure your spot in the final against Tuga, and we know how good he is. He'd been unbeaten up until he faced you. How confident were you heading into that game that you'd get the win?
I mean, I thought that it's a good challenge, you know, because you are playing at the first seeding in the regular season, and also he was unbeaten myself. But yeah, I mean, I think I played really well, and I think, as I said before, the confidence right now is on top.
I said here on the desk that just on performance-wise, I thought Tuga might beat you in that game. However, the Peixoto game was the game for me that you should have lost. I thought Peixoto played really well. I thought at 2-1, I thought he should have scored, and then you came out in the end.
Look at his face.
Richard Buckley, as honest as ever.
I said, in my opinion, you're one of the best players ever. You're not going to play bad 2 games in a row, and I thought you played much, much better against Tuga. How do you feel about that?
Surprise.
Okay.
No, I mean,
the Peixoto game, did you feel like you weren't at it, and then Tuga, you seem much more comfortable against Tuga?
Yeah, I think so, but against Peixoto, I think I played better than him. Maybe he had some good chances, yes, but I had my ones. I mean, I can explain if you want.
Yeah, go for it. We've got time.
In my first 2 or 3 minutes, I had almost a shoot with Griezmann that if he's not there, it's goal, and I think I had twice or 3 times. So he's some lucky guy in that moment. But yeah, at least how I see the game, how I analyze the game, I think I play better and smart. But I respect your opinion. You watch a lot of games of different players. I think that's okay. But yeah, and against Tuga, I think I play more, I don't know if comfortable, but I already knew what to do.
This is a long-winded question. It's tapping back into the LJR game as well. Did you notice at the start of the game the way LJR was very, very passive? He was allowing you to sort of take space up the pitch. Did that give you a lot of confidence when you're attacking against him?
I mean, it was a really surprise because the game against Nacho yesterday was the same Peixoto that I play in practice. Like a guy who
you are thinking, is this guy like 100 depth? You know, he's pressing and pressing. And I say to Juanma that is back, myself, like, he will press a lot. What should I do? But then in the first 5 and 10 minutes, I said, this is not the same guy. And so I think maybe I got more comfortable. I don't know what to do maybe with the wingers because the space were there. So I think that was the key for the match.
But then also, if you go into the next game against Tuga, where in that game did you start to feel you're most confident? Did you feel like he wasn't really doing much to sort of, I guess, make you scared in terms of him damaging your defense? It felt quite comfortable other than a couple moments where he could have scored.
I mean, it's a different game style. For example, against Peixoto, we play 4-4-1-1. I think that was one of the key. But against Tuga, you know, it's a different. It's more possession. It's more turning around like a lot of times. So we say, okay, let's play 4-5-1. And I think with the pressing, I did really well. And I think, as I said, that was one of the key. And then when you are scoring, you know, you are getting confident.
Yeah.
And also you are getting some balls there, like with the drive against the center beat, you are getting one and more. So you are getting confident. And also you are, I think his confidence is really low, you know, because maybe he's saying to himself or the coach, like, I can do anything. So, and that's a good thing for me. But yeah, I think I play well.
You're facing Di Fernandez in the final soon here in Gran Canaria. How are you feeling heading into that one? And what have you made of what you've seen of him this weekend?
I mean, I say the same to the Spanish interview. Like, it's a good challenge because he beat me in the regular season. So you have to face your like fears.
Mhm.
You know, he's not my fear, but you have to. Yeah. If I want to win this tournament, I have to beat the guy who beat me in the regular season. So I think this is a good challenge, and I think it was also a surprise for me. He's in the final, not because of him. If not, PH is there. And yeah, let's see.
There's a lot of players, when you look at Wikipedia or whatever it may be, when you think Nicholas against head-to-head, you've got positive records against nearly everyone. Is there anyone that you don't like playing against?
I mean, I don't care usually, but if we are talking about head-to-head, I think against Anders, I am negative. Also Emre.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe Peixoto, I think I'm negative because we play in the
one
World
draw,
Cup.
2 wins for him, 1 for you.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe against Levy we are...
Okay.
Or Manu, I think I'm positive, but I don't know if I don't want to play this guy, but I know against the top of the world, like Emre, Anders, Levy, I don't know. Maybe sometimes you can win or you can lose.
50-50.
Yeah, I've got a quick question. Sorry.
Very quick, Ryan Pessoa.
The Di Fernandez game, are you changing anything in terms of approach? Obviously, it's been a little while there. The new patch has changed a little bit. Are you going to go with your same game style or maybe change it up?
I mean, I will try the same, like my game style, but first I have to talk with my coaches if they want to use some formation, I don't know, 4-4-1-1 or 4-5-1 or what to do. But the first, I think I will try my game.
We can't wait to see you in the final. Good luck. We're going to take a short break now. Before then, we'll see you there.
When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light.
Jag kliver safe. Jag kliver safe from wherever you go. When your heart is racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed
I'm running your way, but you push me away. You're lifeline, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. I feel your grip tonight. Can I feel it? Can I feel you? Can I feel your grip tonight? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you, stare in my eyes for you. Yeah, I give my life. And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain you hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you?
Welcome back. We have the Cup final coming up shortly in Las Palmas, Gran Canaria. And joining me right now is the wonderful Brandon Smith. Brandon, how are you feeling? I mean, you've been up there watching all the excitement, so close to the action. How's it been?
It's been good. I mean, look, there's certainly been some upsets in the bracket. I mean, Di Fernandez, he loves looking out at a South American. He's beaten Nathan SR, one Brazilian. He's taken down PH in. Can he take down, a third South American player in Nicholas? It could be possible, but it's a big ask.
I mean, what on earth happened? I'm still not over Di Fernandez being able to turn things around against Nathan. That was just incredible, wasn't it, from him?
Absolutely. I mean, he had no right, did he, to turn the game around like he did? He scored 2 goals, I think, in the last 60 in-game seconds of the game to win 7-6, and then he goes and puts on a completely different performance against PH in and scores, what, 8-9 past him?
Yeah, but we've got our finalists, Nicholas versus Di Fernandez. I am so excited for that. I know someone else who is just as buzzing as we are. Gravison, what a game that's going to be.
I don't really know what's going to happen. Maybe we have a revenge from Nicholas, or maybe Di Fernandez goes to win his first title here in Spain. But first things first, we're going to break down the drafts. This is Nicholas's draft at the moment. He's been changing, as he was mentioning in the interview, between 4-4-1-1, 4-5-1. But we are seeing the similar kind of players because he's been using this midfield throughout the whole day so far, which is interesting because we've seen the Young with the Jogo Bonito version. He's using the SBC, Xavi, which has been used by pretty much everyone, and then Bellingham, which can play as a cam or maybe drop as a midfielder in a 4-5-1 formation. On the rest of the pitch, Araujo, which has been used pretty much by, I wouldn't say everyone, but nearly to that. Koeman with the combination of intercept and bruiser, the best combination from playstyles, as Mark mentioned on commentary. And apart from that, the team, to be fair, seems to be quite strong. Cruyff up on top, 92 pace, 92 shooting, 95 dribbling. It seems like, even though he doesn't score that many goals, because the goals come from these two players, which is interesting, but because you wouldn't expect that in real life. But Xavi and Bellingham are the ones scoring goals, but Cruyff has been the playmaker. On the other side of things, from Di Fernandez, the Portuguese player, we're going to see his draft because this is a similar one. Even though he's not been playing with a 4-5-1, he's been only playing with a 4-4-1-1. And the most interesting thing I would say is Pedri as a cam, because you would have expected Pedri to play on a CM position, but he's playing as a cam. Then you have Araujo, Álvaro Carreras, and Freeman with the lengthy. It's curious because Rijkaard doesn't have the lengthy accelerated. It's a controlled, but still with 84 pace, it seems like it's enough. For me, the most interesting thing about Di Fernandez draft, you can see how Arda Güler and Griezmann, which Griezmann is 500,000 coins, Güler is 1.5 million coins. Why on earth should be he using Pires? Okay, that trolled me. Why is he using Pires? Probably because of the technical combination with the passing playstyles. It seems like we are ready with the drafts. Everyone's ready here in Gran Canaria. Nicole, I want a prediction.
Oh, I have to go with Nicholas. I panicked there. I questioned myself. I'm going to go with Nicholas, the Iceman, especially Brandon. We were just here at the desk talking to Nicholas, and he's just so confident, isn't he? He's so cool, calm, and I think he's out for revenge because Di Fernandez, I mean, he said himself, I was standing here thinking, should I bring it up? But he said himself, Di Fernandez beat me in the regular season. I kind of want to take my revenge and go up against him.
Might not be on. Oh,
No one wants to hear you.
We're back. The amount of times that Nicholas has said, when I've said, oh, are you looking forward to this game or this tournament? His words he said to me before, when he first came to Spain, he went, I just want to smash everyone. Honestly, that was the words he said. And in 5 tournaments, he's been in the grand final of 4 of them.
Wow.
And guess what happens when he's in the grand final?
He wins.
He wins.
Well, it's been a brilliant day so far, and it's about to get even better because, Brandon Smith, we have a live performance from Beja.
Bajo en un cojín apretadito, so sweet, necesito dormir, poniendo las cosas en su sitio, feng shui, como un maquis, de un bocado se lo come, salsa teriyaki, cuando yo la toco explota como Nagasaki, ella fuma verde Kawasaki, dice papi vente pa' aquí, quiero lucha, ey. No me cuenten cuentos chinos, estamos en Tokio con mi brother Purira, con esos pusifoquios, brillando en la oscuridad como un caleidoscopio. Rompo todo lo que toco porque soy feliz con poco. Yo no estoy activo, estoy reactivo. Siempre ready, siempre radioactivo. Efectivamente pago en efectivo. Si lo sigo, lo consigo, siempre pienso positivo porque tengo maña pa' todo. Meto mano en el pan, tengo barra más dura que el culo de Patrick Jordan. Lo tengo todo bajo control, solo sigo mi plan. Siempre por delante como la hora aquí en Japón. Wow up, que le enfoquen porque yo tengo el enfoque, ey. Tengo el toque, euro, dólar, yen y token. Wow, hago magia, Harry Potter, chingo mucho super soccer. Pura grasa, menú Whopper, no confío en motherfuckers. Está lo que dicen y está lo que hacen. Soy de los segundos, todo el día hacen. Mucho paparazzi, voy con las sunglasses. En mis ojos rayos láser, veo a la gente sin disfraces. Oye, Las Palmas, ey. Desde que se lo metí, supe que era para mí. Como anillo al dedo, como un fajo en un cojín apretadito, so sweet, necesito dormir. Poniendo las cosas en su sitio, feng shui, como un maquis. De un bocado se lo come, salsa teriyaki. Cuando yo la toco explota como Nagasaki. Ella fuma verde Kawasaki, dice papi, vente pa' aquí, quiero lucha como Chucky. Hey. Ok. Oye, dice, ya llegó el puntal a la hora puntual, como leche pascual en el Taj Mahal blanco. Lo cogen hasta los mancos, dicen que tal y que cual, pero no es pa' tanto. Yo soy el papi, y eso que aún no tengo hijos. Cojan el lápiz, que ya mismo le corrijo. Algunos se pensó que esto es rap contra el racismo, pero mi hermano no, en Las Palmas el vejismo. ¿Es o no? Bueno, es un gusto estar aquí con todos ustedes en un estadio aquí en FC Pro, ni más ni menos. Y pues bueno, no sé si ustedes es la primera vez que nos vemos en un concierto, pero yo suelo venir mucho aquí a Gran Canaria. Es una isla que me encanta. Y sé que por aquí la gente está un poco loca. Eso es verídico. Ok, DJ Pin en los platos, quiero un fuerte ruido para él. Ok. Píllala, esta dice así. ¡Ey, ey! Un poco loco, loco del coco. Un poco loco cuando me coloco. Un poco loco con lo del morroco. Es que un poco loco estamos todos nosotros. Gasto poco, compro todo loco. Todo loco, otra vez pronto lo rompo. Un poco tonto, tú eres un poco tonto. Toma un poco de ventaja, luego te remonto. Convierto en oro del moro todo lo que toco. Echo un poco de todo, mi estilo es barroco. Huele a chamusquina, tú eres un poco zorro gloco. Segunda parte no son buenas, esta tampoco. Esto un poco de hippie japa vacilanduki. Un poco distinto como street art y graffiti. Ahora que tengo un poco de fans y de groupie. Poco de picking about my chicken in the picnic. Me acuerdo poco, fumo un poco yoco. Un poco soco, se vuela el tobaco. Un poco flaco, solo como moco. Poco a poco subo, pero me suda el sobaco. Un poco paquete complica. Esto es paprika y un poco te pica. Un poco de styla, le falta tu clica. Tú te la sacaste y era un poco cuca chica. Hay pocas estrellas, no hace falta telescopio. Yo me copio un poco, pero mi estilo es muy propio. Yo poco abro el pico pa' qué, pero me lo foquio. Esto pa' mí o pa' ninguno, te ligo el falopio. Oye, me van a perdonar que entré aquí a Traión y a mí siempre me gusta beberme un Aquarius a media tarde y se me fue por el camino viejo, así que con el permiso de ustedes. Café con nata, color mulata. Ella es artista, su caro poema. Baila con gracia la serenata. La danzarina me olvida problema. Tequila chupito, madrugada. Fotografista con pose ligera. Sus amigas animan la plaza. Sola en casa, su alma en pena. Ella vaga sola por la avenida. Espera sentada en café de Ipanema. Barraquito, sacarina. Mirando al pasado, corazón de piedra. Tú me catas, yo te cato. Te llevo en la mente cato. Pienso mucho, más yo no quisiera que tú te fueras fuera de mi vida. Y es que tú me tienes enamorado, mamá. Tú me miras con esos ojitos lindos y yo siento ganas de que te tengo que ir a devorar. Yo te miro el culo cada vez que te vas. Y es que tú me tienes enamorado, mamá. Tú me miras con esos ojitos lindos y yo siento ganas de que te tengo que ir a devorar. Yo te miro el culo cada vez que te vas. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Oye, una cosa, tú has estado aquí toda la tarde, ¿no? Yo creo que esta gente no ha merendado. ¿Ustedes han merendado? Ya decía yo que estaba la cosa un poco floja. Vamos a ver. Tengo croissants de chocolate y plátano. ¿Tú qué quieres? Un croissancito, ¿no? No sabes nada, ¿no? El bobo, ¿no? Vale, se acabaron los plátanos. ¿Quién quiere un croissancito de chocolate? Bueno. Tenemos para todos. No se me altere. Bueno, ahora tiramos para arriba. Vamos a ver. A ver. 2 más solamente, ¿eh? Ok, está muy bien lo de los croissants de chocolate, está muy bien lo del plátano de Canarias encima, pero a mí lo que me gusta es el mango. Esta la vamos a cantar, que se la sepa, que se la cante conmigo, oye. ¡Ey, ey! Venimos a darle duro al mambo, hippie japa es lo que está sonando. Cuando nos vemos de vez en cuando, no tú sí cabrón estás gozando. En la frutería compro mango, en la cocina la sartén por él. No quiero el Lambo, no pido tanto, yo solamente quiero. Tú sabes que si hay que ir se va. pero ir por ir a mí no me gusta. Tú déjame que descanse en paz, pero antes de llegar a la tumba, tengo el tumbao pa' la rumba, pa' la chunga del chunga chunga. A los boca negra que les cunda, a los locos playa no pregunta. Loco, no entiendo qué quieren decir. Cuenta ovejos pa' dormir. 1, 2, 3, oh gracias manín, no.
Gracias a ti por éxito.
Tengo más tablas que el Leroy Merlin. Tengo los calcetines de violín. Lo tengo so fresh en el Tetra Brick. Y tus manos gracias, está oyendo el mundo. Más vale pájaro en mano que pollan el ano. Tú sabes mi hermano, nos fuimos, nos vamos. Estamos, no estamos, muchos kilogramos. Me pesa este estilo. Lo sudo, lo gano, lo gasto en vano. Muerdo la manzana, me como el gusano. Eso no es sano, eso no es sano. Estos hippies java para todo el mundo, hermano. En la frutería compro, en la cocina la sartén por él. No quiero el Lambo, no pido tanto, yo solamente quiero. En la frutería compro, en la cocina la sartén por él. No quiero el Lambo, no pido tanto. Oye, mi gente de Las Palmas, más alto. En la frutería compro, en la cocina la sartén por él. No quiero el Lambo, no pido tanto, yo solamente quiero. En la frutería compro, en la cocina la sartén por él. No quiero el Lambo, no pido tanto, yo solamente quiero un mango. Toma un mango, toma un mango, toma un mango. Qué bueno están los mangos. Vamos a coger un poquito de agua porque a lo tonto. Oye, ¿cómo va la liga del FC Pro? ¿Quién va ganando? ¿Quién va a ganar? ¿Quién está mandando?
Real Sociedad.
Tan fuerte. Está fresquita el agua. A ver, yo creo que está feo venir a un estadio. Normalmente viene a ver aquí un partidito de fútbol, hoy es no de otra manera, pero vamos a intentar hacer un partidito nosotros también. Yo creo que la gente vino deportiva, con chándal y tal. ¿Ustedes dicen o no? Vamos a echar una pachanguita, eso es. Tú delantero, la gente de la izquierda es mi equipo. Y tú arriba, en la punta. Les quiero activos conmigo, Ok.
Vale, también, pero toda esta gente de aquí de Las Palmas, si yo digo po, 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 po. Más fuerte. Po, 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 po.
Flojito, los vamos a reventar. Oye, mi gente de la grada, todo el mundo conmigo arriba, sin titubeo, Mira, dice así. Po, 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 po. Porro, po, 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 po. Porro, po, porro, po, 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 po. Porro, po, 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 po.
Che, che, cheque, che, cheque, che, che. Cheque, cheque, che, che, cheque, cheque, che. Skibidi pa 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 pa, skibidi pa pa pa. Skibidi, 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 ke.
Llega, 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 llega. Llega, 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 llega. Oye, mira, ahora todo el mundo junto. Cuando jugaba en cadete,
le hice un caño a CR7.
Oh. De chilena marqué a Casilla,
pero me rompí la rodilla.
Mi madre decía, paga la play.
Y ahora en la liga soy el rey.
Oh. Esta noche ganó el campeonato.
Me llevo la copa y soy el capo.
Este aplauso para ustedes, al mejor coro, Sí, señor. Sí, señor. Mira, me van a disculpar un segundo.
Atención. El comandante Bejo se encuentra inspirado. Parece que ha tenido una revelación. ¿Quieren verle pintar un dibujo en directo? No se escucha nada. ¿Quieren verle pintar un dibujo en directo, sí o no? De acuerdo.
Mirando atrás. From the 1994 hasta today quiero cambiar el mundo. Porque está chungo y es injusta la ley. Voy dando tumbos por la calle 6. Me pregunto con melancolía qué día el blanco se hizo color beige. No bulto, le dijo el primero al segundo. Se fue trabado a casa y al día siguiente la apuntó. Uno rotundo, soy diestro y absurdo, campeón con todo junto. En la espalda mi maletón. Tú me jodiste pero no estoy triste. Si quieres te cuento un chiste. Aquí en madruga Dios no existe. Me dicen, bro, la rompiste, yo sobran, pero gracias. Es mi tarea en este micro hacer acrobacias. Engordo mi cuenta de ahorro fumando porros y haciendo música. Afortunado, mi vida es única. Se me acercan zorros y lobas en las últimas. Wow, yo soy el rey de mi república. Yao, vete lejos, aquí no vuelvas más. Solo quiero estar en paz y contigo no se da. Hoy festejo, whisky con Sevena, que ya no cargo detrás, que aquí ya no se ve nada. Ese espejo, cuando me ven pasar, tengo que saber estar y no sé dónde estoy ya. Un vencejo, suéltalo y volverá. Es la vida, viene y va. Vivo en la capital y no por ello soy capitalista. Soy poco común y no por ello soy comunista. No me gusta el tabaco negro y no por ello soy racista. Pa' que entiendan los comentaristas, el dinero llama más dinero. El obrero llama y nadie coge el teléfono si no hay primero. Una fianza, un aval, un contrato, un seguro a tercero. Mi hermano el Pitu buscando un curro de camarero. Tengo más tablas que un carpintero. Me siento extranjero en este mundo sin sentido, rumbo al agujero. Me pregunto cómo es tan absurdo, pero se me olvidó que los tramposos ganan a los buenos. Au, empiezo y no acabo, me dejo llevar y llego. En el espejo del lavabo estoy hablando a mi alter ego, que el camino equivocado pienso remontarlo luego. Te quiero mucho, mama, disculpa mi desapego. Vete lejos, aquí no vuelvas más. Solo quiero estar en paz y contigo no se da. Hoy festejo, whisky con Sevena, que ya no cargo detrás, que aquí ya no se ve nada. Ese espejo, cuando me ven pasar, tengo que saber estar y no sé dónde estoy ya. Un vencejo, suéltalo y volverá. Es la vida, viene y va, todo llega un día. Se irá. Muchas gracias. Bueno, DJ Pin, ¿cómo seguimos por aquí? ¿Estás bien? ¿Estás entrando en calor? ¿Calentaste la muñeca? Este hombre cuando calienta la muñeca hay que tener cuidado porque se pone aquí... Se pone como con un joystick, ¿sabes? Sabe todos los trucos, L1, R1. DJ Pin, ¿cómo funcionan esos botones?
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Vale. Agüita, niño. Todo el mundo. ¡Ey! 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 Vale, bájale.
¡Ey! 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 ¡Todo el mundo!
¡No se oye! ¡Más alto! Ok. DJ Pin rompe. Vale. Ruido que lo rompe. ¡Ey! Ok, DJ Pin. ¡Au! Coño. Disculpen, ¿eh? ¿Quién es?
Oye, mi gente, un saludito para Cruci que nos está viendo ahí en streaming.
No pienso nunca quitarlo del salón. Soy el puto, pásame el balón. Azafata, ¿dónde está mi ron? Barco con un disco de oro, ancholas y gafas de sol.
¿Cómo?
Dios me dio un don. Con solo mirarse quién es traidor. Y quién de aquí me la mama mejor. Por experiencia el que traiciona y mama. Suele ser siempre el mismo cabrón.
Yo soy como el mago Bob, tú estás apestando cambiando dot. Estás todo cagado, estás todo parado, como las vacas del Alehop. BJM, no esperes que frene, me fui con la piba y está tuto bene. Hice una carrera dibujando penes y tú le hiciste por ahí chupando penes. No, ay, wow, wow, Dios me dio un don, bajo 15 metros a pulmón, Si pinto con los pies y escribo con las manos, imagina lo que puedo hacer con mi...
Puto, se te va la guagua. Un mes en Madrid me está dando la magua. Llevas a tu mujer a un italiano a comer palitos y a beberte el agua. No. ¿Qué hiciste, bro?
No.
Ese es tu don. Ser un bocón.
Me preguntan que si el cuco está enfadado. Hoy cobro, imagina cuando está enfadado.
Me preguntan que si el nano va encocado. No se droga, imagínate encocado.
Yo no soy Nelson Mandela, mandé a la mierda a los que no se portaron conmigo.
Yo no soy Mahatma Gandhi, Mahatma el Glandi que he tenido un día jodido.
922, 928, los últimos números no te los digo. Si tengo un fulano respondiendo el mail, ¿por qué quieres hablar mierda conmigo?
922, 928, lo tengo tatuado hasta que me muera. Me la suda que me graben borracho, nunca quitamos el móvil en mis fiestas. Reloj de oro son otras esferas, foto con flash, solo ves cadenas. Si alguien clamidia te ordena, todos los resultados salen en violeta.
Yo estoy violeta, todo el fin de jugando, bebiendo acuarios, estoy estirando. ¿Qué barras esa, viejo? Eres un vasto, por vicio que tengo, no estés molestando. Ok. Esta canción es para todos los amantes del mundo del motor. Píllala. Dice así. La pongo como un Audi A4, ¿qué más da? Quiere que la meta Honda o Pelastral. Con la pandilla estaba en el Panda. Ven, Mercedes manda. Dice que no se fía, que sigo siendo un Clio. Toyota vez metido en un lío. Sea como sea, Marbella o Ibiza. Con Kawasaki. Al tercer Volvo ya se cansó. En el Saxo no hay quien me gane. Por no ir de frente el coche se chocó. Me cago en tu puta mafre cuando veo un Alfa Romeo. Quieren ver lingo, Vito Corleone, pero sin plomo. 95, aguanta el ritmo, te faltan. Lo meto de morro de culo, Subaru y Subaru. Ya es todo terreno, acelero y tú embragas. Ya nada nos para, se monta en mi cagua y maneja sin freno. Dice que es incómodo hacerlo en un mini, pero como sea yo le lambo el Gini. Diablo, eso tú lo tienes full equip. ¿Te gusta conducir? Ella me dijo que sí. Ok, esta noche es for fiesta. Ok. DJ P rompe. Ok. Qué bueno, muchas gracias. Yo me quedaré aquí toda la tarde cantando, pero tenemos poquito tiempo y esta canción ya es la última. Así. Esto fue solamente un Ricky Raca, una cosita rápida. Así que me quedan un par de croissants de chocolate aquí. Imagino que a alguno todavía no le ha caído. Coño, no le ha caído nada a nadie todavía. Tira ahí. Ey, mucho buche, mucho cachirrilli, mucho coche, mucho Mitsubishi, mucho buche, mucho cachirrilli, mucho cooking, chicken in the kitchen. Tu estilo es como mi inglés de garrafón de aguabichi. Hay mucho papi chulo pero poca bichi. Mucho capo pero poco capichi. Mucho inventa mucho con bichi.
Mucho buche, mucho cachirrichi. Mucho cooking, chicken in the kitchen.
Oye, que es domingo, pero todo el mundo arriba, joder. ¡Ey! ¡Ey! Ok, DJP, lo tenemos. Mucho macho, mucho mamarrayo, mucho tallo, como mucho tello, muchas tochas, mucho palpeño, mucho apacha, mucho cacho, chacho, no me acuerdo mucho, fuma mucho hashi, mucho no te escucho, así mucho machachi, hay mucho aguilucho, mucho mamarachi. Mucho micro machín en la machín. Sea mariachi, cuenta hasta 8. No hagas pocho. Hecho muchas cosas. Hecho muchas cosas. Mucha miente, mucho como Pinocho. Mucho capricho, mucho cuchi. Yo muy chamberga, pero tú mucho Gucci. Yo mucha hucha y tú mucho derroche. No me mandes mucho. Perfilo mis letras y mi mostacho. Veo mucho falso como mi guaracho. Veo mucho doble y no voy borracho. Yo sí soy mucho, pero no el muchacho. ¡Ey!
Mucho buche, mucho cachirri.
¡Nos fuimos! Ok.
Mucho cooking, chicken in the kitchen.
Ahora sí, mi gente, muchísimas gracias. Ha sido un gusto echar aquí un partidito con todos ustedes y a seguir disfrutando del campeonato. Gracias a FC Pro por contar con nosotros, a la Unión Deportiva por este estadio tan bonito. Nos vemos pronto. Un besito para todos. Ahora vengo y hacemos más fotos si quieres, pero nos tenemos que ir rápido. Dale ahí.
Thank you. No problem.
Wow, a brilliant performance there from Bejo. Brandon, you enjoyed that? I saw you dancing
I
a
was
little
having
bit
a
in
little
the
bit of a
crowd.
boogie, wasn't I?
Yeah.
But fair play to him for staying so warm with a T-shirt on out there. I love the half and half. Half Las Palmas, half Tenerife, but what a way to get us teed up for our grand final.
Exactly. It's very exciting here in Gran Canaria. And we do have our cup final coming up next, which I am so excited for. I think this is going to be brilliant. Nicholas versus D. Fernandez. Brandon Smith, is this what you would have predicted at the start of today?
Maybe on one side, yes, but for D. Fernandez, probably not. I would have said PH in to be in the grand final, but the one thing that I love about this one is that Nicholas has had some serious challenges on the road to this. You thought LJR might have been that first bump or that first hurdle. You thought Tuga, the unbeaten Tuga, might have been too big of an ask. And now he plays against another Portuguese player who has been unbeaten and has also beaten him, Gravison. Is this the biggest task for Nicholas so far?
Probably, because of the way Di Fernandez has been playing throughout the whole day, weekend, the whole season probably. I'm sure Nico will be out for revenge. He doesn't like to lose at all, and he did lose, in my opinion, convincingly in the regular season, so I think he will smell blood and go for it.
You know, I don't know if you guys were listening, but when we were here chatting to Nicholas, Richard Buckley very bravely said to him, I'm not going to lie, Nico, that game against LJR Peixoto, I didn't think you were very good. And Nicholas was like, oh, really? I'm surprised because I thought I did have a good game. And then Richard kind of saved himself by saying, I thought you were really good and a lot better against Tuga. And the fact that, and actually Richard Buckley did call it earlier on, he said, look, I don't think he played that well against Peixoto. But one thing with Nicholas is he never has two bad games in a row. And he proved Richard correct by coming out and beating Tuga, who had been unbeaten, Brandon, up until that point.
Yeah, I think Gravison said it best in commentary of what Richard said. You can catch Nicholas half asleep for a half, not for a full game, let alone a full day of a tournament. And you feel like he's got that bad result out of his system because he was unbelievable against Tuga. How he's gone up against Tuga, got a clean sheet, basically ended his unbeaten record that Tuga had, who's been so good in this tournament. And Nicholas defended well, played incredibly well. And I think if I'm Di Fernandez, I'm looking at that Tuga result and thinking, this is going to be a really tough game.
Yeah, I mean, Tuga didn't have a chance in that. I really wasn't expecting to see that kind of performance from him. But Di Fernandez, I mean, yesterday he beat Flippercito very convincingly. Today, knocked Nathan out. I mean, that was a bit of a crazy game and a bit of a crazy result in the end, really. But against PH Zin, Gravison, I mean, that was a real comfortable victory for him, and we saw what it meant to him as well.
Performance of a lifetime for him. It might be the best game we've seen in Di Fernandez's career so far, and not only because he was playing a semi-final, he was playing against PH, FC Pro Open champion back in 24, and he was way better than him. So I'm curious to see the best defense in Nicolas against the best offense in Di Fernandez. I don't really know who's going to prevail.
The fact that Di Fernandez did beat Nicolas in the regular season, how much does that play on your mind, Gravison, as a player?
It is massive.
Yeah.
It is massive.
Psychologically.
Yeah, but for me, I'm thinking about the year in 20 when I played against Thomas Lee 7 times, lost 7 times.
What? You played Thomas Lee 7
times, lost 7 times.
Wow.
But and when I was coming up to match up against him in the 8th time, that didn't happen. But for sure, I was going to think, there's no chance I'm winning that game. But I think Nico's brain is wired in a different way. I feel like when he is leading up to this game and he knows he lost against Di Fernandez, he's not thinking about losing again. He's thinking, there's no way I'm losing again. Like, no way.
Especially in a final as well.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Brandon. Nicolas has that experience in these situations, right?
As far as the history books go in La Liga, whenever that man's been in a grand final, he's won. He's never not won one when being in a grand final.
So you're backing
Yes,
Nicolas
all day,
for the
every
win,
day.
Gravison?
I know that nobody likes a show off, but I got 6 out of 6 predictions,
Oh,
right?
hello.
I'm going to say Di Fernandez in the final.
Oh.
I don't know where he's tracking them.
Okay,
You've got
well,
got a
it
prediction
is
for
time to kick off the Cup final here in Gran Canaria. So let's head up to Richard and Ryan and see what they think. Who's going to come out on top?
No, I'm not having this. He has not gone 6 for 6. He has not gone 6 for 6.
Grav, I'm with you. I'm backing him. 6 for 6, Grav. Let's make it number 7. I'm joining Grav with that.
Yeah, Nicolas is going to win. We're going to get a little word afterwards. No, we do. Here we go. Grand final time. Firstly, hope you really enjoyed Bejo at home. We were up here enjoying the music. We can see you in the chat as well. Everyone seems to be enjoying it. The resounding comments in the chat were, whatever Richard Buckley predicts, the opposite's going to happen. So if I think that Nicolas is going to win, Di Fernandez probably has it. Richard Buckley alongside Ryan Pessoa to guide you through this La Liga FC Pro Cup final. Ryan, how do you see this game going? I actually feel a little bit. I just felt a speckle of rain on my head.
Don't say that, Rich. This is Nicolas's draft. Of course, we've seen it throughout the whole tournament. This weekend, he's been consistent with the players he's selected. He's obviously had impacts off of the bench that have contributed to the resounding victories he has had. The way I see this going, I predicted at the start a different winner. I'm prideful, so I'm going to stick to that and say Di Fernandez. However, Nicolas looks ridiculous.
He's got better.
He's conceded 1 goal.
Yeah, he's got better and better as today's gone on.
People are not understanding what that is. He's conceded 1 goal across 3 pro games on FC 26. Come on, what's going on?
Well, let's see what Di Fernandez can do about it. Let's have a look at the draft of Di Fernandez and see how he has got to this grand final and what items have been doing it on the pitch for him. Chat, let us know as well. Who do you think is going to win this game? Nicolas or Di Fernandez? There's the team of Di Fernandez. I've got to say, that Diogo Forlan item, he's been scoring goals.
Yeah, he's been ruthless in front of goal with him. That one he scored, I think it was goal number 4 in his last game against PH Zin, which with the player lock afterwards was incredible. And you can see there, I would argue on paper, it's a little bit worse.
It's weaker.
Yeah, slightly weaker. Obviously, Frank Rijkaard in there at centre-back. Obviously, he's got incredible play styles. A lot of people have opted with Ronald Koeman, who is shorter, doesn't have lengthy, and I feel like having a lengthy defender is very important. Hence, you can see some of the players in the team in the defensive areas, but it's got him to this point. He's scoring a lot of goals at will, and he'll be very confident. He's beaten Nicolas already.
Well, let's get into it. That's what they're fighting for, the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. It's the warm-up to the finals on the 11th of April. But who will be going in there as the number 1 seed? Already got their hands on silverware this season. Di Fernandez of Cadiz. Nicolas 99 FC representing the blue and white of Real Sociedad. It's Nicolas to get us underway. Early in this, like a cutter inside, Jude Bellingham with the strike, Frank Rijkaard, good block.
Yeah, that's the man I was speaking about, Rijkaard. steps in very, very well. Almost a perfect start. Pause cued as well, and the ball's been played out. Maybe a slight technical difficulty. The players are just gonna have to review that quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing I will say, typically, I don't know if it's a me curse or just a finals thing in general.
I know what you're going to say.
They're usually blowouts.
Yeah.
The last final we had that was really competitive were actually, 2 weeks ago? In Hamburg. Last week. Bayern Munich, Dortmund.
Yeah.
Great final.
Yeah.
That was for the, VBL
Club
Championships. Yeah. But typically, one player gets control and then just cruises through. We saw it last year, Nicholas against Resende in the final. Resende never really in the game. I also think for Resende,
winning that world champ spot, he got it.
He'd achieved what he came to do.
Yeah, whereas Nicholas didn't. He needed to win that. Yeah, I get it.
With this just being a #1 seed in prize money and a cup on the line, there's no ulterior motives for it. There's not a World Championship or any Champions League spot, for example, that will be given out. Is this Di Fernandez's best opportunity to win something?
I'm going to say it's the best I've ever seen him. I think he's been good enough to get to a top 4. We've seen it throughout the last couple of years. In fact, he's always in and amongst there. But in order to get across the line, I feel like a victory here against the likes of Nicholas, who's done it before plenty of times in different tournaments, this will give him a huge boost of confidence to showcase that he does have what it takes.
Another thing I want to ask you about as well, the lack of Spanish representation in the latter stages of this tournament. If you're a Spanish player and you're looking ahead to the finals, does that worry you a little bit?
Absolutely. At the top of my head, we've got Marin, you've got Alberto VK, you've got
Hidalgo.
Chris, Hidalgo. I feel like I'm forgetting.
Well, Neat didn't make it.
Yep.
Chicita didn't make it.
Yep. They're falling short. Javik.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the one I was forgetting. I feel like if you're a Spanish player, over the years, I've had incredible players. Right now, I would say, I think the level is higher than last year, personally. I think they've had a lot of success. I say success, good performances in European West online qualifiers. They've had Alberto VK, a good tournament. Hugo Sanchez are top players as well. I just feel like the players in this competition from abroad, the foreign players that have come in my opinion, are on a different level.
I mean, you also see that in different leagues.
It's not just here, everywhere.
Well.
It's everywhere.
Obviously, over in England, Bonanno has won for the last 2 years. He won this tournament as well. Not too long ago, you look across the board, Anders, a Danish player, going into Germany and winning that club championship for a couple of years.
Yeah.
So there's certainly a migration of talent across the board. We just have had a quick technical restart there, but we should be back underway right now. Nothing changes. No goals were scored. It was early enough that stamina won't be that big of a factor, and we are back underway.
Is it ever a final if Nicholas doesn't have a technical or technicality?
Restart.
Yeah, he's got to have one restart in the tournament. That's his first one.
Di Fernandez coming forward here. A lot of space for him to drive into there with Pedri. Recycles to Jude Bellingham now on the edge of the box. He's been a real pivotal part of Di Fernandez's attack. That Jude Bellingham item just getting around the outside of the striker and forcing him backwards. Johan Cruyff comes forward. Nice little rebound there. It's not going to fall Nicholas's way. And good composure out the back for Di Fernandez.
Absolutely. You see a lot of people that will just press pass and just hope it locks on. The ball is bouncing up. You play it with the keeper. It falls against you. You go 1-0 down early doors. But he could go 1-0 up straight down the other end. Pires couldn't
really
get past Valverde there.
That's a weird one because it looks like Perez is the pass that you're always going to play.
Yeah.
But then sometimes defensively you think he's not going to play that. That's too easy to read. And then it does go there.
That was like the game against Nathan Assar. I felt like the space there were so many options for him to go through, and he just gets the interception there, clutch from Araujo.
Spoken to both of these two players today on the analysis desk. Di Fernandez, not necessarily put him under a bit of pressure, but I just said you've got to a lot of semi-finals. What's different this year? And him and coach Armando saying, look, we've played well previous years, but I think this year we are playing really well. We're very confident.
That's different.
And the performances seem to be sticking.
He's unbeaten.
Yeah.
He's unbeaten right now. He's the only player in this tournament. Obviously, Nicholas did lose out, and the player that Nicholas lost to was Di Fernandez in that regular season.
7-6. However, in finals, they played 2 years ago, at the La Liga FC Pro finals. Nicholas beat him 7-2. So when the pressure is on, the Iceman stays cool. Speaking of cool, it's got a little bit chilly up here on the gantry, I've got to say. As night has fallen in the Gran Canaria arena, Nicholas finds the top corner. 1-0 up. And the sun might have set on Las Palmas, but Nicholas is shining right now.
Yeah, that through ball in. Little sigh of relief there for Nicholas. He latches onto it. And when he's one-on-one, you can always trust him. And this Nico Williams item has been clutch for him in these important moments. Goes for the finesse shot at the near post. Keeper sort of...
He didn't really fancy it.
Do anything, really.
Yeah.
He sort of left it for a pretty much an open goal anyway. And over to you, Di Fernandez. How do you respond?
Well, it's a tournament that Nicholas has dominated really here in La Liga, from the finals, the Cup. No one's really been able to get close to him. Emery Yilmaz, we thought, would run him close. He beat him in the semi-finals last year at the finals and then dispatched Resende very quickly. Can Di Fernandez be his kryptonite this year? Bodies forward, and it could be a chance for
good step.
Nicholas to come forward, but as you said, good defensive on both parts.
Good step again. Cancelled each other out there. I think the way Nicholas has been attacking those at home, that I know a lot of people, when I'm streaming it, they don't use this for some reason. Obviously, you can trigger runs with L1. You point the analog stick towards them, the player runs. You can do the same thing with R1, and it calls them short. So what Nicholas is doing very, very well is tapping L1, pushing a player forward, and tapping R1. So he's pushing the defensive line back. Then he's got someone short for support.
Dropping into feet.
And it gets him into those offensive areas. And it's sort of familiar to a few years ago with the way the meta was, where you'd push a defensive line really far back. You'd recycle it.
2019 as well, people. What a Kai Havertz item.
With the
they used to go,
knockdowns.
yeah, every time. Send him to the back post, then bring one close.
Yeah.
For a finesse shot. Lamine Yamal.
Could have had him, you know. He's got him, though.
Through to Pedri. Bellingham gets stepped across there by Araujo. 20 minutes gone already, but both players look a little bit open at the back in these early stages. Di Fernandez has started this game well. He is trailing 1-0, but I think both players just settling in.
Yeah, he's attacking a lot down this near side. Di Fernandez is with Perez. Well, I would arguably say, I know his play styles are incredible. A slight weakness. I know he's got finesse shot plus as well, but
with the amount of quality that's available, it's surprising that it gets in. There's also players that we just don't see that used to be staples in this tournament. Ronaldinho, R9,
Zidane.
Eto'o, Zidane. Players that just, with the requirements, maybe they miss a play style here and there, just don't feature.
Lovely.
Diego Forlan looking for the finesse. Bellingham, 1-1, Di Fernandez snatches the ball back and fires himself back into the game.
Yeah, it's a little bit fortunate. I think Di Fernandez will happily admit that, but he would not care one bit. You'll see it from the replay in a second. This there was blocked, and then it's a pass across, and I don't even think it's meant to go to... I think it's meant to go to Forlan. Araujo steps in, but then gets tackled straight away, and Jude Bellingham gets the equaliser for Di Fernandez.
If you're a Di Fernandez fan, a needed equaliser.
100%.
To show that you can punch back as well.
Yeah, and I always say with luck, you need it. Sometimes you want the luck to fall in your favour, especially if you're up against somebody like Nicholas. If it's enough to get you back in the game and then you can push on from that.
Well, you say, how many goals he's conceded today? 1 goal, was it?
Literally, double the tally now.
Nicholas looks to reply. Straight from the kickoff. There is Johan Cruyff in that wide area, just drifting for Nico.
Do you know what the problem is there? I know he managed to get the ball to feet to De Jong initially anyway, but he triggered his centre mids and there was no one there for the recycle.
Frenkie de Jong, play a look into Xavi, moves the space, moves Di Fernandez around and fires himself back into the lead.
Yeah, that's lovely. That's exactly what Nicholas was speaking about earlier when I asked him what would he say was one of his weak points in the LGR game? He said that he noticed a lot more space down the wings than he was traditionally triggering his centre mids. In the attack before, I feel like that was a negative because of the way he built up. But in this position, when you can just get the ball to Xavi, obviously with the item, you can turn on a dime and just get an angle to shoot. And straight from kickoff, Nicholas responds.
I did some analysis earlier on today. The third goal that he scored against Tuga, where he recycles the play, he goes wide and then player locks out and then fires it with a ping pass from Xavi in. He's very, very particular about who he uses in those centre mid areas. All three of them have almost got every different pass that you need, whether it's an incisive, a pinged, or a tiki-taka.
You need it.
He's got every tool in the garden shed.
I think that's why, in my opinion, Jude Bellingham is so important. Player lock cancelled. Pedri can just drift into the box. R1 dribbling. And we're level again. Di Fernandez. The space just opened up. It sort of made it easy for him there, Richard. It was an easy opportunity to take advantage of because Nicholas expected a pass. The player lock set him up very, very well.
And just took the space.
Took the space and tucked it away.
Di Fernandez has come to play here in this grand final. A lot of semi-final losses for this man. A lot of top fours. A guaranteed top 8 is what we usually call him. But very rarely a winner. Very rarely do we say Di Fernandez is going to be a champion. This is a chance to break that stigma. And what an opponent to do it against. However, the Iceman will not.
There, AI Perez there stepping in. That is a saver of an interception. And look at the runners just straying offside.
Pedri.
He's got him.
Forlan round the corner. Jude Bellingham just nipped in front and he's onside. 3-2.
I am so surprised Jude Bellingham latched onto that before the keeper got there. I said he was on because the passing lanes opened up. Nicholas stepped a little bit aggressively and didn't get possession. And then when you've got an on-runner from midfield, that's where I spoke earlier about Jude Bellingham being one of the first names on the team sheet. That pass there, going that angle instead, and the keeper not getting there.
That's some finish, by the way.
It's a great finish. It is a bit fortunate, though. I do think it is slightly fortunate.
What makes you say that?
Just because I'd love to know. In my opinion, I think he does want the pass to go there. I think everyone would. You can see there's no way you'd be able to play it between the right back and right centre back. It's impossible. No one would aim that pass there. You'd aim it where he did, but I think he put too much on it. I would just expect the keeper to get... I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But if I did score that, I think, you know what? It could have gone the other way and I wouldn't have been surprised.
I'd think, what a goal. What a player I am.
Yeah.
Pinpoint, precision passing. Nicholas, very rarely in the entirety of the LALIGA FC Pro, has trailed in games. But right now...
Look at Jude Bellingham again, watch him.
Finds himself in a little bit of a sticky situation because Di Fernandez
back to him.
Is playing incredibly well.
It's very, very good from Nicholas there to switch over to Alvaro and left back, because if he doesn't and he allows the AI to sort of take up the natural position, it's a goal.
Just look at Frankie de Jong there making the run past the last defender, went to play him through, wins the ball back high up the pitch with Johan Cruyff. Just turned back there, didn't like what he saw. Didn't want to rush into traffic. Jude Bellingham, player locked into de Jong. I think he's just offside.
Yeah.
Our friends on the Spanish commentary gave it the big goal.
Yeah. I think they realised it was off. I was about to say, surely you play for last attack here if you're Di Fernandez a couple minutes before half-time. And it'll be Nicholas to do just that. This will be a painful goal to concede if you're a Di Fernandez fan.
+1?
I would say
2 at half-time.
Yeah, 2, yeah. Just because of the 5 goals, I would say 2.
But it gives Nicholas enough time to actually build a proper attack, not just rush.
Yeah, you don't need to rush.
Johan Cruyff up against Freeman. Is there going to be a free man going forward here for Nicholas? Not on this attack.
Best time, you know. Look at the triggered run of Yamal.
Di Fernandez top of the pitch. Forlan back to Pedri. He's drove before and he's going to drive again. Forlan Twisting, turning, gets the bounce back. Everything's going Di Fernandez's way, but that is a huge challenge from Nicholas.
You know what? I feel like Di Fernandez. How can I word this right? Because it worked for him running direct with Pedri, I feel like he second-guessed a little bit just there. Because the space was there for him to exploit, and you can see the stats on the screen heavily in favour of Di Fernandez in terms of XG and
4 shots to 2, I think that is.
Yep.
Possession very even at the break. Let's have a look at what's been happening then in this first half. Nicholas did draw first blood. Williams with the finish. However, Di Fernandez showed real character to get back into the game.
Yeah, he did. He tried to get that shot with Forlan, the finesse shot blocked. That pass should do a bit better there. And then Nicholas straight down the other end, managing to respond with a fantastic player lock into Xavi, who puts it into the top corner.
Di Fernandez got one back there, 35th minute, and this was the 3rd goal. Forlan round the corner, Bellingham with the finish. And that's where we find ourselves at half-time. 3 goals to 2, Di Fernandez leads. A couple of tactical changes there coming in from Nico. In that interview, it was me and you talking to him, right? When we were talking about being very comfortable in 4-5-1 and in 4-4-1-1.
Yeah.
What do you think he looks better in?
4-4-1-1 for me. I always think with 4-5-1, I know it's very prevalent in the FC 26 ecosystem this season especially.
I don't know how people play it.
I think it's so boring. I feel like you fall asleep a little bit playing that way. I think 4-4-1-1, just having the extra body forward, you can trust yourself. If you're somebody like Nicholas, you're already defensively assured. You don't actually need the extra body for me. I think it makes you even worse.
Good step there from Nico. He saw the player lock going through the gap. Stepped in with Ronald Koeman.
He does that a lot with his offensive build-up. He takes space very, very well with the R1 dribbling.
Frenkie de Jong does find Johan Cruyff. Couple of step-overs, but Rijkaard and Xavi just closed the gap that was there. Lot of technical dribbling in this game. Both players very proficient with it. Lamine Yamal in the wide area, driving towards the byline, just sucks him in, and then Forlan, can he get his shot away? Finds the bottom corner on the low-driven finesse, and Di Fernandez has a 2-goal lead.
He's got breathing space. It was wonderfully worked as well towards the byline. I don't know if it's going to show it in the replay. When he had the ball with Yamal, he sort of faked he let go of sprint and let go of R1, faked a little bit like he was going to cut back, and Nicholas, just for a split second, hesitated. He gets the ball to Forlan, and very rash, you'll see. He pressed tackle.
He waited
3 times. He waited because he knew it, and then he tucks it away. A low-driven finesse shot into that bottom corner. Nicholas panicked.
I've got to say, Di Fernandez, we don't see him in a lot of finals. He looks very composed, especially in the box.
Nicholas says he never panics, never fit. I guarantee, just from watching that, you panic. When you spam in tackle in the box like that, you're panicking.
It's last resort.
100%. And we rarely see that. We saw a slide tackle in the first half. I ain't seen Nicholas slide tackle in years.
Griezmann getting towards the byline. Can he find a cutback? Is there a blue and white shirt there?
Nice.
Technical dribbles into the area, fires it across. Couldn't find a Sociedad shirt. And you're just looking at the runners coming forward here. Robert Perez might be a player for him. Could have managed to reverse that back in there.
If he did, I think he would have had a good chance to create a goal-scoring opportunity.
You saw for a second there the double tap R1 as well from Nicholas.
He spoke a little bit about that.
Yeah. It was actually on commentary, I think, me and Grav, when he was saying he's using it a little bit more just to try and not always have to team press, almost saving team press sometimes.
I think it's very, very intelligent.
Through ball, is Griezmann onside? Finds the top corner, yes he is. 4-3. This game is far from over.
It's a great way to get back into the game. And it's Antoine Griezmann, who's been somebody that we've pinpointed, not only for Nicholas, but for other players in this competition, as being someone that's been pivotal, scoring those important goals. That is a very, very important goal because it halves the deficit, and we've still got about 30 minutes or so left to play.
We've got a long time. There's been a few players who have been MVPs for me I think Griezmann's right up there.
Yep.
I've been super impressed by Diego Forlan.
He's been great. I think Jude Bellingham for me.
Jude Bellingham. And also defensively, where did Ronald Koeman come from?
Do you know what surprised me the most? I know he's shorter compared to other centre. He's absolutely rapid.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just a controlled accelerate type instead of lengthy for those short distances if you want to cut the lanes. But wow, he's been great.
Obviously, the players that we expect to be good, Carreras, Xavi.
You know what you're getting. Yeah.
But especially a few of the new items, and Jude Bellingham staying the course as well. How many problems we had since Thunderstruck?
Yeah.
And he's still one of the very best items in these teams. There is the man that we're talking about. Xavi. Jude makes his run past Williams.
Yes, to just wait for the players to get back on side, and now they are.
Constantly throwing up fakes, throwing up feints with the player locks and turning back, sending runners, sending them back. Bellingham takes over, step over, good tackle defensively. 60 minutes gone, 2/3 completed.
I really like the way Di Fernandez was manually switching to his centre mids there and just... Oh, hold on a second.
Griezmann, danger area. Looking for the finesse on the angle, finds the top corner. Antoine Griezmann and Nicholas, a match made in heaven.
Little Lacroquette cancel into a shot. I was about to praise the way Di Fernandez was switching with his centre mids manually to try and cut the lanes. He was doing really well. It was very aggressive, and I was about to say it could work against him, but it worked great there. And he just gave the ball away, and I feel like it was a little bit needless for me.
I want to have another look at this. Defensively, you feel as though you're in a good area. And the finesse there is going in.
I'd love to see if there was a body in the way, like just about. Again, we'll see it from the replay when it comes in.
I'll say it. I think, especially as we go into team of the season, and we're looking at 3 playstyle pluses, maybe 4 playstyle pluses, I think there's massive value in block plus.
But I've been saying, do you not remember the last time?
I think you did. I think you did. I actually think block plus
is higher than anticipated.
It's right up there.
This is what, not rich, honestly.
If he's got block plus on there and there's a defender in the way, he blocks it.
I've been telling people, intercept, obviously Bruiser, I count as a defensive play style, jockey, block, anticipates well below for me. Because again, it's very rare that I'm pressing circle to tackle. I'm pressing X to shoulder barge you with Bruiser. Interceptions obviously is key with jockeying as well, partnered up with that. Quick step is great. Bruiser, I mentioned already, but block is so clutch in those important areas because you can get bailed out from an opportunity where, like that, you'd expect it to be blocked.
Let's have a look at that goal if we can.
I just want to see how many people were around the player there.
The 4th goal, the equalising goal.
Don't know if we'll have time.
Maybe when we get another break in play, we can see that. Talk about how Di Fernandez is feeling now. You're in a final, you're 4-2 up, you feel like you're getting a bit of control of the game. Nicholas hits you here 1-2.
What's devastating for him is because he will know he defended well just before that, and then to concede from it will be upsetting. This is the goal and the mistake here. For me, you're twisting and turning with your right back. It's needless.
Yeah.
You get punished from it.
Is Rijkaard in the line?
You got to block that for me. It's got to be blocked. Has to be blocked.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm not too sure on that Rijkaard item. If he's got block as a silver play style, obviously he doesn't have it as the gold. Lamine Yamal now coming forward for Di Fernandez. Xavi intercepted there by De Jong, and a chance for Nicholas to come forward.
He does have it as a silver play style. I don't know. I expect that to be blocked. I'm sure those at home that are watching probably agree as well. There's been a bit of fortune for both parts.
Yeah, absolutely.
To be honest with you, you take it as it comes.
Always seems to level itself out, doesn't it? Down the wing here. It's Pedri in possession. 3 playstyle pluses to go for. Jude Bellingham trying to fire it into Forlan there. A little bit of first touch as well, just to shake away from the defender, but 2 bodies on his back. He's not going to be able to go anywhere. And we're getting into the nervy moments of the game now. 4-4, a great final, I've got to say. There's been no blowout here. There's been no dominant player. It's been nip and tuck, you lead, I lead. Johan Cruyff with space to drive. He doesn't know if he wants to step or go. Bellingham just couldn't get away from Xavi.
he got lucky, in my opinion. I said it yesterday, I believe someone conceded a goal from it. I can't remember who it was. When you're in that position when someone's running out your defence, I think it's wise to switch to a centre-back to move them in play and then switch off of them. He was controlling Rijkaard the whole way.
Yeah.
All it takes is a double-tap triangle. We know how effective they are on FC 26, and you're in big trouble.
Chance here. Great step from Nicholas.
Great step.
He's looked a little bit more aggressive this game defensively.
Way better. He's in as well.
Xavi. The moment. Nicholas cuts inside with the shot cancel. I'm surprised there.
That fake shot was fast.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I think they got
some of the latest patch, right?
5% patch.
Yeah.
5% increase in speed, if I'm not mistaken.
Look at the amount of triggers. He might have an opportunity here.
Perez. If it's not on the angle, there's not a lot to go for here with Robert Perez. Is there a finesse there?
Oh my goodness.
Drives forward Araujo in set plus.
I thought there that he slowed the attack down. I was going to say, did he overplay it a little bit because there were a couple of through balls on that he didn't go for?
I also don't know on that angle there if that's on. I think that's on.
This is on, Rich. It's on. But again, you don't see a lot of players take that. You see Anders, you see Nasada. They're the players that from those angles, you can't even blink.
Nicholas
takes those as well.
Yeah.
But I don't even see it. I don't see it enough from some players. But then again, it was Marin earlier on who done it in his game. I know he ended up losing, but he does that from those angles.
I think there's going to be subs coming on here. 14 minutes left on the clock. Changes could be the key pivotal moment in this tie. A fantastic final. Two players going back and forth. Who will blink first? Who will have the last laugh and lift the LALIGA FC Pro Cup? Corner played short. Rijkaard driven into Pedri. Watch out wide. There's Griezmann fresh off the bench. He's just replaced Robert Perez. Forlan. Danger area. Pedri. Xavi. Is there a pass there for Di Fernandez? He's getting hunted down and Valverde steps in, but an uncharacteristic mistake from Nicholas doesn't go Di Fernandez's way. Only 10 minutes left. Still with 9-minute halves, a lot of game left to be played. Nicholas with Moleriro off the bench.
See the team press activated.
He's just trying to take the space. Di Fernandez a little bit passive here defensively. Then steps in when Nicholas goes to step over exit.
Let's see if he's going to be aggressive with this counter-attack. Look at the runner of Griezmann. He doesn't opt for it. He's going to keep triggering the runs. He loves the player lock in this area, and he's trying to do it, but he cancelled it instead.
Twisting, turning. On a sixpence there was Xavi. Nicholas forcing his players up with the offside trap. Is the line a little bit disjointed? Can Di Fernandez pick the ball through? What a
defending.
block.
It's great defending from Nicholas. Thought he was destined to concede.
5 minutes left to play here in Gran Canaria. The wind's picking up, it's swirling around this arena.
Oh my goodness,
Will
he's in.
this man stay cool when it matters most? Nicholas, 99 FC. One word, inevitable.
He was down by 2 around the 60th minute, and you felt like it was starting to pull away from him. A few moments. That is all it took for him to level the tie, and we're on the 86th minute, and he's taken the lead at a pivotal moment. Di Fernandez is shaking his head on the player cam. It's going to take a lot for him to get back in this game. I felt like there were... it's not even to be critical, but I felt a bit... It looked a bit nervy when he tried to... He could have played the pass, basically.
There was the opportunities.
It was like 2 or 3.
There was half chances.
Yeah.
That another day, you just take, if you're not in this scenario.
If this is his first game of the day in the quarterfinals, he plays the pass.
If he's... What did he win his semi-final by?
A lot.
Comfortably. If he's in that game...
He plays that pass.
He just plays the pass. If he's playing his PH in, he's 5-2 up on the stage.
Plays the pass.
No risk pass.
Yeah.
But...
Tuchel was doing the same earlier.
Yeah,
on
absolutely.
The same thing, yeah.
When the pressure is on, there's a reason We call him the Iceman.
We would say there's not. Sometimes obviously Nicholas is one of the greatest, some would argue the number one. I think what separates it is that a lot of people have the ability, like you can see Di Fernandez is putting up an incredible fight here. He's been so good in key moments. But Nicholas has done this before. It's the mentality. That's what can get you across the line. It's the extra 2%.
That pass there, the double tap round the corner. Goulet just off the bench. Finds the far post. And now Di Fernandez must score. If he's got any hope,
I think
getting his hands on some silverware, Ryan.
Sorry to cut you off there. I think what he should do here, in my opinion, I don't think he should try and play for last attack. It's too early. I think if you go for it quick,
and then you can team press and try and get another chance.
Try and get it back. There we go.
Is he through? Griezmann.
Oh, he goes for the pass. There's time though. He has to put the team press on. He has to flood bodies forward. Offside trap spamming as well. And Nicholas gets the throw, and that is a sigh of relief. And the pause comes in. Wow.
I don't know if you saw that. When Nicholas was running down the wing, Armando behind him was shouting instructions. I don't know if he was saying, pull him down, take him out of play, let's pause in. Because you've got enough time to make changes and impact the changes.
100%. You've probably got, with added time, maybe 4 minutes in game.
Yeah.
Total, including what's left of the 90 minutes. It is possible.
This is also a really strange position to have the ball here for Nicholas. You've got to throw it in inside your own half. If you go back, are you inviting pressure? Do you go the line? Do you just try and play towards the corner flag?
It's situational. I guess it depends on where the marking ups of the players is after this pause, because the subs will come in and it will reset positions as well.
Do you remember that quick throw in we got in Champions League, where the player took a quick throw and he just threw the ball straight to his opponent?
I remember that. Was that not
I think it might have been Mark Marley.
I was going to say Mark Marley's
game, yeah.
Wasn't that against Nacho Bea?
It was. Great memory.
Yeah.
Great memory.
I remember that one. We watched too many games, haven't we? And this has been an incredible final.
Nicholas taking every single second here. Di Fernandez ready and raring to go. 88 minutes, 43 seconds. One chance. Let's have a look. He's not even skipping the replay. He's letting that tick.
3-4 seconds it counts.
Down every single second, and now swaps it to the right back. Goes backwards.
Does really well. Really well from Nicholas. You don't want to be in these areas as the clock ticks on, though, because we've seen it earlier with Nathan SR. You want to get forward as quick as possible, and that's what he's done. You can just drive forward.
Only 2 minutes as well. There's enough time for Nicholas to keep this ball.
Gets the throw in again.
You're watching a master at his craft right now in Nicholas. Every single trick in the book. He knows. Locks off the ball, L2R2. Make sure that the left back takes the throw in.
Let's get it down the line.
Into the corner. Doesn't even go towards goal.
Doesn't need to. Don't get baited in. Doesn't need to.
All the way back. And Nicholas 99 FC picking up where he left off, back on top of the LALIGA FC Pro. He stays cool when it matters most. It was a fantastic final. Di Fernandez very got to be proud of his efforts.
There we go. I was about to say, crack a smile for me, Nicholas. You're the champion again. Commiserations to Di Fernandez. He put up a great fight, and on another day, he could be the victor. And it will give him a lot of confidence for the finals in April. But this man has done it again, Richard.
Yeah, here you go. Nicholas 99 FC. Once again, on top in the LALIGA FC Pro. The rain might be bearing down here in Gran Canaria, Las Palmas, but there's one man on top. The Iceman, Nicholas 99 FC, your LALIGA FC Pro Cup champion.
Absolutely incredible tournament from Nicholas. The only player to defeat him so far in this season has been Di Fernandez. He's rectified that from the regular season. An incredible run. He's taken out LJR along the way, Tuga, and now Di Fernandez.
We do a lot of predictions it comes to us, we go, yeah, I think there's going to be some great games. There might be a new winner. There might be Di Fernandez. It could be Tuga, PhD. He makes us look silly every time.
Do you know what it is, though? It's boring, though. I don't want to go for him because I just know he's too good.
He's inevitable. He wins games and wins tournaments. And I think that might put him right up to $1 million.
Yeah, with Anders.
In prize money, yeah.
Potentially, it could cross him or cross over the line. And for Nicholas, again, I would say it doesn't even need to boost his confidence. He was confident, he knows, and he trusts his ability, and he showcased it on the biggest stages of all against two players that he's beaten. Tuga, who was undefeated up until that time. Di Fernandez was also undefeated. Sensational.
Ryan, it's been an absolute pleasure sharing the weekend alongside you. The gantry is very, very cold. We're going to come back inside. Let's head down to Nicole and Brandon and get their thoughts on what a final we just had.
Me?
And Grav. I thought you were on the stage, Grav. I thought you were going to talk to him.
Come down and join us, guys. Great work, as ever. Gravison, it's lovely to have you here with us. You're not out there on the stage yet. We have our cup winner, Nicholas, the Iceman. Were you ever in doubt, guys?
I was.
What? Yeah, well, you were actually. You said on air, didn't you?
I was.
Well, you're wrong.
Yes. I guess we were all wrong at the end of the day.
I wasn't.
You what?
I said
I
Nicholas.
did say Nicholas, actually. Yeah, you said Nicholas.
The one prediction I gave all day. Just saying.
Nice, that was a hard one.
Hey, it was a hard one because Di Fernandez was a great finalist as well, a great competitor, and it was so close right up until the end. Grav.
Absolutely. I mean, look, Grav, I'm sure you'd agree. What a grand final, as the guy said. You know, we've seen so many grand finals that are just a blowout and it's 4-0 or maybe it's 7-2, but that was a really good grand final, back and forth. Di Fernandez controlled that game in many times, but it was the timing of the goals from Nicholas that made the difference.
I'm just thinking 2 years ago, the final between Nico and Nit. Nico won convincingly, a strong result. Last year, Emre against Hugo Sanchez, same, convincing result, a big one. So I really wanted a tight, contested final, and we got it. I thought Di Fernandez was brilliant. I thought he was really good. I thought he didn't lose the final. That makes sense. Nico was able to win it because when he was 4-2 up, Nico started changing formation, changing tactics. I'm sure we'll have the chance to ask him, but it felt like he changed things, he tried different things, and it worked out well. And especially in the last 10 or so minutes of the game, his defense, manually tackling, manually intercepting, was just out of this world. And that's what he does, Nicholas. He wins tournaments,
I think
especially here in Spain.
My favourite goal of them all, Grav, as we'll get into it slow, was the fourth goal from Nicholas. How he made the space, how he finessed it into the back of net. For me, that was the turning point in the game. As we know, Di Fernandez 3-2 up at that point. Nicholas tried to return, but this was the first time there was, of course, a 2-goal gap in the game. And I thought at this point, Nicole, Di Fernandez is potentially on the verge of taking this off Nicholas's hands.
Well, quite. Nicholas got the first goal in the game, didn't he? But then you're right. Di Fernandez ended up with a 2-goal lead at this point, and you thought, hang on a minute, what's happening here? But
it's this goal.
Yeah, there you go. You can't write off the Iceman, can you?
And then the croqueta finesse. Look at it.
Oh.
Filthy.
And then how he stays on side with this goal as well, the match winner. The timing of this pass.
Look at that. It's
bang. Just on side.
85th minute,
Julie
Brandon.
the hero with another finesse. Makes it 5-4. And then Nicholas just does what he does. Sees out the game and makes it another trophy here in Spain.
Yeah.
Another one.
How devastating is it, Gravison, to concede a goal right at the end of the game, the 85th minute, when you've been hanging on?
You'll be thinking about that for a while. It is devastating because you can play really well in the tournament, but when it comes to the final and you're just one step away from the title, that stings. And I feel like Di Fernandez should really hold his head high because he can go and win it all in the league final as well. But now it is really hard to come back from this. He was just, 5-10 minutes away from winning the whole thing, winning his first title here in Spain, and he just wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, we can have a look at the bracket now and see how Nicholas got to this point, being crowned champion here of the Cup this weekend. I mean, a lot of brilliant performances. He beat LJR Peixoto, he beat Tuga, who was probably the favourite, right, coming into this. I think everyone said it. And then, of course, Di Fernandez. It's not been an easy route to the final, to lifting that trophy, Gravison, Brandon.
I was just saying on that, I mean, look how he kicked off his tournament. He kicked off his tournament, he rocked up and knocked out the hometown player. 6-0.
Yeah.
6-0 in the round of 16. And then he just went on a dominant display from then. On top of that as well, we have to say, Real Sociedad have retained the cup. They won it last year.
Yes.
Them Real Yilmaz. They've won it again 2 times in a row. It's pretty good, isn't it?
Amazing. I mean, I'm sure they're happy with their signings, and it seems like last year they weren't able to win the league final, so let's see if Nico's able to do it this year.
Well, I can see out of the corner of my eye, we have Nicholas, the Iceman, the winner, here with us. Good to see you again.
Hello again.
You're always here with us at the desk because you keep on winning, Nicholas. Look at that lovely trophy.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? You've got quite a few of them now.
Yeah, I think so. I think I have 2 of each. 2 Super Cups, 2 Cups, and 2 leagues.
Wow.
Yes.
Where do you put them?
I don't know. There is some space there.
Always a space.
You love playing in the LALIGA FC Pro. You've been in 4, out of the 5 tournaments you've been in 4 grand finals, and you never lose a grand final.
Yes, I agree.
You just don't. That's just a fact. Looking back on it now, what did you make of the grand final? At 4-2, what was you thinking?
No, I mean, the final was a bit tough, obviously, but if not, because I couldn't, I don't know, maybe it was the 20th minute and I already changed in 4 formations. So I couldn't get some confidence there, you know, because the key for him is the cam with Pedri, and with 4-5-1 and 4-5-1 with some instructions, I couldn't 4-4-1-1. Obviously, you can't because you have only 2 center mids. But then at the end, I say, okay, let's play like I know, maybe more depth, more pressure, and that's it.
How are you feeling? Because coming up to the final, you only conceded 1 goal in 3 matches. But then against Di Fernandez, even though you started winning 1-0, then 2-1, it came to a point in which you were 2-4. How are you feeling defensively at that point of the match?
I mean, at some point of the match, you feel weak because it is what it is. I mean, you only concede only 1 in 3 games, and then you are losing 4-2 in how many? 50 minutes?
Yes.
And it's, you know what to do or what to fix. But yeah, as I say, I was more depth, more like me, you know. It's not about tactics or D-pad with the team press and that stuff. It's more like, Nico, go and press, do what you know. You already know how to defend, how to press, and I think that was the key, like to trust really like in my hands.
The fact that Di Fernandez had beaten you in the regular season, does it make it feel even better, even sweeter when you do get the win in the final here?
I mean, I don't care. Like
I thought you'd
it's more
say that.
like relief, but I feel good. You know, even if it's against him or Tuga or whatever. But I mean, I feel like it's good.
Yeah.
Another question I wanted to ask you. You were mentioning that press, your manual press, and Brandon's favorite goal, which was the 4th, it came with the press on the wing by Griezmann. Was it something that Juanma told you, or was it something that you were thinking, like, I just gotta go and press?
No, it just was myself, because I think a lot during the games. I think I analyze really good the games, but sometimes, as I say, in the 20 minutes, I can get the formation or the confidence there to at least get attacks or good defense. So yeah, Juanma gave me some advices, but you know, maybe in the offensive side. But then about pressure and stuff was only myself.
And final question before we look at top 5 goals. I'm sure one of yours will feature in there.
For sure.
Are you going to win the grand finals next month?
I mean, I always say if something strange is not happening, I should win. If maybe something strange is happening, maybe I have a bad day, or maybe I face, I don't know, I think I face Xavic right now. Maybe Xavic is playing, I don't know, he's 300%, that's strange for a person. Maybe I lose, but if it's normal day, I should win.
Normal Nicholas gets the win and lifts another trophy. Well, congratulations once again. Thank you so much. Let's have a look at top 5 goals now from today here in Gran Canaria.
Looking forward to those, actually. Let's see, goal number 5. It's between PH and Marin, and it's corner.
Surprisingly, a corner has been scored. I think we saw many of those grabs across the last 2 days. That was goal number 5.
Richard was happy with that one for sure. He's not happy with short corners. On top 4, we have PH against Marin as well. Bale with the ball roll. Low through and finesse goes in.
Up next.
I'm just watching. There's so much going on here. Nicholas the Iceman. Everyone's high-fiving him, giving him his plaudits.
Nathan Essar.
Yeah.
I mean, he might not want to see that game back because he lost late on. That was Lamine Yamal in the top 3. Goal 2 now. We're building into our best of the best. This was, of course, from the grand final. A lovely through ball from Bellingham. Look at that run.
Yeah. Forlan without the incisive pass play style, which it makes it even better because he had to aim perfectly with that pass by the Uruguay hero. And on top 1 at the end, it's Di Fernandez against PH. As you can see, twisting, turning, looking for a pass, and it's a tap in by Jude Bellingham.
Total football. Total football, isn't it? Jogo Benito against the Brazilian. As Di Fernandez got our favourite goal of the day. Those are your top 5 goals of our second match day here at the LALIGA FC Pro Cup. And there we have it. That's it done. 2 days in Gran Canaria.
Oh, it's been brilliant, hasn't it? At the start of the weekend yesterday, would you have predicted that Nicholas would be lifting that trophy once again?
I think it's always in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
But with so much talent here this year, PH here, Nathan Essar,
Yeah,
Tuga
quite.
being unbeaten, there was always if, buts and maybes. But you swipe all that back, there's always Nicholas.
Do you think this has been one of the hardest and most competitive seasons so far, Gravison?
For sure, I'm thinking about the titles that Nico has won lately, and even though last year in the league final, especially in that semi-final against Embry, was a really tough match, in the cup, even though he lost against Hugo Sanchez, in those finals, final of the cup and then finals of the Super Cup, he just comes in, does the job easily and gets out. I mean, he was talking to us about how he felt like his confidence was just going down the drain because he couldn't defend against Di Fernandez. So for sure, I think it was one of the toughest games he has played in La Liga.
And speaking of finals, shall we have a look at the format for the grand finals? Oh, I'm excited for this next month in April. 16 of the best teams from the Cup from this weekend. Single elimination again. I really like it when it's single elimination. Am I evil? Maybe. Look at that prize pool as well. It's going to be brilliant, Brandon Smith.
It is 1 day of action as well. All the games taking place in 1 day. 150,000 euros. But more importantly, E-Champions League tickets, World Championship spots. Nicholas might be our LALIGA FC Pro champion, but he's not at the World Cup just yet. He needs to get into a certain position in the bracket to earn himself that ticket. So he's not, job not done yet.
No, I know it's also a few weeks away, a month away, I think. Early predictions on who's going to be lifting that trophy?
Don't know. I thought Di Fernandez was want to win this and then go with the cup final, but I'm thinking Emery didn't won the cup but didn't win the final, so I'm just gonna say Nick is not gonna win the league final.
Oh, okay. Brandon?
Nicholas is going to win it and do the double.
You think he's going to do the double?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's been a pleasure as always. Nicholas has won the cup here in Gran Canaria, but who is going to win the grand finals? We'll see you there. Bye-bye.
I know you see it. They be talking about the mess I really be it. Should've never gave us money, I receive it. You achieve it just as long as you believe it. I'm highly favored, you know I guarantee it. If I'm in it, take a flick. Life's sunny side up. Wait a minute, watch me move. If you need a reason, I'ma have to give you two. You know I'm the best, I'm the best, that's the truth. See, I started at the bottom. Now it's my world. Point 'em out, I got 'em. Yeah, I got 'em. This is light work. They should call me Casper. You can't see me, have a seat. I'ma teach y'all something like Mr. Feeney. I know you see it.
tried to stack my ends, me against them odds, but that was way back then. But I got even, I waited for my season. Now that we're foreign and it start without the keys in. Put the start, no matter whatever you do it with your heart. Then go with the flow, it's a work of art. They snap, I'm posing like a trophy. They could never block me like a goalie. I know you see it, they be talking about the best I really be. Should've never gave us money, I receive it. You achieve it just as long as you believe it. I'm highly favored, I guarantee it. They be talking about the best I really be. Should've never gave us money, I receive it. You achieve it just as long as you believe it. I'm highly favored, I guarantee it. I know you see it. They be talking about the best I really be. Should've never gave us money, I receive it. You achieve it just as long as you believe it. I'm highly favored, you know I guarantee it. If I'm in it, take a flick. Life's sunny side up. Wait a minute, watch me move.